A Valentine's Chase. City Shifters, The Pride, Volume 7. Written by Layla Nash. Narrated by Beth Rogue. Chapter 1. Rafe hated Valentine's Day. Hated it. Hated that the ruckus around it practically began as soon as the New Year started. He hated the constant barrage of commercials and advertising with happy couples and expensive rings and candy and bullshit. The pressure to be part of a couple and the unfairness of being single only increased after Christmas and the inevitable New Year's Eve celebrations. Normally, he suffered through Valentine's Day with a couple of bottles of bourbon and his sister's caustic wit to make the day less awful. But since Ruby fell in love with Carter Chase, Rafe didn't think she'd want to watch old horror movies with him instead of going out with her mate. He gripped the steering wheel of his parked car and scowled out the windshield. For at least the fifth time, he started the car and almost put it into gear. He didn't want to walk into the matchmaker's office and pretend he enjoyed dating or social situations or meeting new people. He didn't. He liked his life. He liked his pack, and he liked his job. He didn't want to change anything about himself to suit someone else. He growled and turned the car off. He hated the idea of another year without his mate. But he hadn't found his mate yet, and he wouldn't find her unless he did something about it. Unless he tried something new. And he might feel like a first-class asshole for going to a matchmaker, but Carter tried it before he finally manned up and asked Ruby out. Rafe took a deep breath and unbuckled his seatbelt, kicking open the car door to brace against the freezing wind. He strode into the expensive office building downtown that housed the matchmaker's office headquarters and didn't make eye contact with anyone in the lobby, the elevators, or the hall. It felt more like torture than dating. He ground his teeth as the receptionist in the matchmaker's office looked up at him and asked perkily, "Are you looking for love?" Rafe hated questions like that, and the cute little blonde behind the desk had probably never had to look for love. Love probably found her more often than she wanted. He struggled with control and forced a less pissed-off expression onto his face when she blinked at him. "Maybe. I have an appointment. Rafe O'Shea." "Wonderful," the girl said, bouncing to her feet to retrieve a packet of papers. "Please fill these out, Mr. O'Shea, and be totally honest. We can't find your soulmate if you're not up front." She beamed at him as Rafe took the packet and clipboard, and he managed to growl through a clenched jaw. "Right." He didn't want to fill out surveys about his eating habits and sleeping habits and sexual needs. The matchmaker knew about shifters. She was a damn cougar herself. All he had to do was leave a gym shirt there and hope that one of the women who came in was his mate and recognized his smell. He'd sniff a few shirts every couple of weeks. That was about the level of effort he intended to make. So he only half-assed the surveys, tucking them away when the matchmaker, a statuesque woman with brown-gray hair and striking green eyes, appeared from the inner rooms of the office. She smiled and offered a hand. "Mr. O'Shea, so lovely to see you. Do please come back to my office." Rafe shook her hand and followed suit, the papers crumpling in his fist. He waited until the door to her office shut before exhaling, trying to push away the irritation. He didn't need to be so angry about not finding his mate. He might not ever find her. Some people didn't. And he was at a point where she didn't need to be Ms. Right or Ms. Perfect. She just needed to be Ms. Good Enough. The matchmaker, Paula, pressed her hands together on the desk and eyed him. "Well, Mr. O'Shea, it's not often I get a single available alpha in my office. It's not often I ask other people for help with my personal life, so I suppose we're both in unfamiliar territory." He tossed the surveys onto her desk. "I'm guessing those aren't necessary?" "On the contrary," she said, and picked up the papers to flip through and study his answers. "I'm sure you're aware there are very few single shifter ladies in the city or our adjacent counties. In a 100-mile radius, Mr. O'Shea, I've only got a dozen or so female shifters who are looking for their mate. The important thing is to get a profile of your ideal woman, and then put you in front of as many of them as possible until you find someone you like. Or someone who can tolerate you." She gave him a raised eyebrow, clearly displeased with his attitude. That wasn't something his wolf wanted to hear. The wolf wanted their mate. Full stop. That was it. He sighed, rubbing his jaw. "I don't have time for 100 dates. I'd rather leave something here with you, and you can call me when someone shows up who meets the criteria." She smiled, but the edges of her teeth showed. "Mr. O'Shea, I certainly don't show up in your pack and tell you how to do your job. I assume because you're here that you need the assistance of a professional. So please, let the professional do her job." Rafe gripped the arms of the chair he occupied, but managed to nod. "Very well." "Wonderful." Paula made a thoughtful noise under her breath as she studied his surveys, taking a few notes on a pad next to her phone, then studied him with half-closed eyes. "I have an interesting candidate for you. She's human but adorable. You'll like her." "I'd rather start with shifters if you don't mind. I don't want to drag a human into the pack unless it's a last resort." She tapped her chin and retrieved a file folder from inside her desk. "I understand. I don't think you two will be a perfect match, but since you weren't particularly thorough in your responses, we might need to break a few eggs before we get the omelet we want." Rafe took the folder and flipped it open, frowning as he studied the profile inside. A petite brunette girl with a cheerleader grin posed in a full-length photo, staring back at him, and claimed she liked things like hiking and beer and watching football. Things girls said when they wanted to sound like one of the guys. He rubbed his jaw and handed back the folder. "I don't know." "Consider it practice. It's just a couple of drinks, maybe dinner if you both feel like continuing the date." Paula arched an eyebrow in challenge. "Surely an alpha like yourself isn't afraid of a drink and conversation with a pretty girl." The wolf objected to being baited and trapped. Strongly objected. But Rafe knew she was right. He wouldn't find his mate if he didn't get his ass out the door and talk to people. So he crossed his arms. "Very well." Paula smiled and rose from behind the desk, extending her hand. "Good. I'll email you the details as soon as I get the date and time arranged, but plan for tomorrow night or the night after." Rafe shook her hand, turned on his heel, and strode out without another word. He could hardly breathe in that damn office under the weight of her attention. He exhaled in a rush, only when he reached the frigid air outside and could see his car. The matchmaker was a terrible idea. Terrible. He never should have gone. He'd even forgotten to leave the gym shirt he'd brought. But 2 nights later, he walked up to a trendy bar downtown, wearing his good jeans and a sport coat, and prepared to meet the cheerleader with the dark curls. Paula set everything up and emailed him the details, just as she'd said, and Rafe hated everything about it. The lack of control drove his wolf into near panic, and the bar she'd chosen was the very opposite of the bar he and Ruby owned. A classy dive bar, but a dive bar nonetheless. This place was something called a gastropub, whatever the fuck that meant. Rafe walked into the bar and ordered bourbon, grimly appreciative that the hipster chic place at least stocked the good stuff. And then he waited. When the girl was 15 minutes late, he started getting irritated. At 30 minutes, he dialed Paula's number and prepared to give her a piece of his mind. Only the good bourbon kept him on the stool at the bar, scowling at the line of bottles and hating that he'd actually combed his hair for once. And then a soft voice said, "Excuse me, are you Rafe?" He turned, about to tell the cheerleader she'd missed her chance, but it wasn't the cheerleader who spoke to him. His breath caught and the wolf hopped to attention. The girl looked breathless and flustered, her cheeks red from more than the wind outside. She was beautiful. Punch in the chest, beautiful. Full-figured and curvy, tall enough she could look him in the eye, and with long, dark hair and giant curls around her face. His brain stopped working, and he could only stare at her. Perfect. She was perfection on sky-high stilettos and wearing a dress that probably qualified her as a naughty secretary. Glasses would make her a naughty librarian. Whatever kind of naughtiness she wanted, the wolf was happy to oblige. This girl, whoever she was his mate. He felt it like a knock in the head. Turned out, he owed Paula an apology. Chapter 2. Despite the threat of snow, I stood outside the bar for longer than my ankles or my bare legs could tolerate. The man I was supposed to meet was intimidatingly handsome and had an impressive resume, but it was more than that stopping me from walking in. I checked my lipstick again, impressed with the classic shade of red. No. What stopped me from striding into the most exclusive, expensive bar in the restaurant district was the fact that the handsome man waiting inside wasn't waiting for me. He waited for my roommate. The matchmaker saw Olga at the mall and recruited her to go on dates with rich men in the city, and Olga had been happy to sign up. Except this particular date conflicted with Olga's pre-existing plans with her wannabe rock star boyfriend. So she asked me to go. I shouldn't have agreed. I shouldn't have. Olga and I were total opposites, and though I rocked my curves and didn't have any problems getting dates, I knew he expected Olga's petite frame to walk through that door, not me. And I always felt like a bear next to my roommate. But eventually, I screwed up my courage, told myself to hike up my big girl panties, and walked into the bar. Despite the crowds, he stood out. Rafe, the email said his name was. He sat at the bar with a glass and a bottle of bourbon, and while the bar was full of confident men, Rafe dominated the space with an easy confidence. He didn't have to try to impress anyone. It didn't even look like he'd combed his hair. I wouldn't have minded going out with a guy like that. He looked like he might take control everywhere in his life. My cheeks flushed at the thought, and I worked my way through the crowd, trying to reach him, and hated that I was late, even though it wasn't my date. I'd worked really hard over the last few months to get my life back together, and dating him would be a good test for how together I actually was. I finally reached him, out of breath from elbowing past a group of stockbrokers or lawyers, and touched his elbow. "Excuse me, are you Rafe?" He turned, and I nearly fell on my ass. The picture hadn't done him justice, and neither had peering at him from across the room. Dark hair and darker eyes, a hint of stubble on his jaw, and hard-angled features gave him a classically masculine profile. He looked competent and secure and angry. He looked angry, pissed off. My heart sank. Chances were a guy like him didn't get stood up. "I'm so sorry. I had some trouble finding a parking spot." I offered a smile, apologetic, and waited for him to speak. But the anger faded into a stunned silence. He looked taken aback. My heart beat a little faster and panic set in. I waited for the accusation that I'd misrepresented myself as Olga. So I tried to explain, reaching for his wrist to steady myself as my aching ankles wobbled. Borrowing her shoes had been the second terrible decision I'd made that night. "I should explain. My roommate, Olga, was the one the matchmaker set you up with, but she's feeling under the weather, and since we didn't have a way to contact you, I came instead, so you wouldn't think you were stood up." His gaze dropped to where I touched him, and the muscles of his arm went rigid under my fingers. Shit. Okay, lesson learned. We didn't touch Rafe. I hastily drew my hand away, and his gaze dragged up my arm, across my chest, and up to my face. My cheeks burned. Whether with lust or humiliation didn't matter. I could have jumped in his lap right there in the bar, but he still stared at me as if I'd walked up and kicked him in the junk. I cleared my throat and tried to catch the bartender's eye. "So, you're Rafe, right?" A wooden nod. No words. At least it was progress. The bartender finally appeared, and I ordered a gin and tonic, throwing back half the drink to get a little liquid courage. Maybe that was why a gorgeous hunk of a man like Rafe needed a matchmaker. He couldn't talk to women. Or maybe I only thought I was explaining myself, and instead all he heard was gibberish. It had happened before. I tried again, easing onto the stool next to him so I didn't break my damn ankle. "I'm Meadow, by the way. It's nice to meet you." "Yeah," he said, and managed to shake my hand. He concentrated on the bourbon, shaking his head a little, and my heart sank. Or maybe he didn't want to talk to me because he was disappointed I didn't look like Olga. A slow fury started burning in my chest. His confidence started to look like arrogance. If he judged me on appearance alone and didn't want to get to know me because of my looks or my figure or because I'd been a little late, then that was his damn loss. I forced the anger away, knowing it stemmed from way too many assholes in high school, and instead gave Rafe another chance. "What do you do for a living, Rafe?" "I own a bar," he said. And that was it. He stared at me, dark eyes a bit lighter than I'd thought originally. Awesome. I finished my drink, left cash on the bar even though Rafe moved as if he wouldn't let me, and I planted a finger in his chest. "Okay, you. Listen up. You're being a dick." He blinked, mouth agape, and I wished for a split second that I could take a picture of that expression and carry it with me always. He didn't look like a guy who got surprised often, but I didn't give him the chance to deny it or start offering excuses. "No, I'm not Olga. She's shallow and kind of a bitch, so she just wasn't going to show up. I felt bad. I didn't want you to sit here by yourself because I know what that feels like. So I got dressed up, spent 2 hours doing my hair and makeup and nails and everything, and I hiked all the way out here for a drink after working 10 hours. I'm tired, my feet hurt, and I still made the effort to show up." "No," I said, and jabbed him in the chest again. "You listen. Just because you're so handsome I want to cover you with whipped cream and eat you up doesn't give you the right to be an asshole, and you're being an asshole. I'm awesome, I'm amazing, and I'm funny, and I actually like football unlike Princess Olga, but you're too shallow to see past a dress size, so you can go fuck yourself." I picked up his glass of bourbon, finished that as well, and stormed out of the bar before I burst into tears. Even confident, grown-ass women could cry when someone that good-looking rejected them. I just prayed I made it to my car before the waterworks started, mostly from anger and rage, but a little bit from hurt. For half a second, when I walked up, I felt like I knew him. He felt familiar, and for the briefest moment, I thought I'd found someone. Love at first sight. I wrenched at the door to get out of the bar, starting to panic as my throat burned and my vision blurred. And the panic increased as a commotion rose up behind me, a few guys muttering for someone to chill out, and a low voice said, "Meadow, wait." I couldn't face him. Couldn't. Didn't want to see the fake sympathy in his eyes, the lies as he said it wasn't my figure that threw him off. I'd heard it all before. There were plenty of men in the world who wanted to date me. I didn't need to waste another second with an asshole who didn't. I managed a deep breath of the freezing air before a warm hand slid around my arm and stopped my forward momentum. "Wait." I scowled and fought for control as my heart thrilled to see that grim face, even as my head said he was bad news. "I don't have anything else to say to you." "Well, I have something to say to you." He faced me and folded his arms over his chest. I wanted to run. The more he talked, the more I liked him. Even the cojones it took for him to chase after me. I tried to harden my heart. I'd hear him out, not because it was the right thing to do, but because my feet hurt too much to try to outrun him. Chapter 3. She spoke to him in the bar, and all he could do was stare at her, mesmerized by her red lips, desperate to kiss them, to taste her. Rafe couldn't keep up with even simple questions as her hazel eyes sparkled at him. He should have asked if she wanted a drink, and cursed himself for being a rude asshole when she ordered it herself. But he didn't think things were going badly until she called him a judgmental dick and stormed out. Even then, it took him too long to figure out what the fuck happened, but the wolf wasn't going to let their mate walk out the door without them. He elbowed through the crowd to reach her, not giving a shit about the rich humans who gave him dirty looks, and breathed a sigh of relief when he caught her just outside the door. But Meadow looked both furious and on the verge of tears as she faced him, and Rafe's heart sank. He'd hurt her. He hadn't even meant to, and he made her cry. Rafe took a deep breath and resisted the urge to hug her to his chest to keep her warm. That slinky dress looked like sex personified, but it couldn't be very warm. "Meadow, I'm sorry. I wasn't judging you. I'm not judging you. I was just trying to keep up with the change of plans. It was a long day for me as well, and I had 3 or 4 glasses of bourbon before you arrived. I'm not trying to feed you excuses for my behavior. I was rude, and I apologize for that. Can we start over?" Those wide eyes looked a little glassy, and he cursed himself for making it worse. The wolf wanted to comfort her, to bring her someplace safe and warm, and convince her to stay. He ran a hand through his hair, uncertain how to talk to her. "Let's go inside where it's warm. I'll buy you another drink, and you can berate me more for being a jerk. Okay?" A hint of a smile passed those plump red lips, but a tear escaped and was quickly brushed away. Meadow tilted her chin up in an imperious look, and she shook her head. "I think I've had enough for the night, thank you, but I'll have Olga call you. I think you'd both get along nicely." She turned on her heel and started to stride off, but immediately bobbled and almost fell. Rafe jumped forward to grab her arm and hold her up as she grabbed her ankle and cursed. His eyebrows arched. She had a surprisingly and impressively filthy mouth. He loved her even more, and wanted to test the extent of her vocabulary in his bedroom. "Are you okay?" Meadow took a shaky breath and muttered, "These goddamn shoes." "Let me help you to your car," Rafe said. "Where are you parked?" "I don't need your help." She turned and took a halting step. "Meadow," Rafe said. He wanted to shake her and kiss her at the same time. "Would you stop?" She whirled and almost fell a second time, but ignored her falter and held up her hand, her expression fierce. "I will absolutely shoot you in the balls with my taser if you get one step closer." He took a deep breath but capitulated. He couldn't force his help on her, and a taser to the junk didn't sound like a good way to end the night. The wolf hated the thought of her suffering, but the look on her face broke his heart. Angry and hurt and desperate to just get away, like a wild animal in a trap as the hunters closed in. So he shoved his hands in his pockets. "Okay, got it. I'm sorry." Meadow took a shaky breath and went back to staggering, one agonizing step at a time, toward her car. She made it 3 steps before she stopped and pressed the heels of her hands to her face. Rafe waited, unmoving. He'd damn well stand there until she made it safely to her car, regardless of how long it took. He'd stand there all night if he needed to. When she didn't move and the silence stretched, Rafe started to get worried. But he didn't move, didn't want to crowd her or make her uncomfortable. It was weird enough, the blind date and the dark street and hurting her ankle. She took a shaky breath, and her voice reached him, barely above a whisper. "Are you still there?" "Yes." Meadow muttered something, then looked back at him. Her nose wrinkled as she scowled at him, and he was lost. Totally done. A flash of silver in her eyes hinted that maybe she wasn't entirely human, even though she smelled human beneath an intoxicating jasmine perfume. "Please help me to my car." "Of course." He eased forward, but pulled up short as she leveled a fierce index finger at his nose. "But just so you know, I have an air horn and mace in my bag to go along with that taser hero." He laughed, wanting to hug her just for being funny, and put her arm over his shoulders so he could take most of her weight off her bum leg. "Thanks for the warning, hun." "Watch who you're calling hun, babe," she said under her breath. Rafe wanted to just pick her up and carry her, but figured that would provoke another tongue lashing. Or the taser. Not that he really minded. Her expressions fascinated him. He kept the pace slow as she hobbled along, and cleared his throat. "You look beautiful, by the way." "Don't patronize me," she said. "I'm not." He glanced at the cars that lined the street, wondering if one of the fancy German cars was hers. He thought the cheerleader was a model, but since he hadn't seen a file on Meadow, there was no telling what she did for a living. "I wonder why Paula didn't match me with you, instead of your roommate." She snorted and gave him a sidelong look. "Please, that lady doesn't recruit anyone over a size 4, sweetheart, because guys like you never date anyone over a—" "Don't judge me either, Judgy McJudgerson." Rafe met her sideways look with one of his own, and raised his eyebrows in challenge. "You don't know me any more than I know you, so let's slow-roll the assumptions." Her lips compressed to a thin line, but she said, a little grudgingly, "I'm sorry." "Don't mention it." Rafe squeezed her hand where it draped over his shoulder and held her a little closer. "And you're exactly my type, for the record." Color flushed her cheeks and she looked away, though she nodded at a beat-up Toyota half a block away. "That one is mine. I can make it from here, thank you." "It's just half a block, and I have to go that way anyway, since my car is over there." A small lie, just so he could hold her a little longer, prolong the conversation, maybe get her phone number so he could call her instead of having to go through the insipid roommate. "Besides, it looks like your ankle is swelling up pretty badly." She muttered a few more curses and pinched the bridge of her nose. Despite trying to control her breathing, a few hiccups and tears escaped. "Damn it! I don't need this!" Rafe paused as she gathered herself, and he took a deep breath near her hair so he could remember her scent forever. "I can drive you to the hospital, or call you a cab if you can't drive, or call your damn roommate to pick you up since she owes you that. I've got a first aid kit in my car, too, so I can wrap it if—" "You're kidding." A soft laugh escaped, and she almost smiled as she looked over at him. "You really are a hero, huh?" "Just a Boy Scout," he said. "I like to be prepared." "I'll be fine." Meadow frowned at her car in grim determination. "I'll get home and take some aspirin and it'll be fine. Just fine." He wondered why she had to talk herself into it, but Rafe didn't want to press. He sensed he'd already reached her limit for trusting a strange guy on a blind date, and one who'd insulted her from the first minute as well. So he vowed to just be her crutch for that long half-block to her car, step by agonizing step. "What do you do for a living, Meadow?" She shook her head and her tone lowered, and he knew immediately she wasn't telling the whole truth. "I work in a bookstore." A bookstore? An odd thing to lie about. The wolf perked up, though, and sensed a chase. A hunt. Searching for more information, or at least truthful information. Rafe paused as her fingers dug into his shoulder and she hopped on her uninjured foot, and he held his breath at her pain. "This is stupid," he said under his breath, and she gave him an outraged look. "I beg your—" Before she could get any further, he ducked a little, put one arm behind her knees and kept the other around her shoulders, and picked her up. She didn't weigh enough to even make him blink, but by the death grip of her arms around his neck, she must have expected his knees to buckle any second. Rafe cleared his throat. "I'd like to breathe, please." She immediately loosened her grip, but made a strangled sound instead. "Put me down!" "You can't walk," he said, shaking his head, "and I'm not going to let you freeze your ass off because you're too stubborn to let me drive you or get your car for you. So, here we are." And indeed, they were already in front of her car. Meadows stared at him, nose to nose, and Rafe's heart stopped. He'd never believed in love, never wanted it, and eventually thought it would never happen to him. Until she walked through the crowd and stole his heart. He wanted to kiss her so badly his head ached. "You can put me down now," she whispered, hazel eyes wide as she searched his face. "I don't want to," he said, and didn't even care that it sounded like a creepy thing to say. He'd only known her for 15 minutes, 30 tops, and he wanted to carry her around forever. A hint of a smile touched Meadows' lips. Then it was gone, and a sterner expression returned in its place. "I still have my taser." For a moment he considered refusing, but common sense prevailed, and he carefully eased her back to the sidewalk so she could balance on one foot as she unlocked the battered car. Rafe eyed it dubiously. "Are you sure that's safe to drive?" "It better be," she said, and tossed her purse into the car before facing him. She set her shoulders as if about to deliver bad news, and Rafe braced himself for something terrible. Instead, she stuck out her hand. "Thank you for helping me to my car." "You're welcome." He shook her fingers, not wanting to crush her hand with the wolf howling in his head because he let her go. "Meadow, Don't," she said, and flushed. Her forced smile cracked his heart a little. "It's fine. Have a good night." She lowered herself into the car, wincing as she tried to move her ankle in those dangerous shoes, and he could only stare in disbelief as she started the car and chugged away into the night. He caught a glimpse of the license plate, but not enough, before he was left standing there, stunned, as his mate disappeared around the corner. Chapter 4. By the time I got home, my ankle had swelled to the size of a softball, almost a volleyball. I could barely haul myself up the stairs to the apartment Olga and I shared, and I grumbled in frustration when I saw the note she left on the kitchen table. A cheerful message that she would be gone for the weekend with the rock star, and there wasn't any food in the fridge because they needed snacks for the road trip. Awesome, because signing the note with a smiley face made it okay that she emptied the fridge of groceries I'd bought only 2 days earlier. With the last few dollars hoarded from my paycheck, I wouldn't see the next paycheck for another week. So it looked like dollar store noodles for dinner again. I threw the borrowed heels into her room and vowed to never wear anything taller than a flip-flop ever again in my life, then hobbled into the kitchen to make an ice pack, and discovered she'd taken all the ice and not refilled the trays. For a moment, I stood on the cracked linoleum with my hands over my face and tried not to cry. This was not where I'd planned to be at 24. My plans had been much bigger, much grander, change the world kind of plans. A deep breath helped steady myself. I dug a mangy bag of peas out of the back of the freezer and wrapped it in a dish towel as I limped back to my room. Like the night could get any worse. I sprained my ankle, used the last whisper of gas in my car, had no food in the house, and yelled at the most handsome man I'd ever seen in real life, who then walked me to my car and carried me the last block. I groaned and flopped onto my bed, worming around until I pulled off the fanciest dress I owned and hurled it onto the floor. Propping my ankle up on a couple of stacked pillows almost distracted me from the desperate embarrassment of the look on his face when he called me judgmental. I shaped the peas around the swollen ankle and covered my face with a pillow. Unbelievable. But underlying all of that was a degree of uncertainty that the night actually happened the way I remembered. My memory played tricks on me sometimes, especially when I was stressed out. I had to leave school because of the stress and anxiety and the threat of being committed for exhaustion. I didn't need to freak out about something like that. I needed to focus on getting better, staying better, and going back to school so I could finish my degree and get a good job, get a safer car and a nicer apartment and a better life. All the things my imagination threw at me were just distractions. I hardly slept, not due to pain, but because my mind kept playing the night over and over and over, until every word he'd said burned in my memory. And I replayed the conversation a dozen different ways, wishing I'd been funnier or more outgoing or a little more open-minded, wishing I'd gotten his number or given him mine, getting lost in the easy strength of his arms as he picked me up and carried me like it was nothing, like he could have carried me for blocks and blocks without breaking a sweat. Despite only the one gin and tonic, I still felt hungover when I got up to go to work, and promptly fell on my face as I stepped on my bad ankle and it stabbed fire all the way to my brain. Holy hell. I curled up on the floor and cursed, trying to think through the tears and the pain. Adrenaline surged until I was sweaty and clammy and seeing stars. Obviously, I couldn't go to work, even if all I did was sit at my table and read palms and tarot all day. I wouldn't even be able to fake telling the future with my whole leg throbbing like the wannabe rock star's bass line. I crawled to the bed and fished my cell phone out from where it disappeared in the sheets. I managed to compose myself enough to call my boss and tell her I couldn't make it in. Luckily, I didn't call out often, so she didn't push for details. And then I stared up at the ceiling, at a loss. With Olga gone, there weren't many people I could call for a ride to the emergency room who wouldn't also decide I needed a psych consultation while I was there. The only person I knew would help, without hesitation or qualification, was my Uncle Smith. He wasn't really my uncle, but he'd been friends with my parents for as long as I could remember. When I moved away from home, he remained someone I could lean on when I needed help. So I dialed his number with shaky fingers and held my breath as it rang. My ankle throbbed more until I almost couldn't see straight. As soon as he answered, something about his voice made me tear up more. Relief rushed through me. He would fix it. He would know how to make things better.
"Good morning, Miss Meadow. How are you this fine day?"
"I need some help," I said, and my voice wobbled and cracked. I got the impression immediately that he was moving fast, deliberate and calm as always, but certainly on his way.
"Of course, my dear. Where are you? What's wrong?"
"I'm at my apartment," I said. I took a shaky breath and an almost laugh escaped. "I'm sorry, I just hurt my ankle and my roommate isn't here and my car isn't—"
"Don't apologize for anything."
The sound of a car starting almost hid Smith's words from me, though he managed to sound soothing.
Just elevate it and ice it if you can. I'll take you to the emergency room. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Thanks, Smith, I said, and the line went dead. I covered my face and felt sorry for myself for a good couple of minutes. Then Nee walked over to my closet to dig out acceptable clothes. I'd learned a long time ago that doctors took you more seriously if you dressed nicely. Show up in ratty jeans and without makeup, and they judged you before you ever had a chance to speak. Every movement sent another flare of agony through me until I could hardly see, but I managed to inch my way to the living room to unlock the front door. Then I passed out on the couch. I woke up to find Smith placing ice packs around my ankle and wrapping them in place with a bandage. He smiled at me, eyes creasing, though a hint of worry clouded his expression, and gently patted my shin.
How on earth did you do this, Meadow?
I borrowed Olga's shoes and then tried to walk in them. I covered my face and tried not to think about the awful date. Do you think it's broken?
It might be.
Smith handed me a beautifully carved wooden cane, the intricate details blurring as I looked more closely at them.
Use this to balance, my dear. Up you go. I called ahead, so they will be waiting.
Leave it to you to have connections at the emergency room, I said, and held his arm to balance as I hopped toward the door. The trip from my apartment to the emergency room was hazy. I couldn't have explained how we got there if my life depended on it, and when I finally shook off the disorientation, we sat in a private room in the emergency area. Smith sat next to the bed where I lay, my ankle propped up and wrapped, and I watched as a nurse gave me an IV of painkillers and antibiotics. He fielded call after call on his phone, speaking tersely with cryptic answers, and it reminded me how busy he was, how many people relied on him or wanted things from him, and yet he'd come straight away when I called. I blinked slowly and bit back a yawn. Smith, his iron gray hair perfectly combed, folded his hands over his middle as he put away the phone and studied me with a mild expression.
So where were you going, wearing those ridiculous shoes from your roommate?
A date, I said, and sighed. A hint of a smile touched his mouth, but faded.
You don't look excited about the date.
It wasn't really my date. My head flopped back on the pillow, and I stared up at the ceiling and the metal tracks for curtains and medical equipment that ran like snakes around the room. And it didn't go well.
Oh.
That was all the invitation I needed to recount the awful date to Smith, who was an excellent listener, and fill in all the things I should have said and done. An aggravated noise escaped before I could bite it back, and I covered my eyes. And now I think I should have at least given him my phone number, maybe given him a chance, but I didn't, and now I'll never see him again.
What did you say his name was?
I lifted my head to peer at him through half-closed eyes. Why?
I'm just curious, Meadow.
But I knew him better than that. Uncle Smith was never just curious. He worked as a private investigator. He investigated everything. I took a deep breath. His name was Rafe. Tall guy, broad shoulders, dark hair. Smith nodded, looking thoughtful, and leaned back in the chair.
So why didn't you give him your number, dear? He seems redeemable if he helped you back to your car after you called him names.
I know, I said, and stifled a groan. I know. He was nice, but I was still mad from having to get my own drink and him not talking and just the look on his face. It was awful, Smith. Really. And then my ankle hurt so much I couldn't think straight. I just needed to get out of there. I couldn't think with him standing right there.
with those beautiful eyes and the stubble on his jaw and the easy strength of his arms around me. I shook away the thought and looked at Smith mournfully. It doesn't matter now anyway. He's gone. Smith leaned forward to squeeze my hand. Well, my dear, if he didn't see all the wonderful things about you that I do, he doesn't deserve you anyway. Thanks. I pushed up on my elbows to squint at my ankle, and as the room started to spin, I figured the pain medication finally kicked in. Thank you for waiting with me. I hope I'm not keeping you from anything important. Certainly not. There's nothing more pressing than helping family. My eyes closed as the painkillers turned everything warm and dim and slow, and I exhaled. Finally, my ankle no longer felt like it would explode and send bone shrapnel everywhere. I barely knew I had an ankle at all. I'm glad you're here, Uncle Smith. I'm glad to be here. I drifted through a narcotic fog and almost missed his question, posed so casually it didn't seem important at all. If I happen to know someone who might match this gentleman's description, would you like to meet him? See if he's the one you went on the date with? Sure, why not? It couldn't go any worse than the first time we met. I snorted to myself, trying to figure out a way for a second date with Rafe to go worse than the first, and missed whatever it was he said into his phone as it started ringing again. Chapter 5. Rafe scowled all day. He even yelled at Ruby, who gave him a look that nearly stopped his heart and exiled him to the basement to count the liquor bottles. He felt like an idiot. The matchmaker called to ask how the date went, and he said the girl hadn't shown up, which was true. He didn't need to tell Paula anything about Meadow. He wanted to keep her for himself. Except she didn't want to see him again, obviously. Rafe growled and hauled another crate of beer bottles up the stairs to fill the storeroom behind the office. Sometimes manual labor helped take the edge off, but not when the wolf knew they'd found their mate and then just let her drive away. He could search the city for weeks, for months, maybe years, and he might not find her. What if he never saw her again? He wouldn't ask the matchmaker, but maybe Smith would know. The private investigator who worked with Edgar Chase and the rest of the Lions would be able to find anyone, particularly if that person wasn't entirely human. That flash of silver in Meadow's eyes betrayed she might be something paranormal, maybe fey like Smith. He could ask, if he ever swallowed his pride, or risk her disappearing forever. He shook his head. Nope, not possible. He had to find her. At least to take her on a single good date. If she still didn't want anything to do with him after that, then he would figure out a way to live without her. His soul would never recover, but he had to respect her wishes. Love couldn't be forced. The place slowly filled on a Friday night as Rafe worked behind the bar, pulling pints and cracking open bottles and mixing cocktails. Most of their pack settled in around the pool table, arguing and eating and making more noise than they should have. A glare from Rafe lowered the volume significantly, and Ruby appeared at his elbow. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" "Nothing." Rafe threw a beer bottle into the recycle barrel, and it shattered. "I'm just great." Carter, her mate and a lion shifter, eyed Rafe askance and leaned his elbows on the bar. It looked like he was about to say something profound, probably something straight from some Zen Buddhist text, but instead only shook his head. "Leave the man alone, Ruby Lee." Her eyes narrowed as she glared at her mate. "He's my brother. I can mess with him if I want, and I will because he's being a baby about something. I can't stand when he pouts." "I'm not pouting." Rafe growled as one of their rowdier wolves started juggling pool balls and clenched his fists behind the bar. "I had a bad night. I don't want to talk about it." When Ruby opened her mouth, lip ring winking in the light, Carter caught her wrist and squeezed. Rafe reminded himself to thank the man later, then fought back irritation as he turned back to the storeroom. It was thanks enough that Rafe put up with his sister and Carter fucking like rabbits every chance they got. They were a lot louder than they thought they were. He needed new batteries for his noise-canceling headphones, or his own apartment. By the time he returned from the storeroom with another case of beer, both Ruby and Carter were over by the pool table. Rafe frowned as he shoved the bottles into the ice chest, then glanced up as the bell over the door rang and a ripple ran through the bar. And speak of the devil, Smith himself, as if summoned by Rafe's thoughts, slid through the door and scanned the occupants. A hint of a smile touched his expression when he noticed everyone eyeing him dubiously. Then he strode over to the bar. Rafe scowled at his pack, and they went back to loud talking until the handful of humans in the bar followed suit. The few humans who wandered into the bar every week seldom returned, and as Rafe watched half of the ones currently occupying his tables gesture for the bill, he wasn't entirely sorry. Humans died too easily around Pack, injured when fights broke out or caught up in macho posturing that turned serious too fast. There had been enough trouble between the Packs in the last few months to justify making O'Shea's a Pack-only bar. The last thing he needed were the cops all over his business because a human got injured or disappeared. Smith eased onto a stool at the bar and rapped his knuckles on the bar. "Rafe O'Shea, how are you?" "I'm good, Smith, thanks. What can I get you?" "A Guinness, of course." The investigator, tall and lanky in an unremarkable sweater, glanced around the bar. "Busy in here tonight. Is there a table where I might bring a friend of mine?" Rafe slid the pint glass across the bar, waving away the cash Smith offered. "On the house for friends of the family. How's over here?" He gestured at a high-top table at the other end of the bar, occupied by a stack of coasters, bar towels, and a few empty baskets for the peanuts he'd forgotten to get from the storeroom. He cleaned off the table, wiped it down, and made a mental note to get the snacks out. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll be back." He headed for the storeroom, snapping orders for one of the younger wolves to start working the bar, and scanned the shelves for the sealed bag of peanuts. They'd had 3 the night before, and only half a bag remained. He blamed the insatiable appetites of the wolves. Rafe filled the baskets and made a mental note to leave them on the bar only, so he could keep an eye on who partook. He paused near the office, not yet in the bar, as an almost familiar scent drifted past his nose. It couldn't be. Rafe froze in the doorway by the bar, eyes locked across the room where Smith helped Meadow sit and prop her foot up, a pair of crutches leaning against the wall. His heart jumped to his throat and he couldn't breathe, not just because he was amazed and grateful to see her again, but because she knew Smith, knew him well enough to hang out with him at a bar. Rafe almost dropped the peanuts as he watched her and lost all feeling in his hands. She smiled at something Smith said and scanned the bar, touching her hair and pulling at her shirt and fidgeting. He wondered what made her uncomfortable. And then she adjusted where her leg balanced on another chair and winced, and his heart sank. A bright green cast covered her foot and most of her calf. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Rafe jumped as Ruby spoke, standing near his elbow, and he cleared his throat. "Getting the peanuts." "Uh-huh." Her eyes narrowed as she followed his gaze to where Smith sat, and Ruby glanced at her brother once more. "Is that pretty pin-up girl over there the reason you're being such a dick tonight?" No. Rafe heard the defensiveness in his tone and wanted to smack his forehead, even more so when Ruby started grinning. She heard it too. She knew him too well. Sometimes having a twin was more a pain in the ass than a benefit. Fuck off, Ruby. Come on, brother. She hooked her arm through his and dragged him back a few feet into the office, kicking the door shut after she pushed him into a chair behind the desk. Start talking. He didn't want to. He really didn't want to. Rafe rubbed his eyes, sighing. But Ruby had a one-track mind, and she wouldn't leave him alone until he talked. Or worse, she'd march out there and ask Meadow directly. God only knew what would happen then. He took a deep breath. First, give me your word you won't interfere. She snorted, arms folded over her chest. And I think we both know that won't matter. Ruby Lee O'Shea, do not test me right now. Her eyes narrowed when she heard the growl in his voice, and Ruby sank into the ratty, falling-apart chair next to the door. Okay, Rafe, I won't interfere. Now tell me what the hell is going on. I went on a date last night. His sister's expression immediately lit up, and she practically launched out of the chair, but she froze when Rafe held up his hands. She didn't show up. The girl I was supposed to meet, I mean. Her roommate showed up instead, because she didn't want me to wait alone. The girl out there with Smith is the roommate. Ruby's head tilted as she watched him. You like the roommate better, don't you? I do. I think she's... He shook his head, unwilling to say it aloud, despite that it was Ruby sitting across from him and they told each other everything. Well, almost everything. Rafe didn't want to know anything about Carter, and had sworn Ruby to take all of that to her grave without ever whispering a hint of it in his presence. But he didn't know if he could just announce that Meadow was his mate. She's your mate, Ruby said, with more conviction than even Rafe possessed. Obviously. What the hell are you talking about? You've been a basket case since you came back last night, she said. You're grouchy and mean, and the second she walked through the door, you looked like you couldn't breathe. It's obvious. It might be obvious to you, but it's not to her. She's human. At least, I think she's human. That flash of silver in her eyes the night before, when she'd reached the end of her patience with him, still bugged Rafe. He shook his head, took a handful of peanuts from the bag, and started cracking them open over the trash can. And we didn't get off on the right foot. Also obvious, Ruby said under her breath, rolling her eyes. Since she's in a cast, was that your fault? No. Rafe concentrated on the peanuts as he gave Ruby the highlights, well, the lowlights, from the disastrous first meeting with Meadow, and he wanted to storm out at the sheer glee on his sister's face. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been rejected so completely, and Ruby wouldn't let him forget it for years, if ever. Ruby pushed to her feet, still chuckling. Well, you've been hiding back here long enough. Get your ass in gear and go out there and talk to her. Be charming. I know you've got it in you somewhere. Some days I really hate you, Ruby, he said under his breath, but rose slowly and dusted the peanut shells off his hands. I can handle this, Ruby, for real. Don't get involved. I won't. She smiled, but he didn't believe her for a second. At least until you fuck it up and need help convincing the girl to give you another shot. He snorted, yanking on her ponytail like he did when they were kids, and hauled the door open so he could find his courage behind the bar, and abruptly stopped short. Meadow, balanced precariously on her crutches, wobbled past the office toward the bathrooms. His wolf wanted to rush out, pick her up, and carry her where she needed to go, but instead he ducked behind the door so Meadow only saw Ruby when she looked over. And Rafe cursed himself and his sister up and down as Ruby sang out, Well, look at you, honey. Need a hand? Yes, Meadow said, sounding taken aback, and Rafe held his breath. He waited until they'd moved down the hall and the door to the bathroom opened before he peeked out of the office, just in time to catch Meadow's eye as she looked back down the hall. He stood frozen, mouth open to speak, as Meadow stared at him. Then Ruby said something, and the door swung shut, and the spell broke. Rafe ground the heels of his hands against his eyes and aimed a kick at the ratty chair in the office, wanting to throw something or rip the door off its hinges. Great. For the second time, he'd looked like a complete fucking idiot in front of Meadow. He struggled for control as he strode into the bar and took one of the bottles of bourbon down from the very top shelf. He poured himself a shot, took it, then another. By the third shot, Smith raised his eyebrows and tapped the bar near Rafe's shaking hand. "Something wrong?" Rafe cleared his throat against the smooth burn of the liquor and put the bottle away. He gestured for the other bartender to retreat to the far side of the bar and leaned his elbows against the battered wood near where Smith sat. "Okay, help me out, Smith. Why did you bring her here?" The older man smiled with oddly pointed teeth, though they faded quickly back to normal. "I took Meadow to the hospital to have her foot set, and while we were there, she explained how it happened. How a young man insulted her, but then helped her to her car. When she described that man, she described you." Rafe pinched the bridge of his nose. "I didn't mean to—" "I do not normally involve myself in the personal affairs of others," Smith said, slow and even and calm, though Rafe's hair stood on end and the wolf took notice. Something about the old man made the wolf very, very nervous. But the investigator went on, unconcerned. "But Meadow is a dear friend, like a niece to me. She is the closest thing I will ever have to family, Rafe. She is perfectly capable of taking care of herself, as I'm sure she made clear to you yesterday." "Yes," Rafe said, distracted by the memory of her pressed against his side and the dire consequences she threatened. "Air horn, mace, and a taser, if I remember correctly." "Indeed. The mace is quite extraordinary." Another hint of a smile, and Rafe had no doubts that whatever got hit with the mace would never forget it, if it survived. His guts went cold as Smith's eyes grew eerie and icy, the pupils elongating vertically. "But I will tell you something important, Raphael Edward O'Shea. She knows nothing about this side of the city, nothing about shifters, nothing about the conflicts we are both embroiled in. If you hurt her, if your association with her causes her to come to harm, if you make her sad or angry or afraid, you will also make a very powerful enemy. Do you understand?" Rafe's mouth went completely dry. He couldn't look away from Smith's crazy silver eyes and the depthless black pupils. "Yes." The older man's voice dropped lower, and a loud, rushing wind nearly stole the sound away completely. "I will grind your bones to make my bread, and there is not a pack in this world that could save you from my wrath." The wolf started to growl, uncertain, and for a moment the room flickered around them, and Rafe wondered if Smith somehow teleported them away to someplace more dangerous. But the familiar bar felt warm and solid under his hands as he tried to straighten, and Rafe cleared his throat. "I get it, Smith. She's my mate. I would never risk her safety. Ever. The room grew dark around the edges as Smith's expression creased and his eyes narrowed. Your mate. Shit. Rafe wanted to hold his breath, but there wasn't any air left in the room for him to gulp, and his fingers went cold as ice rimmed the bar and the table and everything Rafe could see. He struggled to form words, a denial or a threat or a command to his wolves, but nothing came out. Chapter 6. I'd never been into that particular bar before, mostly because it looked like a dive and Olga didn't hang out in dives. But when Uncle Smith suggested getting a bite to eat after we left the emergency room, I didn't mind. Whatever kind of pain medication they gave me sure helped me not give a shit, as I hobbled in on crutches and everyone stared, but I brushed it off. They stared at Smith, too, and it didn't seem to bother him. So I propped my foot up on an extra chair, wincing as the heavy cast nearly threw my back out, and ordered some sort of appetizer covered in cheese and bacon. I surveyed the bar, intrigued. It seemed like a cool place to hang out, with a pool table, a lot of younger people at the far end of the bar, and some couples eating dinner at tables near the door. I sipped a soda, not willing to mix a beer with the magical painkillers they gave me for fear that would mess with my memory, and studied Smith. How did you find this place? I know the owners, he said, glancing down as his phone rang. He silenced it and folded his hands on the table. I'll introduce you. How is your leg feeling? I almost forgot I have one, I said, laughing. I'm sure it will wear off, but for now, I'm good. Well, almost good. I need to excuse myself for a moment. And I tilted my head at where a battered sign pointed at the bathrooms. Smith got up immediately to help me, handing over the crutches and steadying me as vertigo rolled through me and I wobbled. I smiled and leaned to kiss his cheek. Thank you, Uncle Smith. You're most welcome. Take your time, my dear. He picked up his phone and started catching up on business, and once again a wiggle of guilt struck me that I'd taken him away from his business for an entire day. And he'd already gotten me crutches and helped pick up a handful of prescriptions and even some groceries, chilling in the trunk of his car. I nearly tripped over my good leg as I swung towards the bathroom, so focused on the door to the ladies' room I almost didn't notice as a door opened on my right. For a split second, I thought I saw Rafe standing there, but when I glanced up, only a dark-haired woman with several piercings looked at me. I chalked it up to the pain meds and gratefully accepted her help opening the door to the bathroom so I could navigate my way through. Until I looked back and saw him, silhouetted by the brighter lights in the main bar. Rafe, even more gorgeous in jeans and a sweater with his hair mussed and carrying a bag of something, stood there and stared at me as if he couldn't believe what he saw. The door swung shut and it was just me and the woman in the bathroom, but I kept staring at the door, imagining Rafe must think I was some kind of stalker. My cheeks burned. I took a shaky breath and hobbled into the stall, cursing as I maneuvered the crutches and almost fell into the commode. The woman snorted and said, "Let me hold something, hun." I gritted my teeth as I handed her the crutches and held on to the handrail on the wall as I tried to maneuver my pants and the cast and not drop straight into the toilet. "Thanks. I'm Meadow, by the way." "Ruby," she said. "How'd you hurt your leg?" "I got overly ambitious with my footwear," I said. I didn't mind talking while I peed, but talking to a complete stranger seemed a bit ridiculous. Thank God for the pain meds, lowering my give-a-shit meter to almost 0. And I rolled it running away from a bad date. A bad date, huh? Her teeth flashed wide in the mirror as I opened the door and hopped to the other sink, and she checked her lipstick as I washed my hands. What, was he hideous? Smell bad? Stupid hair? I laughed, drying my hands and looking around for the crutches. Not that bad. He was rude and too good-looking, so I panicked. Even once I had the crutches tucked under my arms and I could brace against them, I wasn't ready to brave the hallway. Maybe Rafe still stood there, waiting for me. My heart leapt, then plummeted. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe he ran as soon as he saw me. Are you hiding in here, honey? Or you got more business to take care of? And her dark eyebrows rose in expressive wings over her eyes. No, I just thought maybe I saw him out there. I forced a smile to my face and my shoulders back. But no use hanging out in here. Thank you, Ruby. Anytime, she said, and held the door open for me. I swung into the hall and didn't want to notice how empty it was. I bit the inside of my cheek and concentrated on not falling on my face as the crutches dug into my sides and the heavy cast on my leg threw off my balance. I felt like a walking sideshow, particularly as I rounded the corner and stumbled to a halt, the attention of every single person in the bar landing on me. Heat climbed my cheeks as I stared back, wondering what the hell happened while we were in the bathroom, but Ruby edged around me and snapped her fingers at the people near the pool table. They immediately jerked into action and became loudly distracted by some of the junk on the walls, and I eyed the tall woman with suspicion. What the hell was going on? I made it exactly 3 more steps before I had to take a breath. Rafe leaned on the bar near where Smith sat, and the two of them looked involved in a deep, dramatic conversation. And Ruby walked right up to the table, smacked her palm on it, and tilted her head back at where I stood. My heart sank as all 3 of them looked at me. It had to be a conspiracy of some sort. I hardened my heart against whatever sort of matchmaking Uncle Smith planned, and swung myself toward the tall chair so I could put my foot up. Well, this is awkward. Smith smiled easily. Not awkward at all, my dear. I've known Rafe and Ruby O'Shea for some time, so when you described the villain from your date last night, I assumed it was the same Rafe. The villain, Ruby said, chuckling. She winked at me and threw a companionable arm around my shoulders. Darlin', I love it. You need a beer or something? No, thanks, I said, flushing as I refused to meet Rafe's gaze. He seemed rattled, but I couldn't understand why. There wasn't any reason for him to look so discomfited because of me. Maybe Smith said something to him. I'm already high on whatever the hospital gave me. Even better, she said. Ruby abruptly straightened, focused on someone on the other side of the room, and said, Excuse me, before marching over to knock some heads together near the pool table. Which left Rafe, Smith, and I at the table in an uncomfortable silence until a waiter slouched over from the back with a few plates of comfort food. My stomach growled at just the smell of bacon and cheese, and I didn't even care that handsome Rafe stood there and watched me dig in. Screw him. I wasn't going to mince around and eat salad just because he looked like he was carved from granite and had probably never eaten anything made of sugar or carbs or fat in his life. A big blonde dude ambled out of the hall near the bathroom, and his face lit up when he spotted Smith. He wandered over and shook my uncle's hand. Smith, great to see you. Smith went through the introductions, and my hand disappeared into the giant blonde's paw. He reminded me of a golden retriever, big and friendly and energetic, eager to please. I smiled despite the nerves of having Rafe close enough to touch, but almost lost my composure as the blonde guy, named Carter, asked to talk to Smith about some private business in the back, and my uncle patted my hand and followed him, leaving me to stare at Rafe and sneak some French fries off Smith's plate. Rafe came around the bar and slid into the seat Smith had vacated, his dark eyes intense as he studied me. "How's your leg?" "Broken," I said, trying to sound cheerful and not as though just the thought of broken bones almost sent me into a panic. I couldn't afford to have a broken foot. I couldn't afford to miss work or pay the extra hospital bills. But with the pain meds and a pile of nachos in front of me, it didn't really matter that much. Pretty badly, from what the doc said. I cracked a bunch of the small bones in my ankle and the top of my foot, so they can't do anything to set it, and I just have to... I trailed off as I realized I babbled, unnerved by his presence and the easy way he occupied all the space next to me. He hadn't seemed that big the night before, but he damn well took up a lot of room. He smiled. "You have to what?" "I forget." I flushed and concentrated on the food, shaking my head. "How do you know my uncle?" "Smith?" Rafe leaned back and frowned as he studied the room, his graceful fingers drumming on the table. "He works a lot with some friends of mine, and he's helped out several people I know. Since we're all pretty close, we consider him part of the family." Part of the family. Lucky Uncle Smith, to have an extra family like Rafe and Ruby and Carter. A surge of jealousy made me unwise, and I sipped from Smith's beer just to get the taste of anger out of my mouth. Even nachos didn't help. I had no one in the city, just Smith, and despite him being kind of an odd duck, he managed to surround himself with good people, good friends. I had Olga and her wannabe rock star. When I looked up, Rafe leaned to retrieve a fresh soda and a glass of water for me as well, sliding them next to my plate. He said gently, "Probably not a good idea to mix beer and the stuff that's making you so loopy." "I'm not loopy," I said, with as much dignity as I could muster. Even though he was right, and I'd thought the same thing only a few minutes before, Dad always said I was too stubborn and contrary for my own good. Always looking for trouble, and if I didn't find it, I made it up. Or so they said. And since I've been making all sorts of bad choices lately, what's another one? He smiled, the first easy expression I'd seen on him all night, and rested his chin on his fist so he could study me. "Oh, what other bad choices have you been making, Meadow?" The way he said my name sent shivers all the way through me, even into the blurry area of my broken leg, and I wanted to giggle. I could come up with all kinds of bad choices to make with him. "Well, these nachos to start. Bad choice. Borrowing Olga's heels. Bad choice. Going on Olga's date for her? Bad choice. Having Olga as a roommate even though she takes my food and borrows my car and doesn't fill it up, and her boyfriends are usually addicted to something and try to steal my stuff. That's like a million bad choices." "Well," he said, and tapped the edge of the plate before he nudged it closer to me. "I happen to know those nachos have healing properties, so that probably qualifies as a good choice." "Liar," I said, unable to hide my smile. He had ridiculously long eyelashes, the kind I would have killed for. Instead, I bought fake ones and almost blinded myself with glue. Lucky bastard. Rafe made a grumbly sound, and his elbow bumped mine on the table until I looked at him. His voice went all deep and husky, a soft secret between us. "And I happen to think the only bad decision you've made lately is not giving me your phone number. So that's easily remedied." I laughed. "Oh, really? Maybe that was the only good decision I've made in weeks." "How could that be a good decision?" He seemed pleased, or at least entertained, and smiled more. "Because you look like someone who's going to break my heart." I tried to school myself into a stern expression. "And I'm not about to put up with that." "Never." His face grew thoughtful, and I jumped when I felt his fingers rest against the back of my hand in a gentle caress. "Meadow, please know I would never, ever hurt you. Smith would murder me horribly if I even thought about being less than a perfect gentleman."
"I might murder you first," I said, and regretted it. Who the hell threatened a guy when he was trying to ask her out? I wanted to slap my forehead and crawl under the table.
"I remember," Rafe said, dark eyes searching my face, and heat ignited in my cheeks. He smiled enough that I saw the white edges of his teeth. "Air horn, mace, and taser. In that order, or do you like to mix it up?"
"I can't tell you that. It'll ruin the surprise."
I shook my head and reached for the soda, wishing someone would open the door so some of that winter air would drive the heat from my cheeks. Holy hell.
"You're very confident."
"Normally, yes, but you're knocking me back a step, Meadow." He gestured at one of the younger men milling around the pool tables, and almost immediately the kid retrieved 2 fresh beers from behind the bar. He grinned bashfully at me before he retreated back to the pool table, although Rafe didn't seem to have noticed that we'd drawn the attention of the entire damn bar. They must have been his friends to watch him so closely. Maybe there was a bet. I pushed away the surge of uncertainty. Smith wouldn't bring me into a situation like that. I took the ale Rafe offered and sipped it. "Why do you say that?" "I didn't expect you," he said. "And usually my world is very orderly. You are a very nice surprise. But that means I'm not quite sure how to ask you out." The ale was a bad idea. My thoughts went all bubbly and fuzzy at the same time, and I saw us together in a sudden flash, comfortable and at home in a fancy apartment. My imagination took off with it, showing me wedding pictures and baby pictures for kids who would never exist, and a business and a perfect life. Perfection, dressed up like Rafe. I shook it off and tried to smile. "That's easy. You shouldn't." "Why not?" I hesitated, my gaze drifting to the pool table and the group of people still waiting expectantly, and took a deep breath. Just as I geared up to tell him my world wouldn't fit with his, and I tended to misinterpret things and needed a low-stress world, the bell over the door rang, a convenient distraction. I looked up, blinking as the cold air swirled in a cloud of snow, and with it came a wolf. A wolf? It couldn't be. I frowned and tried to wipe away the mirage, certain it was a hallucination or a product of the medication or my overactive imagination. Wolves didn't run around the city. Maybe it was a big dog. Puzzled, I watched as a giant fucking wolf leapt into the bar and launched straight up. At Rafe. At me. A scream died in my throat as the animal snarled, and all I could see were its teeth. Chapter 7. Rafe thought he was making progress with Meadow when the door opened and a rogue wolf leapt through the door. It bounded at Meadow, and something broke in Rafe's head. He didn't mean to shift, didn't mean to reveal that side of himself, but there was no other way to save her. He met the intruder teeth to teeth, and fought it back despite sudden spikes of pain in his shoulder where the bastard struck home. Rafe snarled, and the pack rushed forward. Which was just as well because the intruder wasn't alone. More wolves poured through the door, and Rafe fought harder, trying to keep them away from Meadow even as his paws slid on the bloody floor. Ruby howled and threw a table across the bar before launching into her wolf form. One of the pack members who remained human scrambled to the door and slammed it shut, barricading it so no one else could get in. And no one could get out. Rafe concentrated only on the next wolf to fight, blood filling his mouth, and put down a third or fourth wolf. There seemed to be dozens of them, snapping and snarling and foaming at the mouth, and he had a split second to wonder if they were diseased or high. There was no other reason for a pack of shifters to change and run into a bar in a heavily populated part of the city on a Friday night. At least there weren't any humans left in the bar, except for Meadow and Smith. A roar shook the bar as Carter finally got pissed off enough to change to his lion form, and a gold streak distracted Rafe just as one of the wolves drove into his side and knocked him off his feet. He snarled and fought back, panic restricting his chest as he caught sight of Meadow fending off a beast with one of her crutches. Rafe charged the bastard, hating that Meadow screamed and tried to jump onto the bar despite the weight of her cast, and wrenched the wolf away. Blood dripped into his eyes, and Rafe shook his head, looking around at the disaster being made of his bar. The intruders kept fighting, regardless of how many wounds and broken bones they sustained. They just wouldn't stop. He crouched in front of Meadow and braced himself to kill as many wolves as it took to protect her. Carter the lion slid and crashed through half a dozen tables, turning them into kindling, and something else rushed the door from the outside. Rafe snarled. He'd die before any of them touched Meadow, before any got close enough to really look at her. Just as Rafe prepared to go down fighting two mad-eyed wolves, an eerie whistle started on the other side of the bar. He didn't dare look away from the intruders, but a pearlescent glow filled the room until it blinded him. A voice that shook like thunder rolled through the bar and almost knocked him off his feet, and every one of the enemy wolves dropped to the ground, dead. Rafe blinked to clear his vision as the glow faded, and saw Smith standing among the broken tables, his hands raised. The man had never looked so terrifying. Rafe's hackles rose and a growl vibrated through his chest, and he retreated closer to Meadow, just in case. Smith shook himself and the glow disappeared. The wind died down, and everything in the bar turned to silence, except for Meadow, practically hyperventilating where she sat half on the bar. Rafe braced himself and forced himself back to human form. Being alpha came first, at least for now. Once he could talk, he started issuing orders to the rest of the pack to clean up, check the perimeter, and figure out a defense in case more of the intruders showed up. Sirens rose in the distance, and he cursed, turning to survey the damage. If the cops showed up, there was no way to explain the dead wolves, the blood, and the broken furniture, but mostly the wolves. He snapped, and everyone changed, working silently to drag the wolf bodies into the storeroom. Ruby and Carter limped upstairs and threw down clothes so everyone could at least put on sweatpants, old jeans, or coveralls. He dragged on sweatpants and finally approached Meadow, even though he could feel the strength draining out of him as his wounds bled. "Meadow," he said, and his voice rasped into nothingness. The rest of the room grew dark as he focused on her, concentrating all of his remaining strength on staying on his feet and close to her. She still looked panicked, on the verge of falling apart, and he hated it. He wanted to hold her, to reassure her, but when he shuffled a step closer, she sucked in a frightened breath and nearly fell off the back of the bar. "Let me." Smith brushed past him and held out a hand to Meadow, though something about him seemed to radiate static and gave Rafe goosebumps. The wolf growled as Smith did the work Rafe wanted to do, but at least Meadow slid down from the bar and leaned against the investigator. The sirens grew louder and Rafe cursed, trying to formulate an explanation. "Okay, guys, there was a brawl. College-aged white dudes, probably drunk frat guys, mixed it up. We stopped them, threw them out, but the damage was done. That's the story. Got it?" The pack nodded, and a few tried to repair chairs enough to sit down, and 2 retrieved the overstuffed medical bag from the back room. Rafe wanted desperately to explain to Meadow, to reassure her, but there wasn't time. Instead, he nodded at the back staircase, past the bathrooms and storeroom, and said tersely to Smith, "Probably better if you guys wait upstairs until the cops leave. There's a couch in the living room where she can put her leg up." "Very well." Smith hardly blinked as he helped Meadow with the crutches, as if he saw wolf brawls every night, and they disappeared up the stairs just as the flashing lights of the police cruisers pulled up outside. Rafe braced himself for a long night and tried to wipe some of the blood off his chest with a bar towel as he limped toward the barred door to let the cops in. No telling which of their neighbors called the cops. Most of the bars and businesses in the area did better when cops weren't involved, although seeing a pack of wolves racing into the bar might have pushed the bounds of acceptability. He rubbed his temples at an odd rushing sound in his ears, tasting blood, and braced himself on the wall before he pitched face first into the bar. Ruby took one look at him, at the wounds all over his chest, and shook her head. "Nope, you're going upstairs too." "You're about to pass out," she said under her breath so the pack wouldn't hear. No use telegraphing his weaknesses. Then she raised her voice and slapped his shoulder. "Go upstairs and make sure your mate is okay. We can handle the cops." When Rafe tried to object, she gave him the no-nonsense look he recognized from their mother, and he knew he'd already lost. So he concentrated on striding toward the back hall as some of his guys cheered and clapped, every inch of him cold and clammy with desperate adrenaline and panic. She'd almost been injured, could have been killed, and all because of those fucking rogue wolves. He used the handrail to haul himself up the last few steps and fell through the door into the shared apartment. Meadow looked up in panic as he walked in, and Smith rose from where he sat on the coffee table in front of her, clearly trying to explain. Smith frowned. "Young man, you don't look well." "I'm fine," he said. Then the ground rushed up and everything went dark. Chapter 8. After all hell broke loose, everything got blurry and confused. It looked like wolves raced into the bar, and then suddenly Rafe was also a wolf, and everyone else turned into wolves, and they fought until blood spattered everything. When one lunged at me, I tried to climb over the bar as the wolf I thought was Rafe skidded in between me and the snarling beast. There might have been a lion. And then Uncle Smith stood up and started glowing, raised his hands, and all the bad wolves just fell down. Everyone started turning human again, and then the bar filled with naked men and a couple of women, including Rafe's sister, who had a lot of piercings. A lot. I definitely shouldn't have sipped that beer. My cheeks burned when Rafe approached, naked, covered in open wounds and blood, and I tried to focus on his face. Whatever he said passed me by in a weird roaring, even though I focused on his mouth and tried to read his lips, but nothing seemed to work. It was only when Smith took my arm and helped me up the stairs in the back hallway that I started to feel normal. By the time we reached a large living room behind a simple door and I collapsed on a battered leather sofa in the middle of the room, I was almost okay with having seen people turn into animals, if that was what actually happened. I crossed my fingers in the hope that it was just another hallucination. I wouldn't mind a break in rehab for exhaustion if it meant all of that craziness hadn't happened, and there really weren't people who turned into animals. Smith didn't say anything for a long time as he fussed over me, helping prop my cast up on the arm of the sofa and a couple of pillows, and retrieved ice packs from the small kitchen across from the living room. Then he eased onto the coffee table next to the couch and took a deep breath as he looked at me. "Well, today has been somewhat more eventful than I planned. We'll wait up here for a bit, at least until the police depart. Then I'll take you back to your apartment." "You don't seem surprised by this. By them. What they turned into." I tried to form complete sentences, but my thoughts clicked along too slowly. For as much time as I spent in the New Age bookstore, reading tarot cards for tourists and some regulars, it never occurred to me to think that that sort of magic actually existed in the world. "And you glowed." Yes, I suppose I did." He frowned, and for a second his pupils grew vertical, like a cat's. I held my breath. He didn't deny it. He agreed. He'd seen it all, too. Smith rubbed his jaw and finally laughed a little. "I'd hoped not to have this conversation with you for a long time, Meadow, if at all. I am not entirely human. There are many people in this city who are not human. Shifters, some witches, different sorts of fae."
"Fae?"
It could still all be a product of the pain meds from the hospital. That sip of beer could have triggered some weird interaction and caused me to hallucinate all of this, including Smith telling me he wasn't human. My mother always said I had an overactive imagination.
"What do you mean?"
"Fae, what most people call fairy. There are many types of fae." Half of his mouth curled up in something close to a smile. "But we can discuss that a bit later, if you're interested."
"Who are you?" I asked in a bare whisper. Everything I knew about the world grew shaky and uncertain. It was worse than the first time I'd ever told a psychiatrist the things I heard and saw, and I saw the expression of someone who really, truly thought I was crazy. My hands trembled as I brushed hair out of my face. "What are you?"
"I am your Uncle Smith," he said, catching my hand in his and squeezing my fingers. "Dear Meadow, there is a lot I need to tell you. You are not entirely human either." Everything in me went still. Not human. I stared at him, trying to come up with something to say. Anything. But nothing worked. I might have sat there for hours, frozen in disbelief, but the door creaked open. I bolted upright, ready to flee if another wolf came charging up the stairs, but instead Rafe tottered around the corner and into the living room. He looked terrible, gray-faced, breathing unevenly and with a weird whistling noise, and blood drenched almost every visible inch of him. Smith got to his feet and immediately reached for him, but Rafe stared at me with such intensity my heart skipped. He took a single step, reaching out for me, and fell flat on his face. Smith cursed under his breath and shook his head, saying something about stupid young men, and he caught Rafe's arm. He dragged him up and managed to support Rafe, draping his arm over his shoulders, and nodded at one of the doors that led away from the living room. "That's his room. Would you open the door for me, Meadow?" Right. I unstuck myself from the couch, though part of me remained riveted to the "you're not human" conversation, and limped over to the door. I turned the light on and hurried to the bed, dragging the blankets and sheets back until Smith could lower Rafe on his back onto the clean, cream-colored sheets. I flushed just at being in Rafe's room, and jumped when Smith glanced around and headed back toward the living room. "He should be healing faster. We might need help, but for now I'll get the first aid kit. Just keep him quiet, Meadow." Keep him quiet? How the hell would I do that? The man was unconscious, his chest rising and falling in bare increments, and I was too scared to touch him. I hated blood. I really hated blood. And I hated seeing Rafe. Gorgeous, intimidating, strong Rafe. Helpless as a newborn kitten and slowly bleeding his life away. For the first time ever, I really hoped it was all a product of my imagination. I swallowed trepidation and sat on the bed next to him, trying not to notice the furnishings and the private details that told me more about him than he'd had a chance to himself. The furniture was simple but clearly quality, reinforced by the softness of the sheets. They had to be a ridiculous thread count. It looked like the kind of bed where you could nap all afternoon. Even what I could see through the open door to his closet was neat and tidy, orderly, like he'd said. He wasn't nearly so scary while unconscious. My fingers trembled as I touched his shoulder, surprised at the burning heat in his skin, and I jumped as Smith reappeared. He dropped a large black bag on the bed next to Rafe and started unloading supplies. He tossed me gauze and bandages and antibacterial cream and said, "Start on that side." We worked in silence, starting with Rafe's chest, then rolling him to the side so Smith could bandage his back. I held Rafe propped up, touching his face, and almost dropped him and fell off the bed when he moved. Rafe's hand slid over the sheets, searching for something, and he groaned. Smith frowned at me as he tried to attach an enormous bandage to a wicked series of claw marks on Rafe's lower back. "Talk to him, Meadow." I cleared my throat and tried to think of something that didn't sound stupid. Rafe's eyes opened and searched the room, unfocused and desperate, and the breath rattled in his throat. He tried to sit up, tried to move, and I panicked. I caught his face in my hands. "Hey, don't move. Just relax. We're almost done." "Meadow," he said, a rough exhale, and he went limp again. But he didn't struggle. His hand found mine and squeezed, and I flushed even more as I squeezed back. Even if he did turn into a wolf, he'd tried to protect me. He'd jumped between me and at least 2 other wolves, and gotten injured as a result. It was my fault he lay on that bed, bleeding. My vision blurred and I couldn't breathe, choking on tears and guilt. My fault. Rafe groaned and tried to lift his head, reaching for me with his other hand. "It's okay." I laughed, though it was a little teary, and I touched his face. He was the one injured and hurting, and he tried to reassure me. I patted his cheek, flushing to think that Uncle Smith sat right there smiling to himself as I sort of flirted with Rafe. "I'm sorry you got hurt, Rafe." "Just a scratch," he said, a husky breath of sound. His eyes remained closed, but a hint of a smile touched his mouth. "Worth it." Who were they? Who were those wolves? I tripped over the word, still not wanting to admit that there might actually be people in the world who turned into animals, and that I sat next to one and held his hand and tried not to picture him gloriously naked, fine-boned and strapped with muscle. I shivered. Rafe's expression tightened and he shook his head. "Don't worry. I'll handle it. There is a rival pack outside the city. They've been trying to take over the O'Shea Pack territory for a month or so now. "No doubt this was another attempt," Smith said, taping the last bandage across Rafe's side and back. He gestured at me, and I helped ease Rafe to his back. My uncle eyed me for a moment, then arched an eyebrow. "There are several wounds on his legs that I should treat. Keep your eyes forward, young lady." I laughed, but my cheeks caught fire. Rafe cracked an eye open and glared at Smith. "Don't embarrass her." I winced as I tried to adjust my leg and cast, and bit my lip to keep from complaining as the meds started to wear off. My ankle throbbed again, getting worse, but it paled in comparison to what Rafe no doubt suffered. But I concentrated on Rafe's face as Smith removed his sweatpants and started to bandage the long slices and gouges in his legs. Rafe winced and reached for my hand again, sighing when he finally captured it. He took a deep breath. "Bad Creek has never been this violent. Usually they're underhanded and sneaky. A full assault on the bar on a Friday night when they know most of the pack will be here is absurd. It's suicide." "They went straight for you," Smith said, and I resisted the urge to turn and check his progress as tape tore and bandage wrappers crinkled. "If they knocked you off, they'd stand a much better chance of taking over the pack. Once the pack is beheaded and leaderless, they could probably cultivate one of your betas to help them take over peacefully. A smart strategy if they'd succeeded." I tried to concentrate through the increasing pain in my ankle and the odd fluttering in my stomach from the way Rafe's hand periodically tightened on mine, as if reassuring himself that he still touched me. None of what they said made sense. A rival pack? Targeting an alpha? Smith cleared his throat. "All done." Rafe exhaled. "It wasn't a smart strategy." "No kidding," I said under my breath, and he smiled again. But he also forced an eye open to search for Smith. "They forgot about Ruby, and about Carter. They hadn't planned on him. And even if they'd managed to finish me off, Ruby is still alpha, so the pack would have continued under her leadership." "So it seems." Smith frowned, rubbing his jaw. "We should probably gather the council." "Council?" I finally had to ask, my brain hurting too much from trying to follow them. "What council?" "There's a council for all the alphas in the city," Rafe said, and his hand rested on my leg, just above the cast. "Ruby and I are on it. So is Carter's brother. Smith is a consulting member. If any issues come up among the shifters, the council tries to handle it before it gets out of hand. But Bad Creek has gotten out of hand. Very much so. They've endangered my life as well as my niece's." Smith's expression hardened as he packed up the first aid bag. He looked scarier than I could ever remember seeing him. "Did any of them escape before we barred the door?" Rafe lifted his head, looking somewhat more clear-eyed. I leaned to place another pillow under his head, and flushed more as he smiled at me. Holy hell, that man had a beautiful smile. "I don't know," Smith said. "We can probably check the cameras outside, but we have to assume at least one was able to get in and back out again. Why?" Rafe's hand tightened on my wrist, then ghosted over my leg, just above my knee. "Because they saw me defending Meadow. They know she's important." I blinked, then shook my head. "I'm not important. What do you mean?" Smith pinched the bridge of his nose, and his words came out low and cold. "Damn it, Rafe. This is exactly what I warned you about. You've endangered her." "I protected her," Rafe said, going up on his elbows as fury animated him. The bandages gapped and bunched, and more than one spotted with blood.
"It's not my fault that—"
"You claimed her in front of them." Smith's eyes did the weird thing again, and his hands started to look incandescent. "You fought for her. Now she's marked, and they will use her as a pawn against you. She's in danger, and even I may not be able to protect her."
"She's my mate,"
Rafe snarled, and his grip crushed my thigh.
"She won't be in danger. I will protect her. She's in danger precisely because she's your mate."
Smith's teeth grew smaller and pointier, and my heart jumped to my throat. I couldn't breathe. Mate? I lurched to my feet and almost fell as the cast tangled with my good leg. "What the hell are you two talking about?"
"Everyone take a deep breath,"
someone said from the doorway, and when I looked up, Ruby stood there with her arms folded and the giant blonde guy behind her. Ruby frowned as she edged past Smith, though she gave him plenty of room, and held out her hand to me.
"Come on, let's go sit in the living room before we both drown in all the testosterone."
Rafe growled as he kept a tight grip on my hand, and my breath caught as Ruby's eyes got a dangerous glint. I suddenly knew what a chew toy felt like, caught between two dogs. Smith's eyes darkened and a sudden static filled the room. I braced for the lightning strike. Chapter 9. Rafe waited for Smith to strike him dead, but Carter cleared his throat and eased around Ruby to smile at Meadow.
"Rafe, I'm sure Meadow's leg hurts, doesn't it?"
"Yes."
"Well, we can't have you laying down here. The sheets are a mess. Ruby and Rafe will let go of your arms."
And the lion paused, frowning at the siblings. Then his easy smile returned as his gold eyes turned to Meadow.
"There we go. Come with me and we'll put your foot up while these three sort things out."
And by the significant look Carter gave them, he expected them to sort everything out like adults. Meadow took a shaky breath, eyes wide with fear, and hobbled after Carter into the living room. Rafe caught a glimpse of the lion helping her sit on the couch with her cast elevated, but then Ruby kicked the door shut and rounded on him.
"What the fuck is wrong with you?"
"She's my mate," Rafe said, clenching his fists in the sheets. His favorite Egyptian cotton sheets, ruined with blood and crap. Those fucking wolves.
"I'll protect her."
"You'll try," Ruby said. "But right now you're not in any condition to protect yourself, much less her. So suck back the ego, hero, and consider the best thing for your mate right now."
"The best thing is being with me,"
he snapped. The wolf wanted to charge into the other room and curl up next to her, regardless of what Smith and Ruby said. The investigator stood with folded arms near the door, gray eyes oddly more yellow with flashes of silver. It still felt like lightning would strike him dead, but Rafe didn't care. Ruby ran her hands through her hair and scowled at him.
"You're being a stubborn dick, Rafe. The girl has no idea what's going on. She just saw an attack by wolves, and she didn't even know shifters existed. Mr. Sparkle over here says she might be in danger, and I'm inclined to agree. Bad Creek has zero qualms about kidnapping shifter kids, so they damn well won't have any issues with torturing or killing your mate to get you to surrender yourself. Take a breath and think about it, jackass."
Mr. Sparkle. Smith did not appreciate that, sliding Ruby a look that should have sent sparks off all of her piercings, but she ignored him and instead leveled an impervious look at Rafe. The wolf didn't want to think rationally. The wolf wanted their mate. He wanted her in bed with Rafe, safe and comfortable and warm. Rafe's teeth ached as he clenched his jaw. Pain throbbed through his chest as the wounds continued to bleed. I have to explain to her. I don't want her to leave unless I can explain everything to her." "I will explain," Smith said. "I will take her home and make sure she understands. Staying here is not an option." "We have a guest room." Ruby held up her hands when Smith glared at her, and she retreated a bit closer to the door. "I'm just saying, does she live alone? Can she stay with you, Smith? If they catch her alone, I don't see it ending well for her, not with a cast and being unable to shift." Ruby eyed the Fae, and her words came out slow and even, as if she didn't want to piss him off by asking a question they all wanted to know the answer to. "Unless she's some kind of non-human who would be able to defend herself by glowing and making everyone in the room drop dead at the exact same moment." Rafe fervently wished Meadow could do the same sort of tricks that Smith could, or even Eloise, Carter's sister-in-law and a half-Medusa. At least Eloise could paralyze anyone who tried to kill her. Meadow wouldn't even be able to run away, not with that damn cast. The investigator scowled at them both, but eventually the anger faded from his gaze. "She is not what I am. Meadow is a muse. She inspires others and can sometimes hear whispers of possibilities from the future." Ruby's eyebrows arched. "She can tell the future?" "Not at all." Smith sighed and turned to pace the short distance from the door to the far wall. When he turned, he'd regained the implacable expression he usually wore. "She gets flashes of possibilities, that's all. Nothing is guaranteed. The future depends on millions of decisions in fractions of a second, all of them dependent on sentient beings, among others. So it is impossible to know or understand what the future will hold. But as a muse, she can guess, and her guesses will be far better than any human's. Unfortunately, she grew up in an environment that stifled that gift. If she were aware of her ability and trained, she might be able to inspire anyone who wished her harm with other courses of action. But otherwise, she has no defensive capabilities." Rafe took a deep breath, wincing and holding his side as what felt like broken ribs dug into his chest. A muse. She inspired others. No wonder he felt like a different person around her. It would be hard to know whether it was just the mate bond, or her working voodoo on him. It made him the slightest bit uneasy. What if she wasn't his mate? What if the muse magic confused him and made him think she was his? Smith frowned at him. "Questioning your mate already, Rafe. So much for loyalty among wolves." "I'm trying to keep up," Rafe said, a growled warning in his tone. The wolf loved her, wanted her, and so did Rafe. But that didn't mean he couldn't question how that came about. "I don't know many muses, jackass, so cut me some slack." "No," Smith said before Ruby could intervene. "She's already cut you slack for your deplorable behavior last night, as well as tonight, so I don't feel like giving you the same benefit of the doubt. You've been nothing but trouble for my niece, and I would appreciate it if you would stay away from her, far away, until she decides she wants something to do with you." "You can't take her away." Rafe intended for it to be a defiant statement, a bellow of possessive rage, but it came out broken, fearful. "She's my mate. She can't leave." He might have imagined the softening around Smith's eyes, but the investigator didn't otherwise look swayed. "She's going to tonight. Heal yourself and deal with those who attacked you. Then worry about whether you can convince Meadow to stay with you." Smith opened the door and slipped through, and left Rafe staring at his sister. Ruby's head tilted as she looked at him, and her voice reached him, soft and regretful. You going to be okay, Rafe? I don't know. His chest hurt, and not just from the bites and whatever the bastards used to keep him from healing. He could feel Meadow out in the living room, could feel it as she and Smith left. I need her back, Ruby Lee. I know. She sighed and flopped onto the bed next to him, leaning her head against his as she patted his hand. Brother, we'll figure it out. She's got a lot to figure out, and not just about you. If she doesn't know what she is, that's a tough thing to sort out, even on her own. She can't be part of a pair until she knows who she is as a single, you know? You might have to just give her time. We don't have time. Rafe clenched his jaw and stared up at the ceiling, his heart sinking. Bad Creek will attack again. They'll aim for the weakest link, and right now, that's her. Smith can't be with her all the time. She lives with a roommate the size of a toothpick, and she still has to go to work. How am I supposed to protect her if I can't get close to her? Well, Ruby said, rubbing her eyes, we can shadow her, send some of the pack to follow her, or we can ask Eloise or Sophia to make friends with her. I can try to keep track of her, but I'm just as much a target as you are. Rafe didn't bother to look as Carter stuck his head into the room and said, Sorry, Rafe. She looked about ready to fall apart. Give her a couple of days, then re-engage. She asked me to let her know when you're feeling better, so that's a good sign, right? If they had a couple of days. Valentine's Day was 2 weeks away, and Rafe meant to take her someplace really nice. Flowers, candy, a limo, the works. Do all the cliché Valentine shit. He managed to grind out the words. Sure, as long as Bad Creek doesn't kill one of us before then. Edgar's on his way over to talk about the attack, Ruby said. And Kaiser as well. He's bringing Owen, so at least you'll have a real medic stitch you up this time. He'll have the good meds, too. Try to get some sleep, brother, and I'll fill you in tomorrow. I'll check on Meadow later tonight. They both left, holding hands, and Rafe wanted to throw something at them. Instead, he stared into the darkness and waited for Owen, werebear and medic, to show up and knock him out before the pain drove him insane. The wolf paced in the back of his mind, uneasy with Meadow being hurt and far away, regardless of whether Smith stayed with her. Bad Creek might have been pushed back tonight, but their attack didn't make any sense. They would regroup and try again. Try something different. Something unexpected. They never attacked the same way twice. And Meadow wouldn't see them coming. She was too sweet. Too trusting. He covered his face and tried to calm the wolf. He needed to plan. To figure out how to protect Meadow and still give her the room she needed to understand and accept who and what he was. Clearly, Bad Creek had a plan. If he figured that out, he would also know how to protect Meadow. The wolf might be so impatient he nearly jumped out of his skin, but Rafe would wait forever for her. She was worth it. Chapter 10. Smith didn't take me back to my apartment. Instead, we headed to a fancy old row house on the other side of the city, in a neighborhood of crumbling grandeur and brick facades that had seen better days. I'd never seen Smith's house before, and tried to memorize as many details as possible as he helped me out of his car and up the 6 steps to the door. He carried my bag and groceries and a handful of other things, including the beautiful wooden cane he'd lent me, and carefully ushered me into the foyer. When he finally flipped on the lights, the place left me speechless. It suited him perfectly. Classic yet timeless, understated extravagance and quality. It looked like old money, like the kind of place you'd see as someone's summer home at the Cape. I looked at him with raised eyebrows, and Smith had the grace to flush just slightly. I like the location. Yeah, so do I. I hobbled after him on my crutches as Smith headed into the main floor, dropping bags and things as he went. He tapped a glowing green spot on the wall, and I paused to look at it as odd sigils flared and then faded. "What's that?" "It's a ward, so I will know if anyone breaches the house." Smith pointed me to a comfortable couch. "Now sit, and I will get you something to drink so you can take your medication. Then you're straight to bed." "Not so fast, friend." I rubbed my face and struggled to concentrate as the pain radiating from my ankle began to give me a headache. "Can we rewind and go back over a few things?" "Like what?" He looked too innocent as he handed me a pill bottle and a glass of water. How about that part where you said I'm not human? How about we start there?" He smiled and eased into the armchair across from the couch. "Not entirely human, my dear." "Right, my mistake." I struggled to sit up and still keep my leg elevated. Too many questions swirling through my thoughts to land on one or even prioritize. "So, what the hell am I? What's going on? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Smith sighed. "You are a muse. The reincarnation of a muse, that is. The powers pass to another only after one muse passes away. I started looking for you when the last muse died, but I did not find you soon enough." "What do you mean?" I tried to filter through the painful fog in my head back to the first few times I'd met Smith, shaking my head. He looked for me, which meant he didn't really know my parents. "Your parents had a bit of fey blood, and somehow that combined to make you a receptive host for the muse powers. But they didn't know anything about fey or magic or anything. They just wanted normal. They didn't know how to deal with your powers when they started to manifest." My heartbeat echoed slow and loud in my ears. I felt as if I stood on the edge of a cliff, and he would reveal a secret that would push me over the edge. It would either kill me or give me the wings to fly. I didn't dare hold my breath. "So what do you—" "I used some of my magic to convince them that I was an old friend. If they'd known anything about us, about how to protect you, I would have moved on. But they didn't. And by the time you were 4 and could convince them not to punish you for small things, they had you in therapy and considered committing you." I shook my head. "They wouldn't have—" "They nearly did," he said, gentle, almost kind, apologetic. I couldn't think, couldn't concentrate as he went on. "You saw other fey. You knew perfectly well there was magic in the world, but they convinced you it was only your imagination. You started to shut down." My vision blurred until he disappeared into a watery smudge. "So, all of that was real? Everything I saw, it was real?" "Yes." He inclined his head and waited. I couldn't breathe. I daydreamed about pixies and fairies and little creatures who shimmered and danced around me, who waited on my windowsill until I got home from school. I talked to them, told them stories, and envisioned complex histories and dramas around them, until my parents and teachers and every adult in my life told me I needed to stop living in my head, needed to make real friends, needed to move on from childish daydreams. My chest hurt until I could hardly feel anything else, anything except betrayal. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "I saw how much you struggled to be normal," he said, and reached to touch my hand, a glancing reassurance that almost pushed me off the cliff and into the abyss below. "How terrible the price to your mental health. You convinced yourself magic did not exist, Meadow. How could I have taken that from you when you worked so hard? I feared it would push you into a true panic. I didn't want to risk it. And since you seemed happy enough until you got to school, I thought it better to leave well enough alone." I covered my face and closed my eyes, wanting to ignore everything he said. Life would have been easier if I was just a little bit crazy and magic didn't actually exist. If there wasn't really a glowing green symbol on his wall to protect us from marauding werewolves. Right. School. Yes. Smith took a deep breath, and the sound of his clothes rustling almost distracted me from the terrible words. I'm glad I was there for that. I'm glad you've nearly recovered, Meadow. Nearly recovered? I have a shitty apartment with a shallow roommate and a job reading tarot and stalking incense at a hippie bookstore. How is that nearly recovered? A hint of a smile touched his face. Then Smith looked at me impassively. My dear, I thought you'd tried to kill yourself. Everyone thought so. Well, I didn't. My cheeks burned and I wanted to hide my face again, but he needed to see the truth of what I said. He needed to see my eyes and know I wouldn't tolerate any more of that bullshit. I didn't. I thought I saw something and went to the balcony to look. Olga saw me leaning and she flipped out. She wouldn't listen to me. And then no one would listen to me because I was just the crazy girl who tried to jump off the balcony and sometimes talks to herself. Smith nodded, and something flashed in his eyes. I know that now. I should have said something sooner, Meadow, and let you know you're not alone in this. I'm sorry. I should have known. And again my eyes burned, and I had to look away. He was the first person who told me I wasn't alone, and I believed him. A knot in my throat made it difficult to speak. Well, I know now, so thank you. Of course, my dear. He retrieved a dark bottle from the sideboard and poured himself a glass of something dark and fragrant, but when he offered me some, I waved it away. When I talked to someone about not being crazy and tried to figure out what kind of supernatural creature I was, I needed to be as clear-headed as possible. Smith sipped and studied the liquid in his glass, frowning. We can talk more about this at length, but there is a book I would like you to read first. We can get into the practical details after you've got the basics down. A book? A laugh escaped before I could clamp my lips together, and I rubbed my forehead. There's a book on how to be a muse? Well, there's a book of collected myths and stories about muses. He smiled very faintly, and his pupils elongated into something surreal and disconcerting. Not all fae are so lucky. What are you? I asked, sitting forward. The book could wait. He blinked, and his eyes went back to normal. Smith shrugged one shoulder and took another drink. That is something best left for another discussion. I am quite old, my dear, and there are a lot of misconceptions about my kind. So rather than dump all that on you at once, perhaps we should wait until another time. I wanted to pout. Does Rafe know what you are? Does anyone? A few fae, he said after a long silence. And no, the shifters do not know who or what I am. Some of my colleagues and compatriots know the full extent of my powers and reputation, but they are very few. It is safer, really, for them and for me, if we are all somewhat in the dark. The shifters only recently learned that the fae were more than simple fairy tales as well. They are still debating how we fit into their city, and though I mourn the loss of our anonymity, it may be for the best. We are stronger together. I searched my memory for any stories that matched Smith's demeanor or looks, but found nothing. Maybe he had more books laying around and I could find the answers there. I stifled a yawn and tried to focus on the questions still knocking around in my brain, and all of them had to do with the dark-haired man who'd called me his mate. What does it mean, what you and Rafe were talking about? That I'm his mate? What is that? Smith took a very deep breath, as if he had to draw the air all the way up from his toes and the earth beneath.
Yes, about that. It is a phenomenon unique to the shifters. Each one is born with a true mate, a fated mate. Sometimes they are lucky enough to find the mate, but it grows more and more difficult as the shifter numbers dwindle. Rafe believes you are his mate. For him, that means that you are a part of his soul. You're supposed to be in his life. And he and his wolf would do anything, move the world itself, if you asked. It's a love that I simply cannot fathom. I am not built that way, for that kind of emotion. But humans can come close, and the Fae closer. So it is possible that Rafe is your mate, too.
But I didn't choose this, I said, slow, uneasy. Rafe thought he owned me? That I belonged to him because of some trick of fate? I had plans once I got back to school. And now that I knew I wasn't really crazy and could handle the stress, I was damn well going to the registrar's office on Monday morning. Broken foot and work be damned. But if Rafe wanted me to be his wife or something, to be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, those weren't plans I could be part of. What if he asks me to...
No man will coerce you into doing anything you don't want to do, Meadow. His expression grew fierce. Not only because Rafe is not that kind of man, and I would never have introduced you to him a second time if I believed he had anything but noble intentions, but because you are powerful beyond measure. Not because you're a muse, but because you're you. You're a strong woman, a confident and educated woman, and you can hold your ground against any pathetic man-child who dares try to pressure you. Remember that. Hold on to that.
I blinked and cleared my throat, flushing at the sudden surge of emotion. I hadn't felt strong in a very long time. I hadn't felt powerful beyond measure. But because he believed it, because of his confidence, a seed of conviction planted itself in my heart. I wasn't the scared kid anymore. I wasn't the crazy girl. I was Meadow, a muse, powerful beyond measure. I'll try very hard to, I mean. But what does Rafe want from me? Smith sighed, swirling the liquor in his glass and watching the play of light through it.
My dear, that is mostly a conversation you should have with him. But I would offer that he wants a partner. He wants the other half of his soul to be with him, to be happy and fulfilled and content, to be loved. He is a good man, if a little rough around the edges, and he works hard to keep his pack in order. He is a good friend and fights hard to protect those weaker than him. He even puts up with his insufferable sister.
I smiled, thinking for a moment of the tattooed and pierced woman who didn't give a shit about walking between Smith and Rafe to get to me, who'd given orders in the middle of a bar fight with a pack of wolves and then joined in the melee. Fatigue weighed me down and my leg ached more, with a deep burn that distracted me from all the unbelievable things Smith could tell me and the understated grandeur of his living room. But I'm not a shifter. How can I possibly be those things for him?
It is not unheard of, though it is rare for a Fae to be the true mate of a shifter. Benedict Chase, the brother of Ruby's mate, is a lion shifter. His mate is a Gorgon, part Medusa, and they make quite a pair.
From the way he ended that statement, I knew there was a great deal more to the story, and the Gorgon sounded like a world of trouble. Smith sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose.
She has given me a little trouble, but she is not yet aware of who and what I am. So we shall keep it that way, yes?
The foreign twist to his words made me raise my eyebrows, but I nodded. Of course, I won't say anything.
I did not think you would.
Smith took a deep breath and put aside his empty glass.
You will meet Eloise eventually, and you will recognize her. You will feel a kinship with anyone with a significant amount of Fae blood, regardless of what kind of Fae, and regardless of whether they know they're Fae. Be careful of that, because you do not want to reveal to someone that magic exists, or that they're not human, if they do not already know it.
I frowned and yawned again, rubbing at the skin near the cast as it itched and tingled. I know what the reverse feels like, so don't worry.
Well, as a muse, you will inspire people. They may feel as if you are kindred without knowing why. Guard yourself well. Muses are known for inspiration and influence, but you can do it without thinking, and it will drain you near to death.
He eased to his feet and went to a wood panel on the wall, hitting a series of points on it until the whole thing swung open. I sat up and tried to keep my jaw from hitting the floor as 3 bookshelves were revealed behind the panel. Smith picked out one, a slim, leather-bound volume, and offered it to me after closing the panel.
Read this, Meadow, and you'll have a better understanding of what you can do, and what you should do, what you shouldn't as well. We can work up to it slowly, do some exercises when you're feeling better, and that will build your strength. Magic is like a muscle, and unfortunately yours has atrophied a bit.
I'm starting to feel that way. I took the book and gripped the cane he gave me, using that for balance instead of the crutches. Thank you, Smith. I paused, eyeing him as he led the way to the stairs. Is that your name? Your real name? The shadows hid most of his smile, but not all of it.
One of them.
How many do you have?
One true name, and many others that have been used over the years.
He took one stair at a time, slowly so he could help as I maneuvered the bulky cast up the narrow staircase.
Guard your true name well, Meadow. It holds immense power over you, and should only be shared with those you truly trust.
My true name? I laughed, shaking my head and gripping the railing so I didn't tumble right back down to the foyer. There's nothing powerful about Meadow Crawford.
In the world of magic, knowing something's true name gives you the power to control it,
he said in a low voice, as if speaking it aloud somehow made it more dangerous for us both. Almost like the superstition of summoning the devil by saying his name.
We might have to work on your true name.
Still, I said, frowning as he led the way down a hall to the left of the stairs, and I hobbled after him. Why Smith? Was it a nickname?
An occupation at one time.
He turned on the light in a beautiful guest room and went in to turn down the sheets, fussing with the ensuite bathroom light for a moment before gesturing at the dresser near the foot of the bed.
There are a variety of clothes in here. Please take what you like. There should be all the necessary toiletries in the bathroom. I unfortunately have an early meeting to get to, so...
Don't worry, I said, leaning the cane carefully against the wall near the door. And thank you for letting me stay here. Do you really think I'm in danger? Or can I go to work tomorrow?
I will check with a few of my friends, and I will call to let you know.
Smith caught my shoulders and bent his knees until we were eye to eye.
I am immensely proud of you, Meadow. Immensely. You are stronger than almost anyone else I know.
Thank you. I hugged him, closing my eyes and inhaling the strong, woodsy scent of his clothes. He might always be a cipher to me, but he was also my Uncle Smith, and that was enough. He disappeared, and I puttered around, grateful as the pain medication kicked in and I could finally forget about my ankle again. I tried to read at least the introduction of the book he gave me, but barely got a paragraph in before my eyes drooped. I dreamed of Rafe. Chapter 11. Rafe walked under his own power into the council meeting, but every step hurt. The wounds across his chest and legs healed slowly, and the soreness of muscles he pulled trying to save Meadow plagued him, as he and Ruby sat behind their table in the council room. He'd received a message from Smith that Meadow was fine, as well as the address of the bookstore where she worked. The older man otherwise remained cryptic, as if unwilling to reveal too much. Rafe didn't exactly blame him, but he could have used some help restoring the optimism of what he'd shared with Meadow before the Bad Creek wolves attacked. It wasn't long before the full council assembled, with Logan and Edgar Chase representing the Lions, Kaiser and Axel representing the Bears, Evershaw and his brother for Silverline, and Lacey Sdoka for the Hyenas. The Jackals had called to beg off the meeting, citing some internal politics that would have distracted from the subject at hand. Rafe tried to mitigate his expectations. Despite the motivation for everyone in that room to wipe Bad Creek from the earth, there were a lot of considerations to struggle with. Edgar Chase started, and almost immediately raised one of the major and most unnerving considerations. Bad Creek's compound is located here, and he pointed at a large map of the county west of the city. They've got acres of farmland and some wooded areas, and a fucking fortress to hide in. There are multiple fences, guard towers, weapons bunkers, and sufficient standoff that any approach will be detected before we're in range to really hurt them. Rafe clenched his jaw and pushed down irritation as Kaiser's eyebrows rose. None of them expected Bad Creek to be so well-positioned, and no one understood how the other packs sprung up under their noses with no one the wiser. He gripped the table until it creaked, and Ruby shot him a dark look. Edgar, expression impassive, shuffled a few papers and started putting markers on the map and the rough sketch of the compound. He's got at least 50 wolves working guard duty and throughout the compound. We don't have a good number for the non-combatants, but there's a significant force waiting for us, with substantial firepower. They don't have any tanks that we've been able to see, but that's about all they don't have. So, are we supposed to sit here and wait as they snipe at us? Kaiser leaned back in his chair, hands laced behind his head, although his relaxed posture was a damn lie based on the fury in his pale brown eyes. They attacked me via the coyotes and tried to steal my mate and her family. They won't stop coming after us until we destroy them. Agreed, Edgar said. We've all had run-ins with them. The latest attack against Blood Moon is the most blatant and egregious of a half a dozen attacks. From what Owen told me, the autopsies on the dead wolves from O'Shea's indicate Bad Creek is giving their personnel performance-enhancing drugs, steroids, amphetamines, all kinds of weird shit to make them aggressive and fearless. Suicidal, more like, Logan said, eyes narrowed. His wife's increasingly difficult pregnancy only hardened him, making him less and less tolerant. Rafe knew he could get Logan on his side for a full-on assault of the Bad Creek compound, though he would have to sway the more moderate Edgar in order to get the entire Chase pride behind them. "So what are we supposed to do?" Lacey Sdoka, Queen of the Hyenas, said as she drummed her fingers on the table. She sat there alone, no other hyenas with her, not even a second-in-command. The hyenas didn't work like that. There was one queen. Power coalesced at the top. Her youthful features had somehow grown more angular in the few months since her mother's death, and instead of the bright-eyed optimist Rafe had known, a hard-eyed, autocratic queen stared back. "They've made overtures to us in an effort to split the council. We already know they've swayed the coyotes. Some of my younger members were almost interested in hearing them out." At the raised eyebrows around the room, Lacey lifted her fingers in an airy, dismissive gesture. It was dealt with. And left it at that. Rafe had no doubts about how Lacey dealt with it. Her mother had been a terrifying figure to confront, even for a pack of wolves, and clearly the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Edgar eyed her warily for a long moment, then canted his head at the map and sketch. If we attack them head-on, it would be suicide. We'd be cut to pieces by their weaponry before we even reached the first fence. We're not magic. Even approaching in animal form is impossible. The surrounding area is a fucking minefield of snares and traps. He was right. They weren't magic. Rafe's chest tightened, and he said to no one in particular, "We're not magic, but Smith is. Ask him. He might be able to buy us enough time to get to the fences. He can turn out the lights or mask us or do whatever it is his kind can do." "Smith doesn't like to get involved in this type of confrontation," Edgar said, shaking his head. "He's already involved," slipped out before Rafe could bite it back. And as the focus of all the other alphas landed on him, he regretted it immensely. Despite the questioning looks, he couldn't go on. Ruby finished for him, her tone flat. "Rafe's mate was with us at the bar last night, and she was also attacked. She's associated with Smith. And now we have a reason to believe Bad Creek might target her in order to get to Rafe. So Smith is involved if it means protecting her." Neither Edgar nor Logan looked surprised, and Rafe made a mental note to smack Carter on the back of the head for sharing pack business outside of the pack. Just because Carter shacked up with Ruby didn't mean he could tell everything to his brothers. Rafe folded his arms over his chest and scowled as Kaiser offered congratulations for finding his mate. "She hasn't agreed to stay yet, and being attacked by a rabid pack of wolves sure as fuck didn't help." "No, I don't suppose it would," Miles Evershaw said, just enough smirk on his face that Rafe started growling. "Before this turns into a dick-measuring contest," Lacey said, interrupting as Evershaw and Rafe lurched to their feet and the lions did the same, likely to keep them apart. "Can we make a decision about Bad Creek?" Logan frowned at Evershaw but nodded to the Hyena Queen. "We need to. Edgar will work with Smith to figure out if the Fae will get involved. That might expand our options for an assault on the compound. If he won't participate, we're left with fewer courses of action." A lot of grumbling met his announcement, and a few alphas lingered to discuss or study Edgar's map. Ruby took one look at Rafe's face and pointed at the door. "You should go, brother. Take a walk or something. Go check on Meadow." Meadow. The ache in Rafe's chest lessened when he thought of her. He took a deep breath and headed for the door, grateful for the blast of freezing air that slapped some sense into him. He'd almost put aside his rage by the time he parked near the bookstore where she worked in the nicer part of town. He had to take a moment to knock the smile off his face. It was a New Age bookstore, complete with an all-seeing eye and Ankh on the sign. Rafe composed himself, certain that laughing at the bookstore would be a surefire way to piss Meadow off, and shoved his hands in his pockets as he walked in. She sat near the back, past aisles of books and candles and essential oils, at a small table covered in velvet. Meadow read a book, not looking up as he approached, and Rafe debated whether to interrupt her. She looked so peaceful, paging dreamily through a book, with her cast propped up on a cushioned stool, that he almost turned around and walked out. But the incense and patchouli in the air worked against him and tickled his nose. Rafe sneezed. Meadow said, "Bless you," as she looked up, and she froze in mid-page turn. "Hey," Rafe said, but he didn't sit. It was her space, her territory. He was the intruder. He should have waited until she invited him to the bookstore, or at least disclosed its address, but he couldn't wait to see her again. "Hi," Meadow said, and started to stand. Don't get up." Rafe gestured for her to sit and eased closer as she glanced around to see who else might observe them. Her cheeks flushed, and Rafe's heart started to thump. She was so beautiful, he almost forgot what he was going to say. "I'm sorry to interrupt your work, but I wanted to check on you, see how you're doing." "Work?" She held up the book with a smile. "Not so much. It's a slow day, and I should be asking how you are. Is everything okay?" "Very much." Rafe sat in one of the small chairs at her table, feeling like he would crush the chair to kindling if he stretched or sneezed or moved at all. "Smith mentioned you worked here, so I thought I could check in and ask you to dinner." "Dinner?" Meadow blinked and set the book aside. Rafe hid his smile and composed his face into a serious expression. "We didn't get to finish dinner last night, so I thought we could try again." "I'm not sure I'm up for a night out," she said and patted her injured leg. Some regret cast shadows across her face, and he wondered if she didn't want to go out at all, or just with him. He nodded, though, and checked his watch. "How about a night in? I can cook. An early dinner so you get plenty of rest." She hesitated, and he resisted the urge to celebrate, so it wasn't entirely him. Meadow sighed. "I'm done in about half an hour, but—" "Time for one more reading?" Rafe pointed at the sign that said Palms Read, and she flushed again. He didn't bother to hide his grin and held out his hand. "I've always wondered how this stuff works. Tell me my future, Meadow." She studied him closely and bit her lower lip, and he wanted to leap across the table to kiss her. God help him. Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached for his hand, but she still managed to give him a stern look. "Fine, but no making fun." "Never." The wolf retreated, more relaxed as she held his hand, and some of the tension faded from Rafe's shoulders. Meadow gnawed on her lip as she frowned at his palm, leaning over it until her nose almost bumped his wrist and her breath warmed his skin. He watched her tousled curls fall over her shoulders and knew exactly what his future held. Her. However he could convince her to stay in his life, that would be enough. He wanted her as his mate, in his home, to build a life together. But where and when and how and what that life looked like, he would wait an eternity, cross any bridge and obstacle, do whatever it took to make her happy. The wolf was perfectly content to walk away from everything they had just to be with her. Chapter 12. I'd been so engrossed in the book Smith lent me that I didn't notice when Rafe walked into the store. The stories collected in the book fascinated me so much, I wanted to take notes and scribble down memories so I could ponder them later, probably in the shower, where I did my best thinking. And then he stood there, relaxed and gorgeous in battered jeans and work boots and a thick black sweater, and I couldn't think about anything else. Especially when he asked me to read his palm and held out his hand, his dark eyes laughing at me. I couldn't concentrate as I touched his wrist, the heavy weight of his hand in mine and the rough texture of his skin sending shivers all the way through me. He radiated heat, like a furnace with 5 o'clock shadow, and smelled delicious, faintly like wood smoke and the forest and snow. Crisp and outdoorsy, like adventure, maybe. I cleared my throat and tried to focus on his battered palm, stroking my fingertips across the mess of lines and scars. Are you right or left-handed?" "Left," he said, one eyebrow raised. "Sinister, right?" "Something like that," I said, flushing, and bent once more over his hand so I wouldn't giggle and squirm. The weight of his attention made my cheeks heat up and my stomach clench, and I chewed the inside of my cheek as I tried to remember what to say. Instead, I started babbling, stammering my way through random details just to cover the fact that I wanted to kiss his palm instead of reading it. Well, most of us learn that the dominant hand reveals the direction your life has taken, and the non-dominant hand shows character traits, personality, things like that. Destiny, even. I dared a glance up and found him watching me, a hint of a smile curving his lips. His very full, very kissable lips. "Well," he said, his voice a husky rumble that made my skin prickle and my breath catch. He tugged his left hand out of my grip and offered his right, pushing up both sleeves of his sweater, and the smile grew. One eye closed in a lazy wink as he leaned forward and touched my cheek. "Tell me my destiny, Meadow." I laughed, a high-pitched girlish giggle I'd never heard before in my life, and almost fell off my stool. For some reason, my own palms were sweaty as I tried to decipher the lines and creases across his broad palm. His fingers, strong and thick, curled briefly around mine, and I looked up long enough to give him a jaundiced look. "Cut it out!" He only smiled more. I shook my head and splayed his fingers, tracing the shape where the lifeline met the headline. "Well, right here shows that you are very strong-willed, that you'll overcome many obstacles in your life." I tried to ignore the easy feeling of his fingertips resting against the inside of my wrist and the squirm of desire that ignited a slow burn in my stomach. And your relationship lines, you have a couple. Very strong lines here." And I tapped the skin right below his pinky. "So I'm going to get married a couple of times?" He only sounded half joking, "because I've only ever met one girl I wanted to marry." My heart jumped, but I refused to look up, terrified of what I might see in his expression. I'd only known him for exactly 2 days. He couldn't mean me, and if he didn't, it would break my heart. "Relationship lines don't mean marriages. They just mean strong relationships, people who are significant in your life. And here, the lines that cross them, those are for children. You'll have 4, maybe 5. He laughed, a deep chuckle like liquid chocolate. "Good. The more the better." My cheek should have scorched his skin as I leaned over his hand again, and I absently stroked a defined wrinkle under his index finger. "And this is the ring of Jupiter. You're a strong leader, a capable and intelligent leader, a thoughtful and empathetic friend. You'll be that the rest of your life." "Makes sense," he said, easy and relaxed, while I felt as tense as a coiled spring. "I've been in charge of the family for years." "It is a heavy burden," I said, and he showed the scars from it, in small white nicks and divots across the back of his hand and up his forearm. The veins stood out in his arm, and I had to focus on his palm before I melted into a puddle at his feet. I placed his hand on the table and pointed to one last area. "And here you have a trident, which is a very lucky sign. It means you'll be healthy, wealthy, and happy." "So, I've got good hands, is what you're saying?" He studied his own palms, peering at them as if he could divine his own fortune, and I flushed more. He had amazing hands, strong and capable. I could imagine them touching me, squeezing my... I cleared my throat and shoved back from the table, fumbling with my book as I tried to compose myself. "Well, yes, you've got good lines." "Not the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me, but I'll take it." Rafe eased to his feet and offered me a hand. My hand slipped easily into his, and sudden vertigo seized me, throwing the world out of focus and off balance. My vision blurred and the bookstore disappeared, and instead I saw a beautiful apartment with a view of the city, comfortable furnishings, and dinner cooking on the stove. He walked through the apartment in jeans and bare feet, eating an apple as he frowned at a phone, and he spoke to me, where I stood at the stove and stirred something. The perfect apartment, the perfect man, the perfect life. I drew a sharp breath and the world jolted again. I staggered, back in the bookstore, and almost fell. Would have tumbled right to the floor if Rafe hadn't been there to catch me, to hold me close and tight until I could press my face against his chest and inhale him. He stroked my hair and bent his knees until we both eased back to the stool, although I occupied his lap instead of my seat. Rafe held me close. "What's wrong? Is it your leg?" "Just a little dizzy is all." I shook my head, blinking to clear a few odd wisps of smoke from my vision. Or the future. Our future together. It couldn't be. Smith's books said something about fortune-telling as part of inspiration, and having visions of possible futures, but I'd never experienced anything like that before. It had been so clear, so real. "Sorry, I didn't mean to land on you." "You didn't," he said, and for a long moment his lips drifted across my temple. He kissed my forehead and nuzzled the sensitive spot behind my ear. "I captured you, fair and square." I should have gotten up immediately, excused myself, and hobbled out to my car. The man did something to my judgment until I didn't have any left. But instead, I rested my head against his shoulder and closed my eyes, reveling in the safety and security of his arms. Nothing could hurt me with Rafe around. I knew it as certainly as I'd ever known anything in my life. He made a grumbly, growly noise in his chest, dangerously close to a purr, and it vibrated through me as he played with my hair. Rafe kissed my forehead again. "Best palm reading I've ever had." I laughed and looked up at him, dazzled by the dark eyes that had lightened to a beautiful gold brown. "Except you'd never had one before, liar." "It's not a lie." He touched my cheek, those thick fingers gentle as he brushed my hair back over my ear. "It's the truest thing I've ever said." I shook my head, still laughing, and tried to untangle myself from his embrace. Either way, I can't canoodle with a customer at work. "Then let's get out of here and back to your place," he said, almost under his breath, but not quite, and made me laugh more. He steadied me as I stood, his lucky palms drifting down my hips and even ghosting over my butt in a gentle pat. "Hold on," I said, and poked him in the chest to make sure I had his attention. I dropped my voice before going on, though, and looked around to make sure no one would overhear. "I'm still trying to figure this stuff out, and I don't know if I buy this romance stuff. I don't even know who I am anymore. So if we're going to try this out, you have to slow down." "I will," he said, and even raised his hands in surrender. "You have my word. I'll be a sloth until you tell me otherwise." "Think glacier," I said. I picked up Smith's cane and my book and headed for the break room where I'd left my purse and jacket. When I glanced back, I caught him staring at my ass as I walked away, and every part of me immediately flushed. I tried to scowl when he looked up and caught me catching him, but Rafe laughed, a deep belly laugh that bubbled up from his feet, it looked like, until my lips twitched and a smile escaped. He held up his hands, shaking his head. "Sorry, I got distracted." Right, distracted. The man who had more focus than anyone I'd ever met. Even as I retrieved my stuff and punched out, saying goodbye to my manager, I debated the wisdom of actually having dinner with him. Smith trusted him, and everything in me screamed to trust Rafe as well. But he was too perfect. Far too perfect. And even more so if I figured in the flash of possibilities that had almost knocked me off my feet. My pessimistic side told me it would have to end. Too good to be true. But I had a fridge full of groceries and no desire or energy to cook. He waited near the counter, smiling and flipping his keys around his finger, and one of my coworkers hovered nearby, eyeing him like a winning lotto ticket. But he only looked at me, holding out his hand. "Ready?" I concentrated on zipping up my coat and adjusting my scarf as I tried to juggle the cane and purse and book, frowning down at the ground so I wouldn't trip on anything as Rafe led the way to the parking lot. The sun had set, but the security lights weren't on, so at first I thought it was just a shadow, just a patch of ice, maybe. Then it moved, streaking out from behind a car, and a flash of white distracted me. Teeth. It was already growling and in the air when I finally figured out it was a wolf. I opened my mouth to scream for Rafe to kill it, but my arm was already moving, already swinging. The cane whistled through the air, and Rafe tried to block the wolf, snarling and shoving me behind him. I stumbled, caught his arm for balance, and the cane flew out of my grip. It smacked into the wolf's side with a solid thump, and the beast fell. Stunned and still, it collapsed on the broken pavement. Rafe stayed between me and the threat, his phone already in his hand as he watched the silent wolf and scanned the rest of the parking lot for other threats. "Ruby, get the pack over to the bookstore. There's at least one." My hands trembled as I stared at the limp body, a strange rushing noise in my ears. I hoped, oddly enough, that it wasn't dead. I didn't want to be the one to kill something, even if it was a wolf that wanted to kill me. There was a person in there, and the idea that I might have just taken away someone's mother or father made me nauseated. Rafe towed the cane away from the wolf and nudged me to pick it up. "I don't want to touch that stick, in case it knocks everyone but you out. And it's probably better if you're armed with that at all times from now on." "Who is it?" I whispered, stooping to grab the cane with numb fingers. "Why would they... They were waiting out here?" He hugged me close for a brief moment, then half-carried me toward a sleek sedan parked next to my junker. He helped me into his car and shut the door gently once I'd dragged the cane and cast inside, and didn't speak until he was inside and the doors were locked. Rafe still frowned out his window at the still wolf in the middle of the dark parking lot. "It might have been a sentry, someone sent to warn the rest when you headed home. Or maybe they were here for me." But by the look on his face, I doubted it. The wolf wanted to kill me. It hunted me. Me. My breath came faster and the nausea burbled up, a bitter wash in my mouth, and I reached for the door handle. "I think I need to..." He moved fast, putting a plastic bag in front of me before I could open the door, and he even held my hair back as I coughed and retched. Luckily, I hadn't eaten much lunch, so there wasn't much to embarrass myself with, except my teary eyes and runny nose and the awful taste in my mouth. My entire body shook as I tried to compose myself and mop up my face with the few tissues in my purse. "I'm so sorry, I don't know..." "It's totally normal." He tied the bag up and placed it on the floorboards in the back seat, out of sight and out of mind, and gently squeezed my shoulder. "Completely normal, Meadow, to react physically to an attack like that. It's the adrenaline and stress. Just breathe through your nose. Focus on me. Count backwards from 10. I did as he said, staring at his beautiful gold eyes, and my racing heart started to slow. I couldn't look away, and as I fell into a haze, almost mesmerized by his soothing voice and intense focus, I figured the wolf outside wasn't nearly as dangerous as the one in the car with me.
Chapter 13. Rafe tried to distract Meadow from the attack and the still body of the wolf in the parking lot, while continuing to search for new threats and the rest of his pack. In a matter of minutes, 2 cars rolled up and Ruby got out. She took in the scene, started giving orders, and waved for Rafe to take off. She understood. She knew. If it had been Carter shaken up in the car, she would have gotten him to safety first and let Rafe take care of the cleanup. So, Rafe squeezed Meadow's hand and pulled away from the bookstore. She still trembled and periodically took deep, shaky breaths that sounded like a struggle. He searched for a safe topic, not wanting to remind her of the attacks or anything dangerous, and finally glanced at her to measure her response. "When did you learn to read palms?" Meadow hugged herself, staring out the window, and for a moment Rafe feared she'd gone completely into shock. Most people didn't deal well with being attacked by a wild animal, or really with being attacked at all. Most of the humans in the city would never face something that truly wanted to kill them. He debated driving to the Shifter Hospital instead of her apartment to make sure she would be okay. But Meadow took another one of those scary deep breaths and turned a little in the seat to face him. "In college." "Oh?" He wished she would just start talking and keep talking, not just because he wanted to distract her, but because he loved the sound of her voice, loved the feeling of driving her somewhere, with her safe and warm in his car. "Why palms?" "I was always good at guessing stuff about people," she said, a tiny frown between her eyebrows giving her a puzzled look. "It worked better when I could touch them. I know how to read tarot, but I'm much better with palms. I didn't think much of it, honestly, until Smith told me." She trailed off as Rafe stopped at a light, waiting for traffic to clear. "Smith told you what?" "What I am." Meadow rubbed her eyes and started shivering again. "It's a lot to take in." "I'm sure it is." Rafe double-checked the intersection, even with a green light, to verify they were safe before he accelerated again. No use taking stupid risks with his mate next to him. "Was Smith able to explain everything to you? About what you are, what you can do, what the rest of us are?" "Sort of," she said. Meadow adjusted where the cane leaned on the seat next to her, her long fingers sliding along the intricate carvings. "I'm a muse, I guess. I don't know if he told you that?" "He did." Rafe's head cocked to the side as the wolf tried to puzzle through what the fuck a muse was. Wolves didn't understand that, and Rafe didn't really get it either. So he took a deep breath and tried to remember Meadow had been shoved into the deep end of shifter politics and a surreal reality. "Those sorts of things are your secret to tell, Meadow. You own who and what you are. So if you want to tell me more, I'd love to hear it. And if you want to keep it to yourself, that's your decision as well." She studied him, her body shifting slightly so she faced him still more, and her arm rested on the console, close enough to touch. "Thank you. I don't think I'm ready to talk about that." "Understood." He was disappointed, sure, but he stood by what he'd said. No use in badgering her to tell him everything, not when the relationship between them was so fragile and uncertain. Rafe frowned as he stopped at another light. "Do you have groceries at home, or should we pick some up?" "Smith sent me home with food," she said, and laughed under her breath. "Typical. But there's plenty there to make whatever. Spaghetti or grilled chicken or soup." "Any preference?" She drew her good leg up onto the seat in front of her as he drove through and turned toward her neighborhood. "Spaghetti sounds pretty good, come to think of it. Unless..." Rafe looked at her. "Unless what?" "Is garlic a problem? I mean, can you eat it, or does it make you sick?" Her nose wrinkled as Meadow looked at him, a hint of anxiety in her eyes. "I know that's vampires, but I thought..."
He wanted to kiss her so badly he nearly stopped the car in the middle of the street. Rafe maintained a somber expression, though, and nodded. "Well, there are some side effects." "Really?" Meadow's eyes got bigger and her hand caught his wrist. "Like what?" "Well..." Rafe parked the car in front of her apartment block, already dissatisfied with where she lived. The Chases knew a good realtor. As soon as Rafe got the issues sorted out with Bad Creek's random attacks, he would start searching for a better apartment for both of them. Together. He cleared his throat as he undid his seatbelt and then reached to assist with hers, which left them nose to nose, and lips to lips practically. He hesitated and she leaned in, hazel eyes unblinking. Rafe murmured, "Bad breath, to start," and he pressed his lips to hers in a gentle kiss. Eventually, solitude and loneliness, living in a cave because no one can stand the smell of... "Oh, cut it out!" She smacked his shoulder but laughed, a hint of a flush in her cheeks as she fumbled with the door and the cane in her cast. "That's not funny." He begged to differ, but he only went around the car to give her a hand, carrying her bag and a small leather-bound book she held, and offered his arm for her to lean on. "You're right. Living like a hermit is not at all..." "You're terrible," she said under her breath, but when he caught her in his peripheral vision, she still smiled. "Just for that, I should make you carry me up the stairs." Rafe didn't hesitate, didn't even think before the wolf part of his brain moved, and he scooped her up. Meadow yelped, and his entire fucking side went numb where the cane brushed him, and for a second he considered dropping her just for self-preservation. But he knew she'd never forgive him. That would always haunt them, and might give her the wrong impression. The idea that she was anything but perfect. So he pretended that he didn't have pins and needles shooting through his entire left side from his shoulder to his hip, and managed to keep his voice calm as she tried to strangle him in terror. "You don't even have to ask, babe." Her laugh escaped, breathless, but terror lurked in her eyes as she shook her head. "You can put me down. I was only joking. Because, it's not..." "Helping you could never be anything but a pleasure and a gift," he said, and started toward the door. He sure as hell wasn't going to watch her struggle up the stairs. Rafe squeezed her tight to his chest, loving the soft give of her curves in his arms. "Besides, it's been a long day and your leg must be killing you. I'm happy to carry you wherever you want to go." "You're crazy." She held her breath as he trotted up the stairs, as if she didn't believe he'd make it up the 2 flights without needing to pause or set her down. And when he finally set her back on her feet, right outside her door, Meadow gave him a sideways look. "Seriously, you're crazy. What are you on, steroids?" "Crazy about you, maybe." Rafe winked and followed her into the kitchen. She snorted and waved a hand as if to dismiss him, and Rafe folded his arms over his chest. He'd had enough of the casual way she undermined her own worth, her own lovability. When Meadow limped past him to retrieve a large pot from the cupboard, he caught her face in his hands and held her in front of him. "Hold on a sec. Listen to me for a moment, Meadow. And then you're going to go put your foot up, and I'm going to make you dinner." Her eyebrows rose, and she started to look nervous. "Yeah?" "You're perfect." The wolf wanted to growl and pace as she made another disbelieving sound and looked away. His thumb stroked her cheeks until Meadow looked at him, and tears made her hazel eyes more green. Rafe leaned his forehead against hers, so she would hear every syllable and every breath. "You are everything I always wanted, and never thought I deserved. You're amazing and funny and smart and tough and kind. You're perfect. Don't put yourself down. Please. It hurts me to hear you treat yourself like that. You deserve to be taken care of and pampered and loved. Got it?" A few tears spilled down her cheeks and across his hands, and he couldn't take it. He kissed her again, tasting the salt from her grief as well as the minty lip gloss she used. Meadow didn't pull away, but she didn't kiss him back, so Rafe retreated after a moment. The wolf settled a little, though he didn't like their mate's unhappiness. "Okay." Meadow took a shaky breath, then abruptly leaned against him, buried her face against his chest, and linked her arms around him. Rafe hugged her back, squeezed her tightly, and waited. Her breathing, uneven and jerky, betrayed there were more than a few tears waiting to escape. Rafe rested his chin on top of her head and inhaled her, content to hold her as she cried and struggled to really hear what he'd said. He didn't know her history, but from the things she'd said, he gathered there weren't many times when she had the opportunity to build confidence in herself and her talents. It seemed like just a blink before she straightened, dragging herself away even though her hands rested against his sides, and she gave him a watery look. "I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from." Rafe kissed the end of her nose. "Don't apologize. Feel like talking about it?" She didn't answer right away, and instead shuffled to the other side of the galley kitchen while Rafe filled the pot with water and set it on the stove. When he turned back, Meadow had a bottle of wine in one hand and 2 glasses in the other. She took a shaky breath as she started to uncork the bottle. "I might need some of this to give me courage." Rafe chuckled. "I know what you mean." He puttered around the kitchen, making the sauce and even a few pieces of garlic bread, and was almost halfway done by the time she spoke. Meadow started and stopped twice, her entire face red as she played with a stray coin on the table. She adjusted where she propped up her cast, and then started for the 3rd time. "Everyone thought I was crazy when I was little. Well, and all the way through college, too. Boys didn't want to be seen with me. Girls didn't want to be my friend. My parents committed me to a mental health facility when I was in middle school because they thought I was hallucinating and maybe schizophrenic or bipolar or something they couldn't really define. And I thought something was wrong with me, too. I mean, fairies and pixies and gnomes didn't actually exist, and yet I had a whole phalanx of them running around in my backyard. But no one else could see or hear them, and they seemed so real." She trailed off, expression wistful, and the wolf raged that she'd spent so much of her life doubting herself. Rafe concentrated on the sauce, not wanting to scare her away from the rest of what she had to say. Meadow poured herself some more wine before going on. "They kept me there for a couple of months, trying out different medications that had horrible side effects and turned me into a zombie or made me shake or took all the color out of the world. I learned how to say what they wanted to hear, what they expected to hear. When I got out, I knew I couldn't go back there again. It was so sterile, so cold, and the people. They wanted to help, but it was just a place to learn how to be like everyone else. It was terrifying. I still have nightmares about it. The white rooms and long halls and windows with bars on them. I felt caged and exposed at the same time, and after a couple of weeks, I could feel myself changing. I thought part of me died in there, like they crushed the best part of me and I would never get it back." She shook her head, staring at something he couldn't see, and Rafe gouged a nail into his wrist to keep from speaking, from falling to his knees and apologizing on behalf of the world for all the things done to her. "And then I saw you," Meadow said, so soft he almost missed it in the hiss of boiling water. "Then I saw you at the bar, and it was like the best part of me came back to life. I didn't know how or why or who you were, but I felt whole." "You make me whole," he said, desperate to comfort her. He abandoned the pasta to its watery fate and faced her, caught her hand and squeezed it. She didn't look sad anymore, just a little confused, a little uncertain, maybe afraid. He understood that. Love could be scary as hell. Meadow, I wish I'd found you sooner. You found me, she said, and gripped his hand in return. That's what counts. I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you, if you'll let me. Rafe eased to sit in the chair next to her, unwilling to release her hand for fear of losing that connection forever. I swear, Meadow, I can't undo the past, but we can make the future better together. A hint of a smile touched her eyes, and something in his chest eased. Meadow glanced at the stove. You can start with dinner, okay? Done. He paused to kiss her again, still almost chaste, before returning to dinner with the single-minded determination that Ruby hated. He would feed his mate and she would stay with him, and everything would be right in the world. Rafe stole glances at Meadow periodically, but she seemed to be in her own world, frowning across the room and occasionally taking a deep breath. It didn't matter to him. He didn't know how to admit it, but he'd felt part of himself dying with each day that passed before he found her. And that part of him came alive when he caught her in the street outside the trendy bar, and she told him to back off or he'd get a taser in his junk. Rafe smiled as he prepared a bowl of spaghetti for each of them. Life would be exciting with a muse for a mate. The wolf still didn't really know what that meant, but they were both looking forward to finding out. Chapter 14. I felt unbearably exposed again after confessing how I felt about Rafe, and shyness overtook me as he brought over spaghetti, garlic bread, and the bottle of wine. I floundered for a safe conversational topic, but gave up and drank more wine to build up the courage to ask what I really wanted to know. All that stuff about mates that you and Smith were arguing about, what does that mean? Rafe nodded, stirring his spaghetti as he pondered. Well, it's complex, and can end up a lot of different ways, to be honest. It means whatever we want it to mean, Meadow. I can say what I want to see happen. We've only known each other a short time, though, so I don't want to scare you. Scare me? I laughed, studying him from beneath my eyelashes. What would scare me? The wolf thing, to start, he said. Rafe smiled and caught my hand, playing with my fingers. And the mate thing, that I've been looking for you. If it were my choice, Meadow, we'd get married tomorrow. Tonight, if we could swing it. And we would find a nice apartment or a house in a good part of the city. Live together. Cook together. His grip tightened on my hand, and his voice went all husky and low. Do everything together. I flushed at the implications. Living with him, sleeping with him, waking up with him every morning. I concentrated on where he held my hand, the broad fingers and myriad of small scars. But what about the bar and your sister? The pack? Ruby and Carter have their own place, and I'd still be alpha. I'd just be an alpha who didn't get woken up at 3 a.m. by bar fights and shitty college bands playing for free. He laughed and handed me another piece of garlic bread. And the pack would be a lot happier, I'm sure, since I wouldn't be so pissed off at them all the time. I made a thoughtful noise and turned back to my spaghetti. It tasted delicious, and I could have eaten the entire mess of it. I was already looking forward to the leftovers for lunch the next day. So why would that scare me? Because we've only known each other 2 days, and I would have married you the first night. And... He hesitated, and my heart sank. He couldn't be all good news. I braced for the other shoe to drop and stomp all over my dreams. Rafe rubbed his forehead and leaned back in his chair. Ruby can be tough to deal with, and there's a degree of responsibility that comes with being an alpha's mate.
Ruby? She seemed nice.
Carter being around has helped smooth off some of her rougher edges, but she's as much an alpha as I am. Sometimes more of one. She's always going to be the female alpha of the pack, and for a long time, we were concerned that would cause friction with my mate.
I reached for my wine glass and laughed, shaking my head. I don't know anything about wolf packs, so she can stay the alpha as long as she wants. His eyebrows rose and he leaned forward across the table, his gaze intense. I froze, flushing, and when he didn't speak, I held my hands up. What? Why are you staring at me?
It sounded like you're in. Like you'll be my mate and join the pack.
The impact of what I'd said sunk in, but I didn't deny it. I didn't back away from it or claim it was a slip. I looked at him and imagined the life he'd described, struck by how close it was to the vision I'd had when I read his palm. Almost perfection. So I nodded, my heart in my throat. Yeah, I think I am. And I will. I want to give it a shot. A smile spread across his face like warm honey, and he caught my face, dragging me to him for a kiss. Even with the garlic and onion and spaghetti sauce, it was the most passionate kiss I'd ever had. I could have drowned in him. Rafe grumbled and pulled me into his lap, stroking my throat.
Tomorrow we start looking for an apartment.
The apartment whirled around me in a dizzying circle, the warmth and happiness almost overwhelming, and I leaned against him as I closed my eyes. Can we watch a movie or something first?
Best idea I've heard all day.
Rafe's lips drifted across my forehead and down my temple, and his palm rested low on my stomach until I wanted to squirm against him.
I'll put away dinner while you get settled.
I hobbled over to the old but comfortable couch, my heart racing as I searched for the remote and something to watch. He cooked and he cleaned up. Forget about shifters and fae and muses. He was the most unusual thing I'd met in my entire life. Unpredictable, unexpected, and altogether amazing. By the time I picked out a generic comedy and floundered over where to sit on the couch, Rafe finished cleaning up and joined me. He flopped onto the couch next to me and put his feet up on the coffee table, then drew me close to his side. I concentrated on breathing as he made that contented noise again and his arms settled around me. The steady rise and fall of his breathing calmed me immediately, and his body heat warmed me through as he tucked a blanket around us. Rafe sighed and leaned in enough to kiss my forehead.
Perfect.
I didn't care about the movie as my head rested on his shoulder and my eyes drifted closed. I touched his leg under the blanket, and Rafe smiled, his arm tightening.
I thought you wanted to take things slow.
Making out on the couch is slow, I said, biting my lip as I looked up at him. Slow enough. He laughed, and his hand slid into my hair, drawing me close until his mouth found mine. His lips were soft and gentle, but a little demanding, in control. I sighed and opened to him, invited him in, until he consumed me. Heat and fire and the soft insistence of his tongue lit me up from inside, desire coiling low in my stomach until I pressed against him and rethought the whole taking it slow thing. He tugged at the waist of my jeans as I sprawled next to him on the couch, and Rafe kissed the sensitive spot behind my ear as his arm slid around me. His hand eased under my jeans, under the thin cotton panties, and drifted against my slit. I jumped, every inch of me on fire with need, and I resisted the urge to tear off my clothes and push him to the floor. I'd spent so long avoiding anything that made me feel strong emotions that I almost came just from the gentle pressure of his fingertip, tracing slow circles around my clit.
I wanted him. He represented all the big things in life, the risks that were scary as hell but could pay off big time. I tried to control my breathing as I gripped his wrist, wanting to encourage him to go faster or deeper or anything. My cheeks burned, and I couldn't look at him. Rafe grumbled and then dragged me into his lap. My butt snuggled against his groin until I could feel the hard press of his erection against my ass. My head fell back against his shoulder as I sprawled across him, and Rafe's hand moved further under my jeans. I moaned as he pressed a finger deep into me, easing out and back in again in a gentle rhythm. My hips moved to meet him, and I held his wrist tighter. Rafe's other hand slid over my stomach and up to my breast, squeezing it over my shirt and bra, but it was enough that I tensed. He kissed the side of my neck. "What do you want, Meadow?" What did I want? It was a great question. All I wanted was to be normal, to be sane and normal. But more than that, I wanted him. I wanted all of him that I could get, for as long as I could manage. I wanted his magic fingers and strong arms and those amazing lips, and I wanted the hard cock that almost set my ass on fire. I ground back against him and squeezed his wrist, urging his hand to move deeper, faster. I want you to make me come." He growled, a savage, needy sound, and plunged 3 fingers into me. I arched and cried out, tightening around him. The ecstasy came in waves as he kept moving, kept driving me over the cliff over and over, until I sagged back against him and panted, wordless. Rafe didn't move his hand from where it rested against me, and kissed my shoulder as a tremor ran through me. "You're amazing." I closed my eyes and tried to touch his face, even though my arms didn't work really well. "Take me to bed." "You're tired?" He started to remove his hand, and I shivered, empty and cold without his warmth, and Rafe picked me up. As he carried me toward my bedroom, I caught his face in my hands and whispered against his lips, "I want to see all of you. I want to feel all of you." Rafe froze mid-stride, only halfway to the bed. His eyebrows rose and his eyes flashed gold for a moment. "Are you sure?" "I'm tired of waiting." I kissed him as fiercely as I dared, demanding and hungry and needy. I even bit his lower lip, and Rafe growled. He covered the distance to my bed in one giant step, then sat me on the queen-size mattress so he could see my face. "You're sure, Meadow?" I pulled off my shirt and threw it toward the hamper, then reached for the hem of his sweater. "Yes." Rafe chuckled and helped, kicking off his shoes and helping remove mine. He took his time dragging my pants off, careful of the cast, but I blinked and then he was naked, kneeling over me on the bed. I took a breath at the sight of him, all strapped muscle, rippling across his chest and abs, over an impressive cock. It stood out, straight and absolutely enormous, and for a moment I wondered whether it was actually a good idea. He must have seen it, the hesitation, because he started to retreat. "Maybe this isn't..." I sat forward and seized his cock, wrapping my hand around it as I sucked in a breath. It felt heavy and hard in my grip as I stroked it, and Rafe cursed. I looked up at him as I lowered my mouth to lick the tip of his cock, and Rafe's jaw clenched and the muscles in his shoulders bulged. I took the head in my mouth, sucking gently as I stroked, and watched his face in fascination as his expression changed. He groaned, and his hand rested on the back of my head, exerting a gentle pressure until I took more of him. I used my hands as well, since there was no way in hell I could take all of him in my mouth, and Rafe helped set an easy rhythm. He tasted salty and musky and slid against my lips and tongue in long strokes. I couldn't take it and reached down to touch myself, squirming with the need to feel more. Rafe growled and then captured my hands, pulling back until his cock popped out of my mouth. He nudged me to lay back, and I inhaled sharply as I watched his body lower toward mine. Rafe guided himself, stroking the heavy length against my slit over and over until I trembled and shivered and hovered on the verge of another orgasm. The broad head pressed against me, and I cried out, the pressure building as he thrust inch after inch into me. It didn't end, filling me until I thought I might tear open, until the walls of my channel stretched and shivered and clutched at him. My nails dragged long furrows down his back as Rafe slid home and stilled. His stomach pressed to mine as I squirmed and writhed under his weight. I moaned, pressing my hips up at him. I was so close. I just needed a little more. He slowly withdrew, his eyes a blaze of gold as he watched my face. "Say my name." "Rafe," I said, though it came out more of an indecent moan. I caught at his hair, trying to drag his mouth to mine. "Please." He moved faster, forcefully, until the entire bed moved and the headboard smacked the wall in a steady beat that was a dead giveaway to the neighbors. I gave zero shits about what they thought and hung on to Rafe as he pushed up on his elbows for better leverage. He grabbed my thigh, tugged my leg up and out so he could tilt my hips and slam home deeper, harder. I writhed and called his name again and again as I fell off the cliff, and every muscle in my body seized up. He pounded through it, pounded through me, and I could only grip his shoulders as he growled my name in return. Mates. I kissed him in a daze as Rafe collapsed on top of me, his breathing harsh, and I waited for the tremors to subside. Every breath he drew sent more lightning through me, and I knew if he moved his legs, I would come again. I stroked his hair and sighed. Absolutely perfect. Chapter 15. Rafe practically whistled all the way to the bar after dropping Meadow off at work and kissing her goodbye. He didn't want to sit through a meeting with Edgar and the rest of the council, regardless of what Bad Creek tried. He wanted to find a new apartment, furnish it, and get Meadow tucked safely away as fast as possible. But Ruby expected him to show up, so he showed up. He'd never resented having to attend to pack business before, and the feeling that none of it mattered much made him pause before walking into the bar. By the time he arrived, the rest of the council occupied most of the chairs inside, and Smith leaned against the doorframe. Rafe nodded to them and tossed his jacket across a stool, folding his arms over his chest. Edgar Chase spread a large roll of paper across the table in the center of the circle of alphas, frowning as he started to sketch out the perimeter of the Bad Creek compound. "With Smith's help, we can get close enough to the fence to break through and access the compound here, toward the rear of the main building. Our first objective is just to understand the inside of the compound and to find the lab records." Rafe tried to concentrate, the wolf eager to punish the bastard who threatened his mate, but he would have preferred being with Meadow at her bookstore. He leaned his elbows on the bar and studied the map from across the room as Edgar and Kaiser briefly argued about the best strategy. Rafe didn't care about sending a message to Bad Creek. He just wanted to kill them. He wanted them dead so they'd never threaten Meadow again. "Why don't we just wipe them out? We may not have enough people to overwhelm them, and we'd rather not show our weaknesses to them until we have to." Edgar's eyes glinted with a hint of gold, and Rafe's wolf growled in response. The lion didn't rise to the challenge, but only went back to his plan of attack. "Smith can distract them, or disable their cameras and lookouts. My friends can assist. There will not be an issue with reaching the fence unobserved," the investigator said quietly, arms folded over his chest. Once more he looked like the scariest fucker in the room. Smith didn't need to raise his voice or threaten anything, yet the calm assurance as he guaranteed knocking out $1 million security system gave Rafe shivers. Lacey Sudoka, once more the only hyena in the room and the only other woman aside from Ruby, studied her nails as she spoke. "So we get through the fence and we get into the building, looking for a lab and some records. Do we know where the Alpha stays? Where his betas are?" "The rogue wolves assisted us with some of that." Logan stretched his legs out in front of him, almost knocking over the table with the map, and laced his hands behind his head. "We have a fair idea of their schedules and likely locations, but we don't have a spy inside, if that's what you're asking. We need an informer, but so far we're unable to take one of the Alpha's fighters alive." Rafe snorted and pinched the bridge of his nose. "What about the one last night? Ruby brought him back." "Nope," Ruby said, shaking her head. "After you took Meadow home, the bastard died." "You were attacked again." Smith straightened, leaning forward, and his eyes narrowed. "Meadow was attacked." "Meadow whacked it with that cane of yours and the damn thing dropped to the ground." Rafe rubbed his jaw. "I thought the wolf lived, but apparently not." "I should hope not," Smith said. His expression darkened. "You should have called me. I had it under control." Rafe turned his attention back to the lions, not liking the way all of the Alphas focused on him. "Once we're inside the compound, we target the Alpha and his betas. What if we come across women and children, or the elderly?" "Our guests indicate the women and children are isolated in the center of the compound." Edgar traced a small area at the heart of the building. "They're well guarded. It will be impossible to get to them unless we destroy the rest of the pack." "So we leave them to their fate?" Lacey said, a thread of bitterness turning her tone ugly. "Concubines and chattel. Noble of us." Evershaw scowled. "We'll free them eventually. This is the first step." "This is our only opportunity to capitalize on the element of surprise," she said, the hyena queen's eyes flashing golden red. The sudden rage caught the other Alphas by surprise, and Rafe glanced at Ruby to gauge her response. Lacey's lip curled and her teeth glinted in the dim light of the bar. "If not now, when? If we go in there and try to kill the Alpha, they'll double their security. They'll come up with defenses against whatever voodoo the Fae will use. It will be 1,000 times more difficult to get to the women and children next time." The silence stretched as no one wanted to admit she had a point. Rafe couldn't make eye contact with the hyena. Smith took a very deep breath, as if he could inhale all the air in the room, and caught her attention with the single motion of his hand. His tone was so smooth and even it might as well have been magic. "There will be a second attack, at the time of our choosing, and we will free the young ones and the mothers. When we are inside, my friends and I will be able to leave some things behind to make our way easier the next time." Rafe's eyebrows climbed toward his hairline, and he resisted the urge to demand an explanation. Lacey curled one long strand of hair around her finger, over and over and over, as she studied the investigator. She didn't believe him. But then Evershaw moved, and the spell broke, and Lacey lifted one shoulder in a dismissive shrug. "If you say so, Smith, I will hold you to it." The investigator inclined his head, almost a formal bow, and gestured for Edgar to continue. The lion frowned as he looked between them, then cleared his throat. "Well, We can figure out what those traps might look like later. For timing, next Wednesday morning will likely work well. 2 a.m., when the guard change occurs. The full moon offers the strongest power for my people, Smith said. The next best is the waxing moon, closest to full. Noted. Kaiser frowned at his watch, then glanced back at Owen. When is that? 2 weeks, Smith said. I understand if you cannot wait. It can't, Lacey said, as Rafe said the same thing. He tried to share a sympathetic look with the Hyena Queen, but she didn't react. She stared right past him at ghosts the rest of them couldn't see. Rafe frowned as the conversation went on, though he studied the Hyena Queen. Unlike the wolves and bears and lions, where leaders fought to take the alpha role, the hyenas followed a matriarchy. Lacey wasn't the oldest of her mother's daughters, but she was the strongest and the acknowledged heir before her mother died. He wondered if Lacey even wanted to lead the hyenas, or if she'd dreamed of something else. Rafe glanced at his phone and frowned. Nothing from Meadow. No messages or calls or anything. He wondered if she regretted their night together, the agreement to live together. His hand clenched around the phone until the plastic case creaked, and he set it aside. He'd lost 4 phones that way. Even the indestructible cases couldn't compare with an alpha's rage. His chest tightened with worry. She'd said she would message him when she took her lunch, so he still had time. There wasn't any reason to worry, really. But the wolf didn't like it. Something was wrong. He couldn't explain the sense of foreboding that gripped him, but it launched him to his feet to pace as the rest of the council argued about the plan and pointed at the map. Ruby shot him a dark look, but Rafe just waved her off, needing to clear his head. He couldn't concentrate on the plan anyway, not with the sudden feeling that Meadow was in trouble. He might have brushed it aside and dealt with it later in the afternoon, except Smith's phone rang. He glanced at it and almost put it away, then did a double-take and frowned. "Excuse me a moment." He answered the phone and listened, not saying a word, and Rafe's heart started to race as the Fae's expression darkened. Rafe held his breath. Smith said, "Are you sure?" into the phone, and everyone else in the room went silent. A faint green glow outlined the older man, and Ruby took a step back. The air around him crackled, and Rafe's hair stood up as static ran through him. Smith hung up, for a moment staring at nothing as his eyes flashed and the pupils elongated. Then he shook himself and all the strange light faded. He turned on his heel to face Rafe, and Rafe's heart sank. Something happened to Meadow. He knew it. Smith didn't blink or look away. "I had one of my friends watch the bookstore. She saw Meadow leaving with someone my friend didn't recognize. Meadow looked disoriented and confused, but she wasn't fighting." Rafe's muscles tensed and his phone shattered, falling in plastic shards at his feet. The wolf went silent as Rafe struggled for control. Everything else in the room disappeared. Meadow, taken by strangers, disoriented. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move for fear of shifting and rampaging through the bar until he found her and killed anyone who dared touch her. My friend got closer to investigate, but the man was ready for her. He knocked her down, trapped her in a glass. Smith's lips parted to reveal smallish, pointy teeth, and Rafe's skin crawled. Smith gritted out the last bit, lightning flashing between his fingers as he clenched his fists at his side. "That was 2 hours ago. She only just regained consciousness and escaped. Meadow and the man both disappeared. None of my other colleagues have seen any signs of her. She's gone." A low growl started in Rafe's chest, beyond his control, and crimson misted his vision. Bad Creek. It had to be them. Ruby growled as well, and the other alphas shoved to their feet. Kaiser's mournful, bare eyes half closed as he shook his head. "We'll find her, Rafe. We will." Evershaw's brother, Todd, was already on his phone, directing his people to start searching their territory near the bookstore. Rafe couldn't think of anything but Meadow. He couldn't see a way forward other than attacking something. Attacking anything. Hurting those sons of bitches until he found Meadow and kept her safe forever. The breath rasped through his nose and the growl escalated. He had to find her. Soon. Chapter 16. I woke up slowly, disoriented, and tried to take in the room around me through a blur of white and medication. The entire room was white and plain, with no windows and no vents in the ceiling. I lay in a hospital bed, my arms and legs restrained, and panic welled up in my chest. What the hell happened? I jerked at the wrist restraints, trying to get free, and yelled as my sinuses burned with tears. No, I couldn't be in a hospital. Nothing was wrong with me. Someone peered through the small window in the door, then it unlocked and swung in, and a man in a white lab coat carrying a clipboard walked in. He smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes, and a long scar on his cheek buckled. "Welcome back, Meadow. How are you feeling?" "What the hell is going on? Where am I?" I couldn't breathe, hiccuping and coughing as I fought the restraints. "This isn't... Let me go. Let me go right now." "You have to calm down, Meadow." He set the clipboard aside and came closer, and my instinct screamed a warning. He was bad news. Trouble. And it wasn't just that his eyes looked dead and lifeless. Everything about him dripped with disdain and anger, even if he managed a genial expression. "Take deep breaths. I don't want to have to sedate you again, but we will if we have to." I caught a glimpse of what looked like two burly orderlies in the hall, waiting for the opportunity to drug me, and every part of me started shaking. Not again. God help me, not again. I couldn't survive it again. I shook my head and tried to slow my breathing, staring at him in sheer terror. This wasn't happening. This was just another dream. It had to be a dream. "That's good. Very good, Meadow. Nice, even breaths. My name is Dr. West. You've been here a few days, but you had a setback. What is the last thing you remember?" "I was at work," I whispered. My chest hurt. Cotton filled my mouth, making it difficult to speak, and everything he said sounded soft and far away, like I heard him through deep water. "A customer walked in, and I was reading the cards for him, and then... I don't know." I cut myself off before I said I got a bad feeling from the customer's cards and needed to leave, needed to find Rafe. I told the customer, a man with many more scars on his face than the doctor, something trite about his destiny, and excused myself, trying to flee. I thought maybe he touched my wrist and something stung my skin, but everything went blurry and I couldn't remember. I shook my head and pulled at the wrist restraints. "Please let me go. There's nothing wrong with me." "Meadow, you've been here for 3 days. You weren't at work." He glanced at the clipboard and sighed. "You hurt your ankle 3 nights ago, and the pain medication triggered an episode. Your roommate called the hospital to check on you because you were raving about wolves and fairies and things you saw. Hallucinations." My heart sank and bile surged, and I threw up over the side of the bed. Some of it splattered on his shoes, and I took vicious joy in seeing him step back, his lip curled in disgust. I couldn't even wipe my mouth, though, as I stared at him. No. No, you weren't hallucinating. Or no, you didn't believe there were werewolves after you. I stared at the lump my cast made under the sheets. It couldn't have been a dream. Of course Rafe existed. Rafe was a shifter. Smith was Faye. I was a muse. It had to be true. No, I wasn't... I don't know. I want to go home. We have to make sure it's safe for you to leave, he said. One of the orderlies came in with a mop and started to clean up the mess, wiping my face with a rough washcloth before retreating. I desperately wanted to brush my teeth. You'll be here for a few days, Meadow. Just concentrate on being well, and I'm sure you'll get through this. Being well. That meant normal. I remembered that from the last time I'd been at a hospital like this one. My heart sank and I squeezed my eyes shut. It had to be a dream. This was the dream. I would wake up next to Rafe, and he would make me breakfast and tell me I didn't need to worry about hospitals anymore. I just needed to wake up. Dr. West cleared his throat. Meadow, we'll discuss your treatment in more depth later, after you're feeling better. But try to remember what actually happened. Your delusions were quite vivid from what you said. You made up people and places and dates, and quite an elaborate world to cope with the stress of your injury and the trouble you had in school. Made up people and places? I want to call someone, I said, concentrating on keeping my breathing even and slow. In through the nose, out through the mouth. I definitely couldn't figure it all out if they drugged me again. Who would you like to call? We notified your parents, and your roommate was here yesterday to check on you. He stood with a pen ready at the clipboard, maybe about to take down a number or a name, or maybe just ready to take notes on whether my delusions continued and they needed to drug me more. My uncle, I said. I whispered it, terrified of what he would say. My Uncle Smith. I have his number. It's... Your Uncle Smith, he repeated, eyebrow raised, and my heart sank. No. It couldn't be. He wouldn't say... The same Uncle Smith you thought was some sort of fairy? Meadow, this man doesn't exist. No, I said, and didn't care that his other eyebrow rose to match the first. I shook my head as desperation nearly overwhelmed me, and the tears started anew. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. No, I've known him for years, all my life. He's friends with my parents. He knows me. I just want to talk to him. Your parents have no idea who he is, the doctor said, and folded his arms over his chest. We asked. They don't know anything about him. I stared at the end of the bed as tears dripped down my cheeks. Uncle Smith. He was real. He had to be real. He was the only person who understood me, who told me I was okay. If he wasn't real, then that meant... Rafe, I whispered, and sank lower in the bed, wanting to hide my face with the sheets. Rafe. Your roommate gave us his information. You went on the first date with him when you hurt your ankle, Meadow, but he hasn't seen you since he walked you to your car. He said he wasn't interested in calling you and didn't intend to ask for a second date. It sounded like you developed a very detailed scenario where the relationship continued, even though the date didn't go well, and drew this man into your delusions. My chest ached with a deep burn. Gravity felt too heavy, pressing me down, and I wished it would just crush me, that I would disappear into the floor. Rafe had to be real. I shook my head as I stared at the ceiling, my face so numb I wouldn't have felt the tears streaking my cheeks if they hadn't burned. It felt like those tears would leave scars on my skin, so that everyone would see them, would know how I mourned what I'd lost. Rafe. Dr. West took a deep breath and almost managed to sound sympathetic. "I'm sorry, Meadow. Take some time. Relax. Someone will be in shortly with dinner." He disappeared, but I didn't care. Even the sound of a deadbolt setting in the door didn't make me do more than blink. I tried to curl up on my side and bury my face in the pillow, but the restraints kept me from getting comfortable. It wasn't fair. What if it had all been a dream or a hallucination? Rafe said everything perfectly. He pursued me and supported me and loved me, and it all sounded too good to be true. Well, maybe it was. Maybe he was a product of my imagination and some pain medication. But Smith had to be real. My hands clenched into fists and I shook my head, wanting to bare my teeth to the world. I knew in my bones he was real, and I was a muse. All of it was real. The strength drained from my hands and they went limp on the stiff sheets. Except maybe it wasn't. I'd tried so hard for so long to be normal, to think normally and not to see all the strange things I saw. Maybe something finally broke in my head and pushed me over the edge. A shitty date, a broken ankle, a cold night. Maybe that was all it took, and he was right, and I went off the deep end. I squeezed my eyes shut again and bit the inside of my cheek to keep back a scream. I wanted to be a muse. I wanted everything Smith said to be true. I liked that life better. I liked that me better, where magic existed and the world was a little more dangerous, but at least I had a mate by my side. I wanted Rafe to be real, to be the man I needed him to be. I didn't want to be the crazy girl again. I cried until my head ached and my chest hurt, and I wanted to crawl into a hole and sleep forever. I'd finally found people who accepted me for me, who loved me because of who I was and not in spite of it. And they were hallucinations, product of some faulty brain activity. Everything turned gray and dull as I stared at the wall and ignored the woman who brought me a tray of dinner. There was no magic in the world, and I wasn't special. There wasn't any reason to pretend to be normal.
Chapter 17. Ruby went with Rafe to Meadow's apartment as the rest of the council got their people searching throughout the city. When Rafe could focus through the panic of losing his mate, gratitude that all of the shifters would immediately drop everything to help find Meadow almost overwhelmed him. But then he would remember that she was missing, and Bad Creek probably had her, and everything else would fade away. Only rage remained. When he knocked on the apartment door, his fist dented it. Ruby gave him a sideways look and muttered, "Dial it back. Let me do the talking." The door opened with the security chain still engaged, and a perky brunette peered at them through the 3-inch gap. "I'm not interested in buying anything, thanks." "We're not selling anything," Rafe growled. Ruby scowled at him and smacked his arm. "We're friends of Meadow. We're trying to find her." "Jesus," the roommate said, then shut the door and fussed with the chain. The door opened again, and she stepped back to let them in. "Everyone's looking for Meadow today." "What do you mean?" Ruby took the lead, trying for friendly even though she towered over the petite girl. "Some dude this morning came by and wanted to know where to find her." The roommate shrugged, but her head tilted as she looked at Rafe. "You're really familiar. Are you? Holy shit, no way! You're the guy from the matchmaker? The one Meadow met. Damn, if I'd known you were actually as good-looking in person as you were in the picture, I might have stuck around."
and she winked at him, as if the date were a shared joke. He hated her. Hated her so much he wanted to destroy the apartment and her car and everything else he could reach. And he wanted to drive to the matchmaker's office and give Paula a piece of his mind for thinking he would ever get along with the vapid little wretch standing in front of them. She didn't notice his anger, but Ruby did. His sister patted Rafe's chest and focused on the roommate. What did he look like? The guy who wanted to find Meadow. Oh, tall dude, black hair, really gnarly scars on his face. A little creepy, but you know. She shrugged and headed into the kitchen to retrieve a bottle of diet soda. Meadow goes for creepy. A growl started in his chest before Rafe could swallow it back. He would send his people over to pack Meadow's things, and she would never deal with that horrible girl again. Ever. Meadow would live with him over the bar before she'd go back to that apartment. The roommate blinked, and he tried to stop the wolf from snarling at her. Ruby gripped his shoulder until she nearly broke the skin through his sweater, and tried to smile at the girl. Sorry, he's had a stomachache for a bit. If you saw a picture of the guy who asked about Meadow, would you recognize him? Probably. The girl eyed her. How do you know Meadow? From the bookstore, Ruby said, flipping through her phone until she pulled up the surveillance photos Smith had obtained of the various Bad Creek pack members. Start from here and keep swiping right. Tell me if you see the guy. The girl frowned at the phone as she paged through the photos. Is Meadow in some kind of trouble? No offense, but she doesn't get this kind of attention much. Or ever. She's gone missing, Rafe managed to say. Missing? Figures. The girl sighed and handed the phone back to Ruby. The rent is due in 2 days, and she still owes me half. This is the guy who asked about her. I told him she was working, and he said he'd meet her at the bookstore. The wolf raged and almost broke free. The scarred face and dead eyes of one of the Bad Creek betas stared back at him from Ruby's phone, and Rafe thought his mind might break and he would be stuck as the wolf forever. Ruby took one look at him and shoved him toward the door. Thanks, we'll be in touch. Cool. She shrugged and rolled her eyes. Tell Meadow she owes me $400. Rafe couldn't take it. He spun on his heel and dodged past Ruby as his sister tried to drag him out the door, and instead he confronted the roommate. You told that guy where to find her. He kidnapped her, and now we don't know where she is. She could be hurt or dead. Because of you. Because you don't give a shit about anyone but yourself. The girl's face drained of color. What? Yeah. His fists clenched, and he could feel his teeth getting larger in his mouth. A dangerous sign, even as they caused a hint of a lisp. Some friends of mine will be here in an hour. They will pack up all of Meadow's things, and then you'll never have to see her again. And here. He had just enough cash in his wallet to throw on the table to cover Meadow's rent. That should cover what she owes. Don't ever call her again. He couldn't breathe until he stood outside and the door shut behind him. Ruby shook her head as she started down the stairs. Maybe not the best idea to threaten the girl. It wasn't a threat. He sounded too grim, almost as dead inside as that Bad Creek beta looked. Rafe snarled and grabbed the banister, wrenching at it in his anger until it splintered and fell apart. We have to find her. We will. Ruby strode to the car, her phone to her ear as she issued orders to the rest of the pack. Ruby, Rafe said, but stopped as he pulled his door shut and stared out the windshield, a sudden possibility tilting the world and shaking him to his core. What if she isn't the same? They could be doing anything to her. He cut off and gripped double fistfuls of his hair, wanting to tear it out at the roots as 100 awful possibilities occurred to him. Bad Creek would hurt her in order to hurt him. They might experiment on her, pump her full of chemicals, and God only knew what. Brother. Ruby faced him across the console as she started the car, though she didn't put it in gear. Instead, she smacked his cheek to get his attention, even though Rafe felt wild-eyed and almost halfway toward shifting. Her voice dropped, steely and controlled. Confident enough, he believed her. If she is hurt, we will heal her. If she is scared, we will reassure her and protect her. If she is different, we will cherish the memory of what she was and love what she has become. She is your mate. She is our family. We will get her back, and you will be fine. You will both be fine. Rafe met his twin's gaze and took a deep breath. She was right. Of course she was right. The wolf retreated slightly, content that Ruby was also on the hunt. Okay, Ruby said. She put the car in drive and peeled out, headed for the bar and the rest of the pack. Smith is meeting us at the bar with whatever his people found. The sooner we find her, the better. He concentrated on Meadow, on the tentative thread that connected them. The wolf wanted to hunt, nose to the ground, and search until they found her. Search until they found that scar-faced bastard who drugged her at work and dragged her away. His hands clenched again, and he had to roll down the window until the cold air knocked the rage back a level. He had to be clear-eyed and focused to find her. Anger only clouded his judgment. Rafe took a deep breath and sent a promise into the universe, so Meadow would know, wherever she might be. I will find you and bring you home. He hoped she heard him. Chapter 18. The hours ran together until I had no idea how long I'd been in the facility. They brought meals even when I wasn't hungry. Dr. West came back a few times to discuss my delusions and whether I'd gotten to a point where I could acknowledge the hallucinations as hallucinations. I struggled to play along and tell him what he wanted to hear, because deep down I couldn't think for a moment that Rafe wasn't real, that what we'd shared was just a product of my imagination. The third time West returned, he brought someone else with him, a tall, dark-haired man who looked just close enough to Rafe that my heart leapt, and I thought I might have been saved. But it wasn't Rafe, just a handsome man with a couple of scars on his face. West smiled as he approached the bed. Do you remember Nick, Meadow? Nick. I searched his face and my memory for any hint of a connection to the stranger, but came up empty. I shook my head slowly, paralyzed by the fear of what West would do because I didn't remember the tall guy. Nick didn't even blink, watching me with a small degree of interest. The doctor sighed and shoved his hands in his pockets. Nick is your boyfriend, Meadow. Boyfriend? I bit my lip to keep from laughing or crying. The impassive giant looked about as cuddly and comforting as a brick, and I couldn't imagine him stroking my hair or kissing my neck or waking me up with gentle snoring. I don't think... You met earlier in the year, when you were still at school, before you tried to hurt yourself. I didn't... The first step toward healing is acknowledging the difficulties you've faced, West said, unmoved. He was the worst damn psychiatrist I'd ever talked to. I wanted to punch him right in the nuts, and wished I had my taser to back it up. Meadow, Nick helped you heal. He stayed with you after you left the facility, and helped you move in with your roommate. He's been here every day for the last week since you arrived. I shook my head, clutching at my temples. At least they'd removed the restraints, though I only wore a set of scrubs and socks under the thin sheet. It couldn't be true. Nick didn't look like someone I would trust. He didn't compare to Rafe. I appreciate it, but I don't know him. I don't love him. West's eyebrow arched. But you love this Rafe character. Of course. It slipped out before I could check myself, and I shivered and shook my head as his expression darkened. No, I didn't mean that. I meant I love the idea of him. Not that he's real. He's not real. He isn't real, Nick said, and his voice came out deeper than I'd expected. A hint of empathy lurked in his dark eyes, but one of the scars pulled at the corner of his mouth until he sported a permanent smirk. He didn't try to touch me, at least. Meadow, he's not real. We have a long road ahead of us. Just focus on getting well. My breath caught as I stared at him, and again a seed of doubt grew in my heart. No one would go to the crazy wing of a hospital and try to convince a girl he was dating her unless he was actually dating her. I rubbed my forehead, wanting to curl up under the sheets. My voice came out too small, too sad. I don't know what's going on. They exchanged a look, and Nick edged close enough to touch my hand. It's okay, Meadow. Just relax. Maybe in a week or two, I can take you home and we can start over. Are you lying to me? I looked up at him, praying he would admit it was all made up or a big misunderstanding, and for a moment I saw something in his face that gave me hope. But instead, he squeezed my hand and said, Just focus on getting well, Meadow. I'll visit you tomorrow. Then he and West left, talking in low voices, and I stared at where the door shut behind him. I lay down with my back to the door and buried my face in the pillow. Maybe I'd dreamed Rafe up because Nick had all the warmth of a whetstone. I wanted the type of love that Rafe gave me, and when I didn't find that in the real world, maybe my brain took a vacation and made him up. I squeezed my eyes shut. The tears snuck out anyway, and I drew my legs up to my chest, struggling to breathe normally. I tried to hold on to Rafe, to my memories of him, the feeling of his fingers running through my hair, the warmth of his skin against mine, the taste of his lips. The ecstasy of making love to him and waking up in his arms stayed with me, warmed me even in that cold room. I held on to the thought, exhaled, desperate to maintain the illusion. I needed Rafe. My chest ached as I drifted in a half-sleep, almost dreaming of him. It had to be real. He would come for me. He would find me. I cried as the world grew soft and hazy and muffled, and I whispered prayers against my pillow. I begged Rafe to find me. I begged Smith to get me, and I wished with all my heart that they were real and this was not. I dreamed of Rafe, dreamed of him searching for me, of him begging me to tell him where I was, and somewhere Smith called out for me to give him a sign. It felt safe, finally, as I reached for Rafe and he reached back. I needed help. I needed them to help me, and I needed to help myself. The dreams grew darker, more desperate, as fear built in my chest. I wasn't safe here. I wasn't safe at all. Something bad would happen, and I wouldn't be able to escape. I had to escape. I sat up in a cold sweat, sucking in a great draft of air, and stared around the dark room. Nighttime. It had to be nighttime. My heart raced, and I concentrated on controlling my breathing as spots drifted across my vision. A little light bled from the window in the door, casting the foot of the bed clearly. I froze as I stared at where my feet had bunched up the sheets. A long shadow lay across my legs, even in the light from the window. My hand trembled as I reached for it, and it wasn't until I held the shadow in my hand that I truly believed it. It was Smith's cane, the beautiful carving swimming as tears filled my eyes. The cane showed up in the middle of the locked room in a mental facility, as they told me that Smith didn't exist, that magic didn't exist. But it did. The cane found me. The magic found me. I reached for Rafe in my dreams, and he reached back. Smith sent me the cane to protect me. It was real. It was all real. A figure moved past the door, and I shoved the cane under the sheets, pretending to sleep until the shadow disappeared. I held my breath for another few seconds, counting my racing heartbeats as jubilation threatened to spill out. I wanted to find that asshole Dr. West and cram the cane down his throat. But first I needed to plan. I had to escape and find Rafe. The cane warmed in my hand, and I took a deep breath as I struggled to remember what I'd read in Smith's book. I had the cane and myself, whatever muse powers I could remember and utilize, and that was it. I couldn't wait around to find out what Dr. West and the other people in the building had in store for me. When fear crept in because I couldn't remember what the book said, I gripped the cane and smiled into the darkness. Magic existed. I was a muse, and Rafe loved me. Rafe. I needed to get back to Rafe, and nothing in the world would stop me. Chapter 19. Rafe paced and snarled and tore chairs apart with his bare hands until Ruby kicked him out of the meeting and sent him upstairs. The bottle of whiskey he pounded didn't help with his state of mind. Somewhere out there, Meadow needed him. Bad Creek had her, and he couldn't reach her. When he finally passed out on the couch, he dreamed of Meadow. She begged for help. She cried out to him and pleaded for him to find her, to rescue her. And in his dreams, he tried. He tried to ask where she was, tried to catch her hand in his, but her fingers slipped away every time. The rage built in his chest until he roared awake and found himself in wolf form, rampaging through the apartment as he tried to burn off the awful desperation of not being able to reach his mate. Ruby opened the door to her room and watched him for a few seconds, then said, "What happened?" She had to know. She might not understand what he felt, not being able to reach his mate, but she was his twin sister, and Carter leaned on the doorframe behind her, still looking half asleep. Rafe forced the wolf back and shifted to human, though the snarling continued as he searched for clothes to wear. "It's getting worse. She's hurting. I have to get her." He expected Ruby to argue. He expected her to say something about the council or the plan or waiting until morning. Instead, she nodded. "Then let's go get her." That was enough. Rafe found his boots and started lacing while Ruby called one of their betas to rouse the pack. Carter, eyebrows raised in alarm, shuffled into the living room as Ruby and Rafe prepared. "Look, I know this is pack business," Ruby said, not looking at him as she brushed past to retrieve clothes from her room. "If you're not going to help, Carter, stay out of it." Rafe dragged gear bags out of the closet and unpacked a few of them, searching for weapons and climbing gear and everything else they might need to breach the compound. The wolf settled down as they made progress toward rescuing their mate, regardless of what the lion said. They would free Meadow. Carter made an aggravated noise and disappeared into the bedroom, talking on his phone. Rafe glanced at his sister. "If he tries to stop me—" "He won't," Ruby said. "He knows better. I'm getting her back tonight." Rafe took a deep breath and shouldered two of the bags, throwing them down the stairs to the sleepy beta who waited below. "Or I'll die trying." She met his gaze for a long time, not saying anything, and Rafe wanted to explain. There weren't words, so he just waited. Ruby nodded once and squeezed his hand as she headed for the stairs. "We'll get her, brother." By the time they loaded the pack into 5 SUVs, the trucks and people bristling with weapons, Carter joined them. He didn't look happy, but said, "The rest of the pride will meet us there. The bears are trying to find a babysitter." Ruby snorted and shook her head. "What about Smith? No one can find him. He's not answering his phone. We left him messages, but no telling if he'll receive them in time to help." Carter frowned as he checked the magazine to his rifle. "Which eliminates whatever advantage we might have had. Rafe, if we just wait, we can—" "She can't wait. She's hurt. I'm getting her tonight." Rafe stared straight ahead as the city turned to suburbs and then farmland, the snowy hills rolling by peacefully. He wondered how anyone could still be sleeping, dreaming through the awful night, when his life was in such disarray and he couldn't reach his mate. Carter didn't try to change Rafe's mind again. Rafe closed his eyes as the vehicle's occupants went silent, and the only sound was the bumping of the tires against the road and the occasional static from the radios. He focused on Meadow, trying to reassure her even though he knew she couldn't hear him, and tried to calm the wolf. They had to be focused, and part of him knew they wouldn't succeed. He would die trying to breach the fence, and then it would be left to Ruby and Smith to save Meadow. His throat closed around a knot of emotion, and Rafe almost ordered them to turn the car around. The lion was right. It was suicide to charge in there, but he couldn't stand the idea of Meadow alone a moment longer. He caught Ruby's hand, hoping the shadows inside the car would hide it, and held it tightly. Ruby squeezed back. Rafe took a deep breath as the car slowed to a stop in a stand of trees, the compound's bright lights just behind where they stopped. The driver cleared his throat. "They'll see us if we get any closer, boss. What now?" What now? Rafe's heart hardened. He was close. He felt Meadow, felt her pain and panic and desperation. He couldn't hesitate. "Everyone get ready." He got out of the truck and strode to the trees, easing forward until he caught sight of the compound's double fence topped with razor wire, and a few strands of concertina wire coiled between the two in a no-man's land. Guards in dark uniforms and wolves trotted around the perimeter. Ruby came up behind him and took a deep breath. "Holy shit. Makes me wish Edgar had actually taken pictures of this place. Seeing it for real is different than looking at the map." "Yeah." Rafe squinted as he searched for any weakness in the perimeter, but it doesn't change anything. Carter stood at his other elbow. "Rafe, man, this is suicide." Rafe didn't bother to look at him, feeling dead inside. Somewhere behind that fence, Meadow waited for him. "Tell me you would do anything differently if it was Ruby in there, and I might reconsider." Carter growled and stormed away, once more on his phone as he demanded his brother's hurry. From the sounds of it, he'd mobilized the entire Chase clan, the Lion brothers, their shifter mates, and even the half-Gorgon Medusa mate who could paralyze people from a distance. She was useful in a fight, but only if she got there in time. Rafe glanced at his sister, keeping his voice low. "Take the pack. Create a diversion. I'll get through the gates and start looking for her. I'll call when I find her." "The gates are too well guarded," she said, shaking her head, and pulled a pair of small binoculars from her pocket, aiming at the gate. "You wouldn't make it inside, much less into the buildings." Rafe started to pull off his jacket and sweater, handing his rifle over to another pack member. "I'll go in as a wolf. Blend in. It'll be fine." They both knew he was lying. Rafe bent to unlace his boots, but paused as Ruby swore under her breath and reached for his arm, trying to hand over the binoculars. "Something's happening." He straightened and grabbed the glasses, struggling to focus as his hand shook. Floodlights began to sweep the perimeter between the fences, and the guards deviated from their precise routes, scattering into a search pattern. He thought he heard sirens. In a heartbeat, he knew it was Meadow. She knew. She was trying to escape, and those sons of bitches were going to catch her before she reached him. His wolf snarled, and Rafe tossed the binoculars back to his sister. "That's her. We have to go now." Ruby started ordering the pack into formation, breaking into two groups to aggravate and distract the guards and challenge the gates, and grabbed Rafe long enough to point toward the only possible place he might be able to break through. "Give us 5 minutes, then go. When you get her, call me. We'll kill the spotlights as soon as we can." Rafe nodded, then hugged her tightly. "Thank you, Ruby. Make sure she's safe. Swear to me. You'll get her out of here as soon as we get her." "I promise, brother." Your mate will be safe." Ruby hugged him back, her lips compressed into a thin line as she turned and walked away. She touched Carter's chest briefly, as if to reassure herself that her mate was still within reach, and Rafe met the lion's gaze, unflinching. Carter took a deep breath and leaned forward to shake his hand. "Good luck, Rafe. The reinforcements are on their way. Just hold on as long as you can." Rafe nodded and returned his attention to the compound as the guards scurried like ants from a kicked mound. The wolf snarled and the world broke apart, and he dropped to 4 paws. The air grew crisper, sounds louder, and the ache of missing meadow strengthened until it nearly knocked him down. Rafe shook it off and trotted to the edge of the trees, searching the compound and the air for any hint of her. He would find her. He would have her back soon. His lip curled until he could taste his vengeance. Bad Creek didn't know what they'd done when they stole his mate. He would make them pay in blood. Chapter 20. I waited until the lights went out in the hall outside to move. I peered through the window and didn't see anyone guarding my door. They must have assumed that the lock was enough, and that I was resigned to being stuck in the crazy ward. I gripped the cane and rested the end of it against the door handle, taking a deep breath as I concentrated all of my energy on getting out, getting free, getting back to Rafe. The cane warmed in my hands and a sharp burning scent made me sneeze, but when I tried the door handle, it opened. I held my breath and peeked into the hall, my heart racing. I suddenly really needed to pee, but there wasn't time. No telling when the next guard would come through, or that bastard West would find me and dose me with something horrible. I clenched my hands around the cane and prayed, begged the universe and Smith and Rafe to help me. I needed to get outside. If I could get outside, I would know where I was, and then I'd know how to get back to Rafe. And safety. My leg dragged as I hobbled down the hall, sticking close to the wall as I tried to figure out how the hell to get out of there. Everything looked the same, gray and white and bland, a bunch of doors in a corridor that connected to another corridor full of doors. Footsteps approached and I froze, clutching the cane and focusing everything on not being seen. "Don't see me" became a mantra on repeat in my mind. It wasn't exactly how the book described it, but I didn't need finesse. I just needed it to work. And muses could inspire people to look away. I held my breath as a tall man wearing the dark uniform of a guard strode past at a near jog, clearly headed somewhere. Against my better judgment, I followed him, using the cane as I hopped to keep up. It hurt. I bit my lip to keep from crying out as my cast stubbed against a doorstop and I almost fell on my face. The guard paused, looking around, and I shrank back, redoubling my efforts to remain unremarkable and invisible. He continued, but I turned down a different hall, hobbling along toward what looked like an exit. Finally, I thought I saw the night sky. I took a deep breath, ready for the cold winter air, and ran into something. Someone. I stared up at Nick, his scar buckling in a frown, and he caught my shoulders. "You're not supposed to be out here." My mind raced, trying to come up with an excuse, but nothing registered. I could only stare at him. He looked around, down the halls, then took hold of my arm. "Come with me." "No," I said, though it squeaked out. I couldn't fight him, but maybe I could inspire him. "Let me go. You have to let me go. Show me the way out. Take me to the gate." "No," he said, shaking his head. "You'll never get past the gate. There are too many people trying to keep you in." "Help me leave," I whispered, as the world got slow and swirly and the cane warmed in my hands. "Tell me how to get free." Nick flinched, the muscle in his jaw jumping, and his grip gentled on my arm. He looked around the halls, then tilted his head at another hall. This way." I shouldn't have trusted him. I knew I shouldn't have. But the cane gave me enough confidence to follow Nick down the hall and into a small vestibule with an unremarkable door. I held my breath as he held a card up to a silver box next to the door, and the light over it turned green. He opened it and held the door for me. "Go straight. There's a door in the fence. Head south and you'll find the road." "Thank you," I said, and started to move past him. But Nick caught my arm again and dropped his voice, his gaze intense. "If you get out of here, tell the Alphas that they have allies here." "What?" I stared at him, my heart thudding in my ears. The cold winter air cut through the scrubs I wore and prickled my skin, and I dreaded having to run across the open ground to get to the road. "What are you talking about? You should forget you saw me here." "Right." The scar buckled again in a deeper sneer, and his dark eyes reflected gray for a moment. "I don't know what you are, but that voodoo doesn't work on me. That's why West wanted us paired." Something in the air changed as I stared at him, and red lights in the hall lit up and began swinging around in alert. Nick looked behind me and his expression tightened. "They've discovered you're missing. You'll never make it to the fence now." "I'm leaving." I gripped the cane and headed for the door, despite the squirm of doubt in my stomach. What if he told the truth? What if he wanted to work against whoever kidnapped me, and Rafe would have a use for him? "You can't now," Nick said, reaching for me in the door. "You'll never—" Shouts rose in the hall, and he muttered as a siren went off. Outside, flooded with lights. Nick tried to pull me back inside. "We can come up with a story, and you can escape later." I shoved the cane against his chest and said, "No, I'm going back to Rafe." And he crumpled bonelessly to the floor. I stood over him for a split second, debating, then heard the trample of running boots and bolted. Well, hobbled. I focused on the fence and prayed no one noticed me. I put all my energy into it, until the cane burned against my palm, and I stared at the fence until it nearly disappeared from my vision. It was so close, almost within reach. I could almost touch the door in the first fence, when all the light in the world landed on me, and everything turned too bright to see. I froze, staring around, and someone yelled. Dogs barked. Panic surged in my chest, and I flung the door open, trying to run. Spotted. Damn it. I was almost there. If I could just make it past the fence. Snarling rose behind me, and I cried out, swinging the cane and trying to drag that damned cast. I could see a stand of trees beyond the fence, beckoning. I would be safe there. I could hide there until Rafe found me. I just had to get past that fence. Something cracked through the night, like a gunshot, and I looked around wildly. A guard tower to my right housed a man with a long gun in his hands, and my heart leapt to my throat. They shot at me? I tripped, fell, and my knees slammed into the hard ground and snow. Pain shot all the way through me, and I struggled up, using the cane. But something large and hairy bowled into me from the side. I screamed, more in anger than pain, and lurched to my feet to face down the wolves. They circled, trying to herd me back to the first fence, but the cane kept them at a safe distance. It started to glow as my desperation built, and I clenched my jaw to keep my teeth from chattering. I was so cold and scared. I didn't want to go back inside. I didn't want them to tell me Rafe wasn't real. I needed him to be real. I kept backing up, limping and dragging both my feet against spikes of agony from my heels to my back, and stumbled again, fell again, crawled backwards and prayed I wouldn't die in a wolf's jaws. My hand shook, but I knew I would fight. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't, and I damn well wouldn't let them tell me that anymore. I knew magic existed. I knew it. The magic cane saved me, helped me, and that was enough. I shoved to my feet and headed for the fence, whacking at least 2 wolves as I reached it and fumbled at the lock. My back pressed against the fence so I could watch the wolves as I used the cane on the lock, desperate for it to work again. But it didn't warm. The glow softened. The wolves growled and edged closer, heads low and saliva dripping from their teeth. Men in dark uniforms ran towards us, carrying weapons and chains, and my lungs constricted. Freezing air made it difficult to breathe, but not as much as the despair. I wouldn't go back. I had to fight. I gripped the cane and ignored the shouting from the guard tower, ignored when the floodlights redirected, ignored snarling from a distance and motion behind me. The door wouldn't open. I was stuck. I braced to fight off the wolves and told Rafe I loved him. I would reach him eventually. I wouldn't stop fighting. And Smith. I needed Smith as well. He was the only family I had. A fierce wind built up and swirled the snow in great tornadoes, making it difficult to see, and the noise behind me grew louder. I dared look away from the wolves creeping closer for just a moment, and my breath caught. A strange green glow burned in the field beyond the fence, and shadows raced around it. Small glowing figures detached from the main pillar and scattered, swarming over the compound and the guard towers and the fence, and the lights went out. The entire field plunged into darkness, except for the glowing man and my cane. I held it up and swung it against the fence, sending sparks cascading through the night. And far away, I heard Rafe howl my name. Chapter 21. Rafe charged as soon as he saw the Bad Creek wolves circling a small figure in green scrubs. He knew it was Meadow. She carried that damn cane from Smith and struggled to defend herself in the snow while wearing that cast. A pack hunted her down, cornered her at the second fence, and held her off from escaping. She was so close. He barreled down the hill and across the field, not caring as the guards took pot shots at him and even winged him. It slowed him down, but he only saw Meadow, desperate and afraid, cornered. Ruby and the pack, accompanied by an enormous lion, attacked at the main gate as well as the rear, and more gunshots filled the night. Rafe concentrated on getting to the fence, reaching his mate. He grunted as another shot bit into his hip, but he kept running on 3 legs. Before he reached the fence, static filled the air and something crashed into the ground to his left like a fucking meteor. Green light filled the air, and a freezing wind nearly knocked Rafe off his feet. He stumbled to a halt as Smith, towering over 7 feet and wearing crazy long robes, raised his arms and shouted something that rolled through the air like thunder. Small green sparks, little people with wings, broke away from Smith and raced into the compound, past the fences and toward the lights. Rafe hobbled forward, focused on Meadow as her cane glowed to match Smith, and the wolves hesitated. Smith's minions knocked out the lights, and everything plunged into darkness. Rafe's wolf howled. More shouts rose, emergency generators kicked in, and yet darkness still reigned. Smith's voice reached him in a thread of sound, like the old man stood at his shoulder. "Get her. Free her. Now." Rafe ignored the pain. It would heal. He charged the fence, throwing his shoulder against the door until it dented, but it remained locked. One of the glowing minions flitted through the air and dashed through the links until everything melted and the door fell off its hinges. Meadow lurched through, breathless and sweating in desperation, and she nearly fell across Rafe. She sobbed and gripped his fur. "I knew you'd come. I knew you'd find me." He licked her hand, desperate to comfort her, but he still had the wolves to deal with. He nudged Meadow, trying to shove her behind him so he could face the threat alone, But she remained at his side, holding that cane. It glowed brighter as the wolves snarled and approached, pouring through the open door to surround them as men with guns lined up behind the fence and swatted at the minions who attacked them from above. Rafe blinked away the pain and the blood in his eyes, baring his teeth at the threat as he tried to back up. He just had to hold them off long enough for the lions to arrive. The lions and the bears and his pack. They would all be enough to save Meadow. One of the Bad Creek wolves darted forward, snapping at the air, and aimed at Meadow, not at him. Rafe's control snapped, and he charged. He didn't care whether he could actually fight with 3 legs and a bullet in his side. He killed the wolf who almost bit Meadow, its neck snapping in his teeth, and threw the carcass aside so he could find the next threat. Yelling rose in the distance, and Meadow screamed. The green glow increased, and Rafe looked up in time to see the man in the guard tower raise his rifle. A red dot cut through the night and bounced off the snow where Rafe's paws churned it into a mess. The red dot rose, flickered, hovered on Meadow's chest. Meadow. Rafe roared and leapt, knocking her back, taking her place. The bullet tore through him in a blaze of agony, ripping through his guts until he felt hollow, empty. But Meadow still moved. She fought. She lifted that cane and screamed, her rage a reflection of his. Rafe felt so damn proud of her, he almost forgot the strange sensation of blood draining from his body. He staggered to be next to her, wanting to feel her touch, and blinked as his vision swam. The wolf didn't mind. They felt so unbearably cold, but at least Meadow stood firm with her glowing staff. Rafe's legs gave out, and he sank into the snow, but he was content to just watch Meadow. She burned with a bright light, sending static and lightning into the darkness, and Smith's glow approached in a blaze. Chaos erupted, with lions and bears and more wolves swarming around them, jostling him, defending Meadow. He exhaled as Ruby's familiar wolf form raced up and leapt over him, pausing only to nudge him with her nose before going to check on Meadow. His eyes closed. Meadow was safe, protected. Ruby would get Meadow to safety, just like she'd sworn. His mate was safe. Chapter 22. When Rafe stood beside me, I managed to be brave. I held off the wolves even though my hands shook and my knees knocked together and I lost all feeling in my legs and I still really, really needed to pee. But when the gunshot cracked through the night and Rafe grunted, when he fell, a blaze of panic cut through me and wiped everything away until only rage remained. They hurt him. They tried to kill me and instead maybe killed Rafe, my mate. The cane turned into fire in my hands and my chest ached. I lifted it and screamed, swung the cane at those wolves and took vicious pleasure in seeing them leap back, one too slow. It collapsed in the snow. But there were still too many of them, and bullets bit into the snowy muck around my feet. I needed help. I needed someone to help Rafe. The strange light emanating from the cane billowed up and joined with a Roman candle to my left. I knew it was Smith. He looked 10 feet tall and freaking terrifying, waving his hands to direct a horde of the scariest things I'd ever seen in my life. They lurched and tumbled through the snow toward the compound. Creatures with malformed bodies, extra limbs, covered with hair, howling and racing forward, seeking blood and vengeance. I had no idea who or what they were, or whether these were the friends Smith frequently referenced, but it didn't matter. They poured through and over the fence, swarming the guard tower, and I could have stood there, mesmerized by the magic sparking around them, as a surge of wild animals surrounded us from behind. I jumped as another wolf nudged Rafe, then tried to push me back toward the trees, toward an SUV that tore over the fields without regard for the lack of roads. I shook my head, unwilling to release the cane, and bent to check Rafe. There was so much blood, and his eyes remained closed even when I touched him. "I can't leave him!" The air crackled next to me, and I turned, expecting more bullets or some of those minions, but instead, Ruby had transformed back to her human self. Even naked, she didn't seem affected by the snow or cold or danger. Her eyes still glinted gold as she grabbed my arm. "We have to go, Meadow. I won't leave him. We're taking him," she said, and when I looked back, 2 naked humans helped lift Rafe's body onto the lion's back until he slumped over Carter's shoulder. The lion raced off, and Ruby tried to drag me forward. "We don't have time. Let's go." I looked over my shoulder at where Smith and his minions still fought, as more wolves and more humans appeared, as more guns discharged into the darkness, and I hesitated. I could still fight. Nick was somewhere in there, and he'd tried to help me. Maybe he needed help, too. "But—" she growled, a wolf's frustration from a human throat, and gestured. I blinked and looked up as the biggest bear I'd ever seen in my life lumbered over. Ruby said, "She won't go, Kaiser. Get her to the truck," and then dropped back into her wolf form. A scream caught in my throat as the bear, a dark blonde mix of polar and grizzly, scooped me up with one giant paw and tossed me onto his back. I gripped the thick fur at his shoulders and tried to slide free, but then he was running, a long-legged lope that rolled and bounded over the field. I looked back as the eerie green lights brightened and Smith's voice boomed over the entire compound. "Be warned, wolves. Do not trespass where the Fae have claimed jurisdiction." More lights flared up, and I forgot to be afraid. Parts of the compound burned. The fence crashed down in pieces. Men and wolves scattered, yelling and howling, and all the lights winked out at once. Even the glow faded, and no matter how hard I searched, I could find no trace of Smith or his people. The bear lurched to a halt, and I tumbled off, landing hard on my side with a grunt. The SUVs waited, engines running and armed men and women forming a protective barrier between us and what remained of Bad Creek, and when I looked up, a burly, naked man offered me a hand up. The dark beard concealed an almost mournful expression, though his eyes were kind. "Sorry about the rough landing, dear. You should get in the car where it's warm." I could only stare at him. A few heartbeats earlier, we'd been under attack and dodging bullets. The abruptness of arriving at the safety of the SUV felt like whiplash. I couldn't keep up. I didn't move, hands opening and closing as I stared around at all the people who'd risked their lives to help me. "Where's Rafe?" "In the truck," Ruby said, still a growl, as she stormed past and seized my arm. She was still naked as she crowded me into one of the SUVs. "The medic is treating him, but we have to go. Now. Get in." My thoughts formed too slowly to do anything but obey, and the naked bear courteously helped me into one of the SUVs before disappearing toward another. As soon as my door closed, the SUV moved, speeding across the field toward the trees and, hopefully, a road. No one spoke. Harsh breathing and the clicks and pops of people checking weapons filled the silence, but I stared out the window and prayed no one followed. It wasn't until I looked down at my cast, battered and cracked and utterly useless, that I remembered the cane, dropped somewhere back in the snow. My heart ached at its loss, but I wouldn't suggest that they go back. Maybe Smith could retrieve it, or his minions. My hands and arms and legs and even my chest started to tremble. Sweat beaded between my shoulder blades and I couldn't breathe. Tears burned my eyes and my throat, and I sucked in air, trying to keep from crying. How unbelievably ungrateful. They rescued me. They saved me, and I was just going to sit there and cry. Rafe might have died to save me. Smith's friends might have died. I curled forward in the seat, trying to hide my face against my knees, to stifle the sob that tried to escape. I'd killed someone. The wolf who attacked Rafe died when I swung the cane, and I'd enjoyed it, relished it when it fell boneless in the snow. "Take a deep breath," Ruby said, quiet and calm. She gripped my shoulder, tried to pull me back up and away from the helpless puddle I'd become. "It's the adrenaline. You're safe, Meadow. We've got you." My hand shook so violently I couldn't even manage to catch her hand. Is Rafe okay? Will he be okay?" "The medics are working on him," she said, but she didn't meet my gaze. Her forehead creased with worry and grief, and my heart sank. Their pack would lose something because of me. I shivered and squeezed my eyes shut as I drew my legs up to hug my chest. He had to be okay. I wished my muse powers, whatever they were, would heal him. I concentrated on Rafe in a different truck as we sped through the night, and wished with everything in me that he would heal and survive. No one else spoke for the rest of the drive. Chapter 23. Rafe didn't expect to ever open his eyes again. Not really. Through the blood and haze and flashes of pain, he dreamed. The wolf dreamed of running free through snowy woods under a full moon. They'd be okay. He missed Meadow and Ruby and the pack, but he was content with the sacrifice he'd made. Their mate survived. She lived. But something dragged him back to the cold and light and pain, and eventually Rafe forced his eyes open and found Ruby sitting in a chair next to the bed where he lay. He groaned as sensation rushed back and nearly overwhelmed him, fighting through some kind of painkiller or sedative to speak. "Meadow, she's fine." Ruby cleared her throat and eased to her feet to lean her hip on the bed. She checked the different sensors and patches and wires attached to him, not quite meeting his gaze. "How do you feel?" "Fucking awful." Rafe groaned and tried to adjust how he lay, but everything hurt. His bones hurt. Breathing hurt. Trying to move his toes hurt. "Jesus Christ." "Sounds about right," she said under her breath, then picked up a plastic trigger device. "This is morphine. Hit the button when you need to take the edge off." She tucked it into Rafe's hand, and he hit the button immediately. He wasn't trying to be a superhero. It took a few heartbeats, but he eventually felt the morphine rushing through his veins, drifting up to his brain and down to his toes, wrapping him up and filing down the agony that threatened to drive him mad. When he could finally take a deep breath, Rafe managed to catch Ruby's hand and squeeze it. "Thank you." Ruby eyed him, and her eyes were just a little red around the edges. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Don't do anything like that again, you shithead. We almost lost you." "I won't," he said. "We almost bled the pack dry trying to save you." Ruby cleared her throat and brushed quickly at her cheeks before sitting on the bed, shaking her head. "It took forever before the wound started to close up, and you just kept bleeding. So you've got some bear blood and lion blood and leopard blood and God only knows what else." Even his face hurt as he tried to smile, closing his eyes as the pillow dented under his head. But they closed. When she didn't speak, he forced an eye open. "Ruby?" "The Gorgon gave you blood," she said after a long pause. "Nothing we gave you worked, so we had to use the Medusa's blood. It worked, but slowly. Owen said the bullets they shot you with contained some chemicals similar to wolfsbane. They're getting more powerful, so Bad Creek is refining their process. If we hadn't gotten you to the hospital when we did, you'd have died. We wouldn't have been able to save you, even with the Medusa's blood and its healing magic. It was close." Rafe inhaled, despite the pull of scabs and scars across his chest, hidden by yellow-spotted bandages and a thin sheet, and tried to find her hand to squeeze. "I'm sorry, Ruby, but I couldn't let them shoot Meadow." "I know." Ruby cleared her throat again a couple of times and finally used her sleeve to dab under her eyes. "I get it. Doesn't mean I like it, brother. If I lost you, that's half my heart gone. That's it. Watching the docs try to save you, that's the only time I've ever been really afraid in my life, Rafe. Don't ever fucking do that to me again." "I won't." He squeezed her hand, even though his knuckles popped and he thought his fingers would break. His voice went rusty with emotion, fearing what his life would have been without his sister. "I'm sorry, Ruby Lee. I am. We're even." She took a deep breath and poked his side with a dark look. "And now we've got to talk about Meadow." Panic surged and the beeping monitors grew frantic. "What's wrong? Where is she?" "She's fine," Ruby said, and pinned his shoulder to the bed to keep him from launching up. It was a testament to his weakness that she managed it with one hand and not much effort, but she also punched the morphine trigger again, and Rafe's muscles relaxed. Ruby lowered her voice as she went on. "She's with Smith, doing some sort of repayment thing. Apparently those glowing fuckers that turned off the lights and sucked the souls out of the Bad Creek bastards come with a hefty price tag." "Not hers to pay. I'll pay," Rafe wheezed, trying to breathe through the painkillers and the pain, the fear of what Smith would make Meadow do. "Call him. I'll go." "Shut up," Ruby said. She flipped the sheet back to check the bandages on his chest, frowning as she studied the mess. "She summoned them, apparently. She saw you get shot and flipped her shit and managed to summon some crazy fucking demons. Smith controlled them, so he went with her to pay the price. It's fine. He won't let anything happen to her." Rafe couldn't breathe. Meadow. She'd found her power and called up some crazy magic in order to save him. He wanted to smile, to celebrate, to crush her to him and hold her forever. He concentrated on breathing, building his strength. "When will she be back? When can I see her?" "Soon." Ruby checked her phone, then put it away and forced him to meet her gaze. "Smith's going to call when they're on their way back here. She didn't want to leave you. But here's the thing, brother. Bad Creek mind-fucked her. They did a number on her. I need you to listen to this and keep yourself in check. Got it?" The rage boiled up in his chest and his fist clenched, the wolf struggling to get out. But he gritted his teeth and focused on Ruby's brown-gold eyes. He needed to know what Bad Creek did to Meadow. If Ruby said he needed to hear it, he needed to hear it. "Go on." Ruby's mouth quirked in a hint of a smile, but her expression quickly turned grave again. "They tried to convince her she was back in a mental hospital, that she'd hallucinated everything, that you didn't exist and Smith didn't exist and shifters were just a product of her imagination. They said she was crazy and her roommate had her committed." A growl escaped past his clenched jaws and he wanted to break something, needed to break something. A high, keening noise followed the growl as he remembered what Meadow had said about her first time in a mental institution. She felt part of her die. The best part of herself disappeared. She didn't trust her memory and mind anyway, and for Bad Creek to exploit her history, he hated them even more, though he'd imagined that impossible. "Listen." Ruby gripped his chin and dragged Rafe's attention back to her, baring her teeth to make sure the wolf listened, too. She doesn't trust herself just yet, Rafe. She mostly does, but there's still a bit of doubt. She said she wonders when she's going to wake up and be back there. So you need to be extra fucking careful, do you hear me? Pump your brakes. I know you want to smother the fear right out of her, but she needs to rebuild herself before that can happen. The wolf snarled, furious. Meadow hurt. She feared. She doubted herself. When all he could remember and see was Meadow, glowing and fierce, as she battled wolves and men to protect him, strong and capable and perfect. Rafe shook his head, pain surging in his chest as his heart ached for her. Meadow. Ruby growled back. Do you hear me, Rafe? She still thinks she might be hallucinating you. She fought her way free from the physical prison, but the mental bars are still there. I know, he said, and covered his face. Those Bad Creek bastards. The unbelievable cruelty. It's not fair. Not fair to her. It isn't, but that's what they did. Now you've got to rebuild. Just be careful with her. Ruby took a deep breath and studied her hands. I had Carter's realtor start looking for apartments for her in secure buildings, with security and monitored garages and front desks, the works. So she'll have a safe place to stay when she's ready. She's been staying with Smith for the time being, but we're all waiting for when Bad Creek will take a run at him. He pretty much dared them to fuck around with the Fae, and I don't see the Bad Creek Alpha learning his lesson permanently, even with the monsters your mate summoned. Rafe pinched the bridge of his nose. Thank you. I'll talk to Smith, see if there's anything he knows that we can do to the apartment to keep her safe. And we can talk about those minions he's got watching everyone. Maybe Meadow needs a bodyguard. She's got that fucking cane. Ruby snorted and gave him a sideways look. It just appears places, disappears, reappears, moves across the room. Spooky as shit. She doesn't even notice it, but it freaks the bears out something awful. I thought Malcolm was going to climb up the closest tree he could find the first time it blinked into the room next to him. Great. Rafe took a deep breath as the morphine kicked in and the room grew hazy. Just what we need. Jumpy bears. You need to rest. Ruby eased to her feet and patted his chest. Just sleep. They're on their way back. I'll wake you up when she's here. Sure. Rafe yawned and meant to thank his sister again, but he drifted away. It felt like he only blinked when he looked up and found Meadow standing next to him. Ruby had disappeared and the lights were dim. He smiled, couldn't hold it back when he saw Meadow. He reached for her, desperate to touch her and know she was real. Hey. I was so worried about you, she whispered, and gripped his hand until his bones bent. You looked really bad. Thanks. Rafe smiled more as she flushed, and he managed to lift himself over in the bed to make room so she could sit, though he grimaced as the bandages pulled across his chest. It didn't matter at all. Meadow sat on the bed and collapsed forward against him, trying to hug him and bury her face against his neck. Rafe linked his arms around her and exhaled worry for the first time since he learned she'd been kidnapped. Safe. Finally, she was safe. He kissed her cheek and held her tighter. I was worried about you, too. She sat up, patting at her cheeks, and tried to pull away. I'm sorry, I'm crushing you. I don't want to hurt... Not a chance, he said, and hugged her close again. Nothing hurts when you're here, Meadow. How's your leg? She laughed and managed to untangle herself enough to lift her cast into view. I had to get a new one. The old one got destroyed in the snow, and I managed to re-break some of the bones. Owen said I'll probably need surgery to fix some of the small bones, but I wanted to wait until you were okay. Rafe grumbled and caught her arm, tried to pull her close again. Lay next to me, Meadow. I can't stand you being so far away." And he breathed easier as she shoved off her one shoe and tossed it to the floor, snuggling under the sheet next to him as Rafe put his arm around her. She rested her head on his shoulder, and he inhaled from her hair, his gratitude almost overwhelming. He closed his eyes, his arms tightening around her without thinking. "If you want to talk about anything, I'm willing. But if you don't want to, that's fine by me too. I'm still in glacier mode, babe." He felt her smile against him. "Thank you." Rafe kissed her forehead and settled in for a nice long nap. His eyes popped open when her hand rested low on his stomach, gentle and warm, and he lifted his head enough to peer at her. "Meadow?" She looked up at him, and her hazel eyes flashed. "I missed you. A lot." He couldn't wipe the stupid smile off his face. "I missed you, too." His hand tightened on her ass and pulled her closer, and he wondered if she wouldn't be the death of him after all. Chapter 24. My thoughts whirled as Smith and I left the meeting with the strange monsters I'd summoned during the escape from Bad Creek. We met in the depths of the forest, where the air was so still my skin prickled, and I looked around for the trap. But it turned out the monsters only wanted to be inspired. I concentrated on them and imagined them prosperous and capable and dancing, and it seemed to be enough. I didn't really understand it, but it drained most of my energy until Smith almost had to carry me back to the car. Luckily, my cane followed me into the trees and rested against a giant oak until I needed it. I didn't feel whole again until I walked into the hospital and found Rafe sort of awake, though he was still pale and wan. My vision blurred when his eyes opened and he reached for me, and I knew he was real, knew he would be okay. He practically pulled me into the bed with him, and I was only too ready to sleep next to him again. But the moment I felt him next to me, another need roared to life. I'd missed him so much, and part of me still doubted that this was real. So when I touched his stomach and his eyebrows shot up, I almost felt guilty. I needed to have him for myself, even knowing he wasn't entirely well. Rafe chuckled, though, and his hand drifted down to grasp my butt, squeezing and kneading as I touched his thigh. My breath caught, and I pressed my mouth to his, desperate to taste him. His lips parted, and his tongue met mine, just as eager, and I drowned in him. His body reacted when I touched him, the heavy length of him growing and hardening as I stroked him, and I broke the kiss to whisper, "Are you sure you have enough blood for this?" He laughed, then caught his side with a grimace. I retreated, uneasy, but Rafe shook his head and pulled me on top of him. "I have plenty, and if I don't, I'll get more. Don't stop now, girl." I glanced at the door to his room, worried someone might interrupt, but I couldn't have stopped for anything in the world. I was an addict, and he was my drug. I maneuvered the cast until I slid down his legs and kissed his stomach, still stroking him as I licked the tip of his growing cock. Rafe groaned, and his hips lifted in a gentle suggestion. Sucking the head as I used both hands to drag his full length made him grab the bars of the hospital bed, and the monitors beeped faster and faster. I closed my eyes, reveling in the feel and the taste of him, all hard muscle and heat and lust. He wanted me so desperately and completely that he was half dead in a hospital bed and still wanted to make love. I took more of him, wanting to feel as much of him as I could, and Rafe groaned again. He reached for my head, and his fingers tangled in my hair. "Baby, slow down. You're going to kill me." I broke away, but kept stroking him, looking up at Rafe as he watched me, looking love-drunk. I kissed the tip of his cock and his entire body twitched. "What was that?" His other hand touched my cheek, tugged on my hair. "I love you." "I love you, too." I licked the full length of his cock and squeezed my thighs together as desire coiled low in my stomach. I wanted to feel him, wanted him to fill me until there was no doubt he was real, and I was real, and we were real together. Rafe made another desperate noise as I nibbled and teased, and he panted with effort as he reached for me. "Meadow, come here." I wanted to finish him, wanted to show him how much I loved him, but couldn't resist those hands. I knelt over him, straddled his hips, and Rafe growled. He grabbed the waist of my pants and ripped, tearing the fabric apart as I writhed against him. My head tilted back as he tore away my panties and grabbed my thighs, pulling me closer. He gripped himself and stroked his cock against my slit, over and over until my hips rolled to meet him, and I lifted myself up, trying to press him to me. The monitors went crazy as he slid against me, and Rafe grumbled more as he entered me, but gripped my hips to keep me still. His fingers bruised me, and I gripped his shoulders, trying to press him deeper. Rafe's breath hissed in his teeth. "Look at me, Meadow." I did, staring at his eyes as they flashed gold. I loved him. I needed him. And he was there. Rafe was there, holding me. I ached for him. He exhaled. "You're mine, and I'm yours. Always. Always," I breathed, and sank down on him. He split me open, filled me until I ached and moaned. I couldn't stay still, but moved against him, rocking as gently as I could as the warm friction of his body drove me to madness. I needed him so badly. I eased over his chest until I could kiss him, and his arms wrapped around my chest to keep me close, until my breasts crushed between us. He sucked on my neck, behind my ear, as his hips lifted to meet me in slow, easy thrusts. We moved together with rising urgency until I shivered and froze over him, clenching and tightening against him, and Rafe grunted. The monitors wailed as he jerked under me, and I laughed, breathless, and kissed him. My forehead rested against his shoulder as I struggled to breathe, little aftershocks rippling through me as Rafe's hands drifted to my ass to hold me close. I tried to sit up. "I'm crushing you. It's—" "Don't move," he said, mostly a groan. He didn't even open his eyes. "Just stay here." I adjusted how I sprawled over him, and his body twitched. I flushed, closing my eyes as I hid my face against his neck. "I'm sorry. I really missed you." "Don't ever be sorry for that," he said. Rafe stroked my back and managed to drag the sheets back up and over us. At least I still had my shirt on. He exhaled and the monitor started to slow, returning to something close to normal. "I missed you too. God, I was so worried about you, Meadow. I almost lost my mind. I thought it might kill me." I closed my eyes as the sweat cooled on my back and my heart thumped in time with his. I felt safe for the first time in a very long time. I was so scared. He stilled, but his hand returned to a long, soothing stroke from my shoulders down almost to my butt. Rafe waited, patient, and his easy strength gave me the courage to keep talking. I still hid my face against his throat and took a wobbly breath. "They told me I had dreamed you up. I really thought I lost you, that you'd never existed, that we'd never be together. It hurt more than anything else I ever told myself, anything I ever doubted. It hurt too much to breathe when I thought I lost you, and it all felt so real. I knew it had to be true, but I couldn't trust myself enough to see through it. I spent so much time convincing myself I was crazy that I almost believed them. Tears burned my cheeks and dripped to his shoulder, and his arms tightened around me. Rafe made shushing noises, gentle and kind, as he held me close. The tears kept coming, though, until I almost couldn't breathe. And still he murmured nonsense words and waited, tracing shapes on my back until the grief retreated enough that the tears dried up. The self-doubt didn't go away. It didn't disappear just because he made love to me and told me everything would be okay. The minuscule voice in the back of my head that said it could be made up still whispered in my ear, but it was easier to brush aside with Rafe making that growly, grumbly noise. And it gave me the courage to whisper, "I don't like feeling crazy, but I still feel crazy." "You're not crazy." He took a deep breath, so I rose for what felt like forever and turned his face to kiss me. "You're not. You're you. You're perfect. You're the other half of my soul, and I've been searching for you my entire life." I mumbled a curse as the tears started again, and I tried to put my arms around him, too. Rafe chuckled as his fingers traced down to my butt and gently teased down the inside of my thigh, so I jumped, and he took my lip in his teeth with a gentle tug. "Besides, if you're crazy, you're exactly my type of crazy. So buckle up." I laughed and squirmed, going up on my elbows to stare down at him. He gazed up at me, still stroking my thighs, and I tried to give him the fiercest look possible, even though I wanted to grind against where his body hardened and pressed between my legs. "Don't call me crazy." "Never," he murmured, hands a little bolder. He drew his knees up until my hips settled closer against him, and I sighed, starting to move again as everything grew close and hot. "You're my muse, Meadow. You inspire me." I inhaled a sharp breath as he entered me again, another smooth slide until he filled me completely, and I closed my eyes as ecstasy flooded through me. At this rate, neither of us would ever leave the hospital. Chapter 25. The doctors didn't let Rafe leave the hospital for another week, regardless of how much he snapped and snarled. Owen, the medic and bear who he trusted, only said mildly that if Rafe stopped fooling around with his maid and let his chest heal, then maybe he could have left sooner. But Rafe wouldn't have traded those moments with Meadow for anything. It would have been nicer to have her in his bed at home, but being at the hospital added a degree of excitement that seemed to work for them both. Meadow stayed with Smith while she looked for an apartment with Ruby, but Rafe didn't tell her he'd already signed the lease on the one she liked the best. Ruby and Carter and the pack furnished the place while he was still recuperating, and as Valentine's Day rolled around, he finally felt like everything fell into place. Rafe winced as he got out of his car outside the apartment building Meadow liked, though he struggled to hide it as he spoke to her on the phone. "I know it's Valentine's Day, but would you mind if we stayed in? I'll cook you dinner at my place." "We don't have to do anything." Meadow sounded worried. "If you don't feel well, Rafe, just rest, and we can have dinner later this week." "I want to see you," he said, and meant it more than she would ever know. "I already bought you chocolates." She laughed, and it was music that lifted his heart. Meadow said, "Well, when you put it that way, how can I resist? Ruby and I have a few more errands to run, but she says she can drop me off around 7. Does that work?" "Perfect." And all by design. He'd called in some favors with Ruby, and she agreed to take Meadow out for a spa day and shopping and all the other girly shit he wanted Meadow to enjoy. Rafe nodded to the concierge as he limped through the lobby, waiting until he'd almost reached the elevators to say, "I'll see you at 7, baby. Love you." "Love you," she said, and hung up. For a moment he hesitated, staring at the elevator buttons, then pushed the penthouse level. He had a lot of work yet before 7. By the time Ruby called to say they were on their way up, Rafe still had a list of things to accomplish. He was only half dressed, the candles were only half lit, and he still hadn't started dinner. Plus, his chest ached and he couldn't breathe really well, which made everything more difficult. He knew Meadow wouldn't care if things weren't perfect, but he wanted them perfect for her. So he managed to shrug into his favorite black sweater and pick up a bouquet of wild daisies and stand in front of the door just as it swung in. Meadow walked through, looking totally confused, and Ruby winked at him from the hall before she quietly closed the door behind Meadow. Meadow stared around at the enormous apartment, filled with wildflowers and candles and chocolates, with her mouth hanging open, and stammered something that he could almost understand. Rafe held out the flowers and a box of caramels. "Hey there. Happy Valentine's Day." She stumbled forward, still limping with a smaller cast, and leaned against him, staring around the apartment as she hugged him. "What the hell, Rafe?" He laughed and set the bouquet and candy aside so he could squeeze her close. "Surprise. This is our apartment. I'm shit for decorating, so I went with overkill." "No kidding." She hobbled farther into the apartment, turning in a circle to try to take it all in. "What on earth did you do?" "We needed a place to stay. Well, I needed a place to stay. I would love for you to live here with me." He cleared his throat and wandered after her, picking up the 2 glasses of wine he'd poured and offered her one. "And since you and Ruby were looking at places, she said this was your favorite. I signed the lease, they moved everything in here, and here we are. Happy Valentine's." He worried for a moment that he'd overstepped and she would flee, would shove him away. But Meadow faced him and grinned. "It's perfect." Rafe bent to kiss her, lingering as she yielded, and he wanted to just carry her to the bed right away. But he pulled back and handed her the wine, starting to limp towards the kitchen. "But I'm supposed to make you dinner, and it's not even halfway done yet." She followed him, sipping the wine, but continued to take in the apartment as if she didn't quite believe it was theirs, like she thought it was a hallucination. He tried to be sensitive to any tricks that might make her doubt herself, but Meadow only looked mesmerized, pleased, excited. She picked up one of the vases of wildflowers to inhale from the blooms. "Where on earth did you get all these flowers?" "I have very important friends," he said and winked. "Well, I've got friends with greenhouses. The wildflowers remind me of you." "Oh?" Meadow snorted and pulled a daisy from the vase, twirling it around her finger and eventually tucking it behind her ear. "You know daisies are weeds, right?" "Misunderstood," he said, unable to hide his smile. He placed the steaks on the grill and checked the roasting vegetables before he wandered over to her. He gripped her waist and pulled her in for a more passionate kiss, tasting the wine on her lips, distracted by the gentle brush of flower petals against his forehead. He squeezed her ass. "And all of these wildflowers are strong, hardy. They grow where they want, where there's nourishment, and they survive environments that would have killed lesser flowers." Her hazel eyes sparkled with a hint of tears, but more with joy, and he kissed her again. He could have spent hours kissing her. The casual jeans and sweater she wore hugged her curves and tempted him to skip dinner entirely. He tugged on the ends of a few of her curls, bending to kiss her neck as he went on. "And these flowers are beautiful, adaptable. They smell amazing, just like you." She laughed and put her arms around his neck. "Flatterer." "I only tell the truth," he said, a rough grumble. He wanted to press her up against the island, lift her up until she would wrap her legs around him and he could pull her jeans down, and he put aside the thought for a moment and turned the stakes. When he turned back, she'd retreated to the other side of the island, a wicked look on her face as she picked through one of the piles of chocolate. She tasted it, biting into it slowly until he would have given anything to be that chocolate. Meadow made a yummy groaning noise that turned him on so much he actually got 3 steps towards her before he realized what he did. And then he had to adjust his jeans as his cock pressed painfully against the zipper. She smiled, eyeing him like a piece of beef, and spun on her heel to wander through the apartment. Rafe gripped the counter to get control of himself and focused on the food. He needed to feed her first. Meadow needed her strength, too. It took all his self-control to finish prepping the plates and carry them to the table, set romantically for 2 with candles and rose petals and more wine. By then, she'd completed the tour and sauntered up to him and held out a piece of chocolate. His heart thumped an uneven rhythm at the look in her eyes. His lips parted and hers followed, the smile growing along with the teasing light, and she placed the chocolate against his mouth. Rafe closed his lips around it, but her fingers trailed behind. He ate the chocolate and kissed her fingers, then kissed her until she sighed and tugged on his hair. Rafe had to hold his side as his chest ached, and when Meadow retreated, the teasing replaced by worry, he laughed. "I'm not dead yet, but I might need some protein before you get any naughty ideas in your head." She grinned and flipped the dark hair over her shoulder. "You're the one who tried to get me drunk and tempted me with chocolate." He could hardly concentrate enough to cut his steak, but distracted them both by asking about her day with Ruby. As Meadow recounted their adventures, including a small disaster at the nail salon, Rafe watched her expressions and counted himself the luckiest bastard in the city. Meadow smiled into her wine glass after they'd finished eating, and a comfortable silence stretched. "What are you thinking?" "That I'd like to read your palm." Her eyebrows rose, and she almost laughed. "I told you not to make fun." "I'm not. I'm totally serious." He reached for her hand and stroked his fingers across her wrist. "I want to read your future, Meadow." The smile played across her lips, but a hint of hesitation had her pull away. Her expression grew a little guarded, as if she'd read her own future and feared he might do the same. He waited, willing to be patient, and eventually she scooted her chair closer so he could hold her hand in his and stare down at her palm, exactly like she'd done in the bookstore only a week or so ago. He concentrated on breathing as his heart tried to break through his ribs, and his mouth went dry, and he was suddenly lost for words. He swallowed hard and felt the delicacy of her small wrist, the dainty fingers with pretty polish, and tried to get his shit together. Chapter 26. All the romance made me nervous, made butterflies swirl in my stomach until I could barely hold on to my wine glass. I even had to wander through the apartment I'd dreamed of in order to gather my courage to eat dinner with him. The flowers, the chocolate, the look he gave me when I walked in. I shivered. It felt like too much. A movie kind of romance. And then he asked to read my palm, and I almost melted right through the chair. I didn't trust myself with him. Didn't trust my memory enough to entrust it with his words and the amazing gesture. But I let him take my hand and felt my fingers get lost in his capable, strong hands. He made a thoughtful, growling noise that set my heart fluttering and tapped the center of my palm. Well, I see that you are very lucky in love. I laughed, covering my mouth with my free hand when he peered up at me with a jaundiced look, and I inclined my head as I struggled to form a thought. That's what I'm told. His eyes laughed at me, even as his expression stayed serious. There's a strong lifeline, and one of those fork things that mean you've got a strong personality. A trident, I said, leaning my chin on my fist as I watched him. A fork is even better than a trident. Rafe frowned as he stretched my fingers back. It says you're strong and intelligent and funny. You care about everyone around you, and you're willing to fight to protect others. My breath caught. He watched me, his eyes slowly turning the color of dark honey, and he didn't look back at my palm. You are the bravest person I've ever met, Meadow. You stood up to those sons of bitches, and you stood up to your own past, to everyone who lied to you. You're so strong. I don't feel very strong, I said, barely a breath of sound. It felt too vulnerable to even admit it. I could pretend to be confident and self-assured all day long, but to really admit it was all a charade? I gulped for air and shook my head. I don't feel brave. That's what makes you brave, he murmured, and squeezed my hand, his fingers drifting down my wrist to my forearm. Baby, that's all bravery is. Doing what you have to even when you're scared. You saved yourself, and then you helped save me. You're amazing and wonderful and more magic than I ever hoped to find in the world. I wasn't the type of girl who fainted, but that almost pushed me over the edge. I closed my eyes and smiled, shaking my head at him, and took a deep breath. Do you? I cut off when he placed something small in my palm and curled my fingers around it, and I opened my eyes, breathless. Rafe didn't blink, just watched me, and I slowly opened my hand. A small ring rested there, innocuous. I couldn't speak. Rafe cleared his throat, his voice all husky, and touched my knee. It's a promise, Meadow. One day soon I want to buy you a diamond, but this ring, this is my promise to you that I will always be there. When you're weak, I'll be strong for you. When you're afraid, I'll be brave. If you forget, I'll be your memory. I'll be your truth. Always. You will never have to walk alone. The ring blurred as tears filled my eyes, and my fingers shook as I picked it up. A small silver thing, with 2 hands holding a crowned heart. It's a clada ring, he said, taking it and sliding it onto the ring finger of my right hand. Now, if you wear it this way, it means you're in a relationship. The heart points toward you. If you wear it the other way, it means you're single and looking. So I hope not to see it that way. And he slid me a sideways look. And when we're engaged, you wear it on your left hand. I don't remember you asking me to marry you, I managed to whisper, though I clutched his hands with as much strength as I could muster. Just wait. He winked. This Valentine's Day shindig was just a practice round. There'll be so much damn romance when I propose that you won't know which way to turn. I laughed, even though it came out a little more like a hiccup, and touched his cheek. Just warn me, will you? I'm not used to all this. I'll make a note. He held my hands in his and met my gaze with a serious, determined look. Meadow, you're the other half of my soul. Please, live here with me. Be my mate. Of course, I said, as if there were any other answer. You showed me that there's magic in the world. He smiled, then abruptly straightened and caught at my hand. And one more thing. I jumped. What? Rafe studied my palm, frowning and grumbling under his breath, then tapped just beneath my thumb. "Well, this series of lines right here tells me there's a lot of yelling in your future." "Yelling?" I looked at him, puzzled, then squealed as he lurched up, caught me around the waist, and threw me over his shoulder. "Be careful! Your chest! Be careful!" "All I'm interested in is your chest," he said, striding into the bedroom with a beautiful king-size bed and more flowers and more candles. Rafe swatted my butt and dropped me onto the sheets, staring down at me with such hunger and determination that all of me shivered. Rafe tore off his sweater and kicked off his shoes, loosening his belt before reaching for my legs. He knelt on the bed, his hands making dents in the mattress next to my shoulders. Rafe nuzzled his nose to mine and kissed my cheek. I reached for him, tried to run my hands into his hair, but Rafe nibbled and kissed his way down my throat. I sat long enough to pull off the sweater and undershirt and my bra, and he grinned. He caught my breasts and made that hungry noise again, and I fell back against the bed. He dragged my jeans off and began a careful exploration of my uncasted calf and ankle. I watched as he worked his way up to my knees, then my thighs, and my breath caught. He eased my knee up and out, careful of the cast, and settled between my legs. His chin rested on my hip as he watched me, teasing my center over the thin cotton of my panties. I sighed and arched away from the bed. Rafe kissed the inside of my thigh and snuck a finger under the cotton to nudge and stroke until I moaned. It wasn't enough contact. Desire built slowly in an inevitable wave, each glancing touch and delicate kiss driving me closer and closer to the edge. When he finally ripped the panties away and sucked on the beat of nerves at my center, I came straight off the bed. Sensation overwhelmed me, and sparks cascaded across every inch of me. My muscles tensed, seized, and I cried out. He hummed against me, and I shivered, fingers working into his hair to keep him close. Rafe chuckled and broke away long enough to murmur, "There's a lot more yelling to do, baby," before his mouth latched to me once more. I was a sweaty mess by the time Rafe finished unbuckling his belt and slid off his jeans. He grumbled, gently rubbing my thigh, and I jumped as frayed nerves sparked to life. I managed to open my eyes and lift my head, sighing his name. Rafe knelt between my legs again and laced his fingers with mine, lifting my arms to pin my hands above my head. He gazed at me, searching my face for something, as he fitted his body to mine. The gentle shove and the warm pressure of his cock threw me into ecstasy again, and I bucked against him, desperate for more. He grumbled but held himself back, keeping my arms captive, and his teeth dragged down my throat. "You're all mine now, Meadow." The climax rolled through me as I gasped and begged him for more, trying to tug my hands free, and after a moment, Rafe thrust again. My hips rolled, lifted, desperate for movement, but he managed a torturously slow pace until I writhed and lifted my knees to try and drag him closer. He groaned, forehead dropping against my shoulder, and began to move with more urgency. I begged him, calling his name, and Rafe thrust harder. He released my hands, and I grabbed his shoulders, dug my nails in to keep him close, and he filled me over and over until he moved wildly. I hung on and tried to meet his thrusts as my channels seized up and my vision faded into darkness. Rafe collapsed on top of me, his hips pumping a few more times, and he groaned. I couldn't open my eyes, could barely move, but managed to stroke the back of his neck. Sweat dripped from his chest to mine, and Rafe kissed a fiery line across my collarbone. I sighed and adjusted my legs, and he sank deeper. I cried out and shivered, clutching at him, and Rafe grumbled, "You're trying to kill me." I sighed and stretched, felt his body react in a sudden surge. I can't help it. Rafe pushed up on his elbows to look down between us, then slid his arm between my back and the mattress. He rolled suddenly and pulled me with him, so I sprawled across his chest. Rafe helped me sit back until I straddled him, sitting up so he could squeeze my breasts. He gripped my hips and smacked my thigh, lifting his hips to impale me before he spanked me again. "I can't do all the work, darling." I laughed and started to move, caught up in the long, slow slide of him into me, the gentle friction as he rose to meet me, and the explosion of sensation when he teased my clit as I rode him. My head fell back and I raked my nails down his sides, bouncing harder. He was right, though. We both did an awful lot of yelling. Epilogue. Despite the heavy robes I wore and the scarf wrapped tightly around my throat, the cold winter air cut right through me. It could have been nerves. Smith stood next to me, tall and regal and carrying a giant staff of gnarled oak. I held my breath as the clouds parted and the full moon became visible. All around us in the silent woods, figures great and small coalesced around Smith and his staff. I shifted my feet and tried to look more confident, pulling the hood of my robes forward to hide my expression. I considered making a run for it, though the bulky cast didn't let me move very fast. But as I took a step back, something warm bumped my hand. A wolf nosed my palm, and I smiled. I couldn't help myself. Rafe in his wolf form nearly took my breath away. His shoulder easily reached my waist, and he leaned gently against my hip when uncertainty overtook me. He was my rock, in more ways than one. Even the magic cane didn't give me the same strength that a glance from Rafe provided. It had been Smith's idea. Apparently, the shifters used to run with the wild hunt, but things had gotten out of hand a couple of times, and the Fae and the shifters grew apart. Smith invited Rafe as a favor to me, because I felt stronger with my mate by my side. And because Bad Creek still roamed the world, and these woods on occasion. I took a deep breath and pushed away any thoughts of those sons of bitches. Someone else could deal with them. I glanced over as Smith held out a hand, and I eased closer through the snow as everything grew slow and distorted and hazy. The woods faded in and out of focus, and my breath caught. "What's happening?" "The hunt is afoot," he murmured, and winked at me. I took a deep breath and tried to smile back, despite the gravity of the event. My first hunt. Magic dwelled deep in the night, and I felt a dream-like haze settle over everything. But still Rafe nosed my hand, and I felt anchored, dreamy but firmly rooted in the earth. Smith raised the staff, and someone blew a horn, a surreal, tinny sound that went straight to my bones like nails on a chalkboard. The hairs stood up on my arms as the horn echoed and bounced through the woods, shaking snow from the trees and swirling the clouds in panicked eddies. Another horn joined the first, deeper, and cried out in warning to whoever dared occupy the woods that night. I shivered as a third and fourth horn sounded. I looked for the players, but all of the figures with us remained still and silent as the unearthly horns sounded. An invisible signal came as the horns faded, and a heavy silence settled over the forest once more. Smith dropped the staff, and everyone lurched forward as one. The magic caught me up, dragged me along in breathless exhilaration, until I didn't realize I was running beside Rafe and Smith as if I had wings. I laughed and threw my arms wide as the hunt careened through the trees, bouncing and jostling and then leaping, until we nearly left Earth behind. Through it all, I kept my fingers firmly twined in Rafe's fur. He kept pace easily, and as we caught sight of the full moon once more, he threw his head back and howled. I wanted to sing, to scream, to shout my joy to the world. Finally, I felt like I belonged, like I'd found my people and my place. The last few weeks had been a huge learning curve, trying to figure out how to be a muse and how to trust myself again. But through it all, Rafe remained my rock. If I doubted that magic existed, and I wondered if it had all been a dream, inevitably the cane would show up and trip me, just to remind me of its presence. Usually on my way to the bathroom, or when I was trying to get dressed, or when Rafe wanted to do something sexy. But even when I threatened to turn the cane into kindling and threw it into the coat closet, Rafe just laughed and said it was good to have magic in the house. On the darkest days, I didn't always agree. On the darkest days, I believed what I'd been told my whole life, that I was making things up, that none of it was real and life really wasn't that perfect. But when I doubted myself, Rafe believed. When I forgot who I was and who I wanted to be, he remembered. He reminded me, every morning and every night and every time he saw me, who I wanted to be. When I felt like I wasn't enough, that I would never be enough, he showed me that I completed him and that he completed me, and together we were stronger than we were apart. We were mates, and that was stronger magic than anything else in the world. This has been A Valentine's Chase, City Shifters The Pride, Volume 7, written by Layla Nash, narrated by Beth Rogue. Copyright 2016 by Layla Nash. Production copyright 2020 by Layla Nash.